Welcome everybody to Gran Turismo 4 Part 24, which is kind of ironic because you can see what we're about to do. If you're watching this in the VOD, the first hour got cut. I tried to use my Aeroteq G27 wheel. Unfortunately, either it's just old or in its years in storage, the brake potentiometer just doesn't work properly. Like the brakes are basically locked on the entire way around the track. And the only way to fix it is to stab the brake pedal until the brakes kind of like fix themselves. Yeah, I'm not doing that for 24 hours. I got mad after 15 minutes. So I don't have a fix that I could do today. The only other thing I could do is take the pedals apart, clean them, and put them back together. Which I'm not doing today. So we will be on the controller. If this stream goes well, I'm open to doing like a Le Mans on the wheel instead if I could fix the pedals. I might not do that whole thing in one shot. This race will be all in one shot. Well, like food breaks and bathroom breaks or whatever. It'll be in 8-hour parts because YouTube doesn't like me posting videos longer than 12 hours, and I figure they should all be even. So they might all be individual parts, like Part 24, Part 25, Part 26. It might be Part 24-1, Part 24-2, Part 24-3, or ABC, whatever. I don't know. We'll get there when we get there. It's race time. We got a really good pull on the first attempt, so let's see what happens here. It's an engine out job either way. Let's put it that way. There's nothing I'm immediately prepared to do about this.
Morning. Boobies.
I want the Audi back. I want the Audi back. Ham, true, real. Comment, I got 24 hours to think about it, buddy. I'm not even worried about it. Where is... I'm going to try this one more time. We said the dead zones? Not on a PS2, there's not. There's no dead zone options at all in this game. I've looked. The only thing you can change wheel-wise is vibrations and what type of force feedback you'd like. Amateur or... There we go. Amateur or fucking simulation and professional. There's not a whole lot of tweaking. The game was made in 2004. All right. I'm going to double-check the tires. Did I change the oil in this car, by the way? Probably not, because I don't think it's entirely necessary. Also, I forgot. I don't feel like backing out again. Sick. Yeah, every fix that I think would fix it on PC is not able to do on the PS2. So I was using that wheel on the PC when I was still using it regularly. It was my iRacing wheel. But I think I had, like, dead zones fixed and whatever. Yeah, I think this is almost the same. There's no Spoon S2000, but other than that, it's almost the same... Rip. No, I did not watch Drift Masters today. I woke up and came down here. I've seen the results, but I usually don't watch Drift Masters. Not because I don't like it, but I wake up at 4 p.m. It's usually very over. Okay, let's try this again. I think my fastest time on the wheel with the broken brakes was a 7:11, so if we could do better than that... Oh, I meant to run the ad before starting again. My fault. Sorry, guys. I can't stand the hood camera in while using a controller. Do anything to the frame rate? No. No, I'll double check it, Synth. It looks fine on my end, but that doesn't mean it is. I did have to unplug and plug the out of the capture card in again. That was my workaround. Better to double check it, it'd be fine. No, I don't think, I think it's only when I use my HDMI switcher, but... Good bit, Gooch, good bit.
Come on, PayPal, let me spend some money.
Thank you, dude. Hey, good bit, funny bit. Yeah, I guess I'm restarting the race, and Gooch went, fuck! No! Also, bumper cam means people won't be asking what car I'm driving every 30 seconds. Yeah, Gooch did the exact same thing in the first attempt. Donated the same amount of money, same message. Unlimited money glitch. Oh, we already did that. That was Streamathon 2. I wonder, does anyone remember how many laps I did? It was 40 minutes. I wonder how much better the front tires are going to be on wear. The good news is, it seems like we need fuel at about the same time, so... We could take the softer rear. That's why I bought hards, just in case. But... Yeah, this is already way less fun on a controller. I'm so sad. As long as you guys know, I tried. The only other thing I could have done different was test it last night, and I got it, like, working, and then went, cool, and then just didn't try to think to test it for more than, like, 60 seconds at a time. Softer rear. Yeah, it needs to do squats and eat more trans fats. Oh my god, Tank, that's an incredible bit. Yeah, I don't want to make it sound like, oh, I didn't want to do this on a wheel anyway. I was doing it just for chat. No, I was doing that for me. I want to play this on a wheel so bad. I'm positive, Louie. I unplugged and plugged the wheel back in about 3 different times. It's been sitting in a box in a basement for 6 years. It's just dusty. Either way, even if it is fixable and I could have fixed it, it's too late now. Yeah, Louis, you missed the, like, 40... I don't know if you were here. You missed the 30 minutes of troubleshooting. I know exactly what it is. It's common in those wheels, on those pedals. It was... now that I remember, it was happening on iRacing before I stopped using their wheel, like, in 2020, when I stopped using it all the time. It just didn't remember because, like, you could fix the dead zones on a PC. Can't do that on a PS2. I don't remember it being that bad, but again, I was in the middle. Yeah, it's just a potentiometer. It can be fixed. It's 1,000% fixable. Not today. And I already, like, put time away to do this race today. I'm not gonna go like, oh yeah, well, we'll do it next week, and then spending the week pulling my pedals apart. No, fuck that. Fuck that. We'll do another race on the wheel, either the 9-hour scuba or one of the Le Mans attempts. One of that. If I could fix it, we'll do a different race on the wheel. I'm annoyed we can't do this one, but I'm not gonna let that ruin my day more than it already has. Yeah, I just never used it on console, Rody. It was a PC-only wheel. I never used it on anything that didn't have, like, a dead zone adjustment, so I think I just went, oh, I'll just fix that, and then never worried about it. Snacks and drinks. I bought 3 protein bars, like good protein bars. I have a lot of water. I bought some sports drinks, like a Powerade and a Gatorade, and frozen pizza. Replace it. Yeah, no. Again, I never use it. It was coming out of retirement for this specific thing. So when I feel up to it, I'll take it apart and see if I wasn't able to take it apart. I was just like blowing air into the cracks, hoping. But I know for a fact there's a huge chunk of dust in there. I was pulling out chunks of dust before I went live. That was crazy. Before I went live, and one fell into the brake pedal area, and I can't get it out now. I'd have to like fuck with it with tweezers, but I've already wasted an hour. It's not working. That's a project for another day. I know how to fix it. I'm just not doing it today. I'll bring my brakes when I go see Cisco, and we'll see if we can fix them. I think it's fixable though. I don't think they're like perma-fucked. I'm just not in the mood to do that today here right now. Yeah, it's probably corroded too, prop. Like there's a piece has some rust on it that I can see. It's on the throttle, and like nowhere near anything, you know what I mean? But there is some rust on one of the faces of the pedals. It's old. Yeah, it's also been sitting unused in storage for 6 years. I've had it since high school. I think I bought it in 2012. But yeah, TLDR, it's fixable. I just don't have the time to do that right now. I want to have at least one 24-hour race done before September, so this is the day. I can't do it next week. It has to be today. Oh, yeah, the wheel itself, the wheelbase is fine. Like, usually the wheelbases go bad, like, because they're gear-driven and they just get, you know, they have a limited amount of time before the gears just wear out. The actual, like, turning and force feedback is fine. It's dull, but it's a G27 playing a PS2 game. Yes, I tried to do it on a wheel, Mad Bull, but my Logitech brake potentiometer is not working properly. Yeah, I thought this car might be a little like overpowered, and like look how far ahead we are already. But again, like I wanted to use this car. It being a car that ran this race in real life and fitting like the lore of the race is cute, but I've seen this car in like trailers and like promo videos and stuff for this game and never used it for anything because it's not a reward car. I'm not backing out now, bro. This is like, it's not all bad. Like, I'll be able to actually monitor chat a little bit better. The setup I had on the other desk was fucked. One of my monitors was like on the lower part of the desk, but it was blocking. It was blocked by like the wheel and my microphone. Like, it wasn't great. It would have worked, but it wasn't optimal. Chat was a lot lower than I expected it to be. Yeah, you know what, Cass? Not having a dogfight for 24 hours is kind of not the worst outcome. I guarantee you, like 16 hours in, I'm going to be mentally checked out and just running into things, so... Bye, Blair. Enduro close. Oh, takedown. We're using the Miata for the 9-hour Suzuka, by the way. I'm just going to give it a big turbo. A grotesquely large turbo. I think so, Saturn. Didn't GT Gran Turismo sponsor the Nürburgring 24 for a while? Like, I thought they all had windshield banners. Like Gran Turismo windshield banners. Yeah, so I wouldn't be surprised if there was a... This car, again, like, features in a lot of, like, screenshots and promo videos, so I wouldn't be surprised. I always thought it was a reward car. I'm like, it has to be a reward car for sure. Nope. It's not expensive. It's, like, $500,000. Yeah, no B-spec either, so it's not like there's still not, like, some sort of stupid thing that I'm doing here. It just isn't quite as stupid as it was an hour ago. Again, I'll get over it, but I'm mad that I spent like 2 hours trying to get everything set up, and then we're not even using it. I could have just started the race like 3 hours ago. Do you like butter? I can't eat it, but yeah. I cook with ghee all the time, which is just butter with by a different name. I didn't even read what you said, Prop, but yeah, where I'm not... We could speculate, that's fine. I'm not plugging everything back in again. Be crass about it. You're not the first person. You're like the 17th. I think that's where the attitude is. No, Madbull, I'm planning on using the pause button. There's absolutely no B-spec in the race at all. Over and over. You don't have to acknowledge it either. I can't expect everybody to be paying attention at every second of the stream, but at the same time, like, if it's a question that's been answered over and over. I definitely have stopped just paying attention to those messages personally. Oh, God. Yeah, you can driver swap in the pits, Madbull. I'm just not doing that. It does indeed say no B-spec in the title. Imagine reading. Like 3 people said, holy shit, this is the 24 hours when I was on the, like, splash screen. And I was like, hey, wait a minute. What game is this? Aren't you wondering why I'm not using the Escudo? No, Emerald, I was going to, and then someone said it's all street cars, and I was like, okay, so what's the point? I thought it was the same race, just 4 hours long. So I was like, oh, okay, I could use this car, test some stuff with the setup, and like, whatever. Turns out, you can't move the power around in this car. I thought you could. You can't. CD up your S. Oh, I'd have to make room. So many other things there. I'm not sleeping. I'm doing this whole race in one attempt. I'm gonna, like, stop to eat. Like, I'll take probably, like, a 20 to 30-minute dinner break, and, like, I'm gonna take breaks to, like, stretch and whatever, but... No, I'm not sleeping. The Le Mans races, I might, like, do 12 hours, sleep, and then come back and do the next 12. This race I was always gonna do in one shot. Or one attempt. Like I said, I'm gonna pause. I'm not a psychopath. I gotta eat. but no, I'm not going to bed and coming back. What? No, I'm not. Yeah, Cass, turns out when you don't have the brake constantly on, you just go faster. That's crazy, isn't it? I think with the wheel, with a functional brake pedal, I could probably get like a 655, if not faster. Yeah, it's not even the brake pedal being on. It's the only way to fix it is to stab the brakes on and off over and over and over and over again. So the brakes are locked on and you're pumping the brake over and over again. Like, it's just awful. Do you think you could race before you give out? I've done 24-hour races solo before. It was kind of my thing there for a bit. Though the brakes using more fuel? Oh, 100%. I was shocked we were out of gas in 5 laps. I was like, okay, I know it's a race car and like the fuel burn is meant to like go with the tire wear, but what the fuck? Yeah, look at the tire wear, too. Like, it's still not even, but it's nowhere near as bad as it was. How long are you planning to go in one sitting? What do you mean, Prop? I'm not sleeping, if that answers your question. So there is no, like, hey, I'm done for the night. I'm going to leave the PS2 on and come back. No, this is an all-nighter. I don't know when my first food break's going to be. Yeah. I was gonna do all 3 in one shot, but I'm a 32-year-old man, and the idea of staying up for 24 hours 3 times within like 2 months of each other sounds actually awful. So I was like, if I had to pick one race to do in one attempt, what would it be? Nürburgring. It's the most interesting track to like drive around for 24 hours. The 2 Le Mans races I might do in 12-hour stints. Like, I'll race for 12 hours, go sleep for like 5, and then come back and do the next 12. But this race I was always going to do in real time. What flavor frozen pizza? Just pepperoni. I grabbed whatever was cheapest. I have like leftovers for dinner, but I was like, what if I'm hungry at noon tomorrow? So that's what the pizza's for. 2 at a time. I did a Miata, 2 4-hour Miata races this week. Not Canadian pizza. You know what, Rhodey? You go tell Walmart to start carrying them then, okay? Our Walmart recently downsized its groceries, so it went from having a huge pizza selection to a very modest and reasonable pizza selection. And the Walmart brand only has spinach, just cheese, 4 meat, or pepperoni for the $3 thin slice. They have other options, but they're $7 frozen pizzas. Yeah, I'm good. I'll pass. I was wondering why they had Red Baron on sale for $2.50, and it's because they probably got it by mistake. There's no way they don't carry Red Baron at my Walmart anymore. I was wondering why they were so cheap last week. But I went there today. I was like, oh, I'll grab a Red Baron pizza on my way out. There was none. Yeah, for a frozen pizza, it's all right. It's pretty good. But they were really, really inexpensive. And I think they got a shipment of Red Baron by mistake. and then had to just get rid of them because they weren't in like the freezers. They were in the like end of the aisle freezers, if that makes sense. Tubestone. I don't think I've ever tried Tubestone. I don't think we have it here. I was shocked to see we had Red Baron, to be honest. Yeah, usually it's way more expensive, but for $3 Canadian, yeah, give me. I bought 4 of them. I wish I would have known it was limited time. There's a corner there. Does your nut? Yeah, I like the crust a lot. It's rustica here now. Same thing though. I like the crust on that a lot. It's very nostalgic, but yeah, the tomato sauce is like sweet. Their whole stock. I would have put some in the freezer, Scarlett. The frozen pizza is such an elite, like it's 2 a.m. and I don't feel like cooking anything that takes longer than 20 minutes by myself. But yeah, if I would have known, like, they don't even sell Red Baron anymore, and that's why they're on sale, I would have grabbed, like, a few. I bought 2, and then ate them, and then bought another 2, and then ate both of those. Yeah, my driving is worse, and we're 10 seconds faster. Dr. Oikert. Hit and miss for me. Sometimes you know what? I'm Dr. Oikert is like, they got sub-brands. It's Casa di Mama I don't like. Because I like Hawaiian pizzas, shoot me. But I like pineapple on pizza, and they had a Hawaiian, but they used like a tomato cream sauce instead of a regular tomato sauce. And I've never been so upset eating a frozen pizza my whole life. It wasn't bad, I guess, but it just was so far away from what I wanted. I was like, this is just not what I wanted. This is not the pizza that I requested at all, actually. I didn't want a cheese cream sauce. I wanted tomato sauce on my fucking pizza. Yeah, it was basically just a regular tomato sauce mixed with a bunch of cream. Like, I don't quite get it either. It was like orange. Yeah, the one perk of using a controller for this is I can actually read chat properly. I'm telling you, right now that's not going to matter getting settled in, but at 2 a.m. or like 4 a.m. when there's nobody here, or whoever's sharing the brain cell at that hour. It's unusual. Yeah, I think they tried to like jazz it up and it just made it worse. The rear brake change, by the way, is like a godsend. It would have been so much worse without the little bit of extra rear brake. So, my fronts wore at the same amount of time, right? The fuel, I feel like wasn't bad, but I was just sitting fully pinned on the throttle, I guess, for like 2 minutes, not moving. Gone. I feel like when I stopped to fix it, it wasn't that low on fuel, and then when I came back, it was, but... Shrugged ya. The tire wear seems about the same, though, which is crazy. I don't know. We'll have to... We don't know until we're on the front straight, or the back straight, or the straight. I'm not gonna massacre your ears by trying to use the German pronunciations when I know I can't say them properly. I'm just gonna opt to not. Good joke, Ryan. Evans.
Holy shit!
Oh.
Thanks, Brandon. So I'm actually really stoked I didn't end up streaming yesterday because the Brandon Hyperstar PCC stream last night was an all-timer. There were thrills, there were chills, there were spills. That one guy was in last place. There's a vendetta against a PCC team. Oh, you did end up going back to protest all those guys? That's awesome. I didn't see you make the clips while you were streaming, so I was like, maybe he's just hoping that other people get to it, or it's like not bothering, but... I said this yesterday, but I don't remember if anyone was there who, like, understood. Do you guys remember those Call of Duty clans that, like, pretended they were, like, FaZe or Optic or whatever, like, major Call of Duty clan exists in your mind? But it was just, like, there was no barrier to entry. You could just join. But they still, like, made you change your gamer tag and, like, show up to clan meetings and, like... If you're a fetus, this might blow your mind. KSI originally was one of those clans. The man who now calls himself KSI was like KSI Olajilib. I forget how to pronounce it. But he just is that clan, but he joined for FIFA. And now he just uses the name. He never ran it or anything. He just, made it part of his brand. Thank you, T-Bone.
Holy shit!
It's this, but it's a PCC team with over 150 members. But it's like free to join. But if you're not a premium member, you don't get access to the liveries and shit. Like, it's vibe coded. You know what? I was gonna say last night that the website is suspiciously AI looking. I was like, I don't know how to make websites. I'll keep my mouth shut. Turns out, yeah, we're still boxing every 4 laps. That's weak. But we don't need to take fuel on this stop. It's tires only. Literally, you don't even need a website. You just need like a card or like a link tree or whatever now. You don't need a physical website anymore. Unless you have a storefront. Oh, no, we will need gas. We need to take like a little bit of fuel. I could try switching to hards, but I think we're just going to stay on this strategy for a while. It's just lame, like, it's a long track, I get it, but I want to, like, get into a rhythm, you know? What makes time go by faster is, like, being able to, hot lap, and it's hard to do that. Well, I guess it's an 8-minute or 7-minute track, but it's hard to do that when you can't, like, get into, like, a 10-lap, 20-lap rhythm. Prop, could you tell Scarlett's one of our younger community members? No way. To be fair, maybe this is a hot take, I didn't spend that much time with it. Rocket racing was really fun, actually. Aaron, as also, like, even at Daytona, when I do Daytona 24 hours, if it gets quiet and I get really bored at the end of the race, I just start trying to hot lap. Like, within reason, but I usually try to just hot lap to make the time go by faster. Like, if I'm focused and, like, going for lap time, the time goes by twice as fast. They did more with it? Yeah. I played it, like, the week it launched because they said Fortnite was getting a racing game, and I was like, oh, I'm all over that. And then I think I uninstalled everything Epic off my computer, like, a week later. Why is the lap hot? Chili flakes? Actually, how would Germans make their food spicy? Is there like a specific cuisine way, or is it just like chili flakes and peppers like everybody else? What's up, Wembley? Welcome to the beginning. Oh, yeah, for the stream enjoyers, you won't get this in the VOD. If I get bored as fuck, like 6 hours in, I might start playing music. It's going to be a little bit of audio torture because it's going to be playing over the background music and over the in-game audio, but... The OG? You mean Zero? The OG's on Dreamcast, no? You can't hear it? Yeah, it's like very... It's how I listened back to it in the VOD like a day or two ago, Aaron. It's exactly the volume I want it to be. To where if I'm not talking, you can hear it. But if I'm speaking and the car is driving, it's just like noise in the background. Like, you can't make out specifically what it is. So it's not awkwardly quiet if there's like a, you know, a little pause in me speaking. Yeah, that's exactly what I want. It's Zero? Yeah, okay, yeah. Not the first one, but as far as I was aware, it's like the best of the original formula. And then 3 kind of mixed it up. "13 years of Twitch and no separated track for background music that can be muted by the viewer." Oh, no, that already exists. If I play my own music, it won't be in the VOD. I just didn't want to turn the in-game music off. So many people, when they play through racing games, especially games like this, will turn off the music altogether. Oh, by the viewer. That'd be crazy. Being able to swap audio tracks as a viewer would be nuts. This guy just keeps playing penis music. I'm gonna turn it off. I was gonna say, there's separate audio tracks. That's already, like, huge.
He's pulling his cock out!
And then once OBS had the update where you could set programs as separate audio tracks, like, you're gaming. They're faintly in the background. Yeah, there's a reason I turned off Free Will Burning, Ryan. I don't trust Judas Priest right now. It's just so quiet. Like, it's awkwardly quiet. I'd rather there be some sort of background noise and then just, like, not able to figure out what it is than pure silence. It's worked out okay, at least for GT4. I've only had one video, like, where any kind of audio got picked up. Out of 23. Or 2. I think there's 2. And again, that's because I was, like, quiet for over 2 minutes. Oh, yeah, right. Banking doesn't do anything. Definitely trust me with the aux. I am pleased to say that if I'm playing my own music later, there will be no song requests. Absolutely not. I am not pausing my game to queue up your song on Spotify. It's not happening. Yeah, it's just the beginning of Wonderwall over and over again. It's the Neil version. Aaron, I'm the one sitting here for 24 hours. I have the aux cord. I don't need help, thank you. Okay, okay. Oh, the Audi finally passed the other Audi. We're so much faster, but we melt tires. That's crazy. Well, I don't know. I guess because we're driving faster. The AI is just like probably dookie poo poo here. Actually, I can tell you they're dookie poo poo here. When I was on the wheel, when I had functioning brakes for like a quarter of a lap, we were all over them in the mid-speed sections. Oh. Why? How did it rotate that? That was crazy. I was like, oh yeah, there's like a little lift for this corner. I didn't lift. Uh-oh, we're in the grass. And then it just went, okay. Thanks, car. It's not a light automobile, no. It still has the front axle and everything. It's still all-wheel drive. So I figured, oh, I'll just move all the power to the back like we did in the Calibra. You can't do that in this car. There's no upgrade, nothing. I looked. So all I did was move the brake bias to the rear a little, and that's it. To try to save some front tires. Also help it when, you know, the fronts are dead and we're stuck on the track for another 7 minutes. Yeah, Aaron, I didn't really come up with any, like, wacky or zany thing to do. I figured the race itself is, like, wacky and zany enough. Gombles on, like, what the third number in the lap time is gonna be would be fun. I'm not doing that. Nope. Nope. If somebody else wants to put the work in to do that, be my guest. That's not... No. I am not pausing this game that I have to play for 24 hours straight to run gambles. Nope. I love you. No. If I have enough of a lead, I might actually just leave the car parked on the side of the road to, like, go to the bathroom so the timer's still running. Like, if I have to go pee, I'm not pausing the game for that. I'm just going to pull over. I'll be going to pee in lower. Food I'll probably eat. I'll probably have to stop. I don't want to be stationary for like 30 minutes. I'd rather not, car. This seat's made of suede. It's not gonna come out. No delta. If I had a delta to my PB, this would be infinitely more fun to do. If I could at least chase my own lap times, you know what I mean? I mean, I still can. There's nothing stopping me from doing that, but like an on-screen delta would be nice. Oh, there's a delta. It's just by sector, Hannah. So when P2 hits the sector, we'll know. You have like a minute. It's not perfect, but it's something. Piss. It's always this fucking corner. Probably 5. That sounds like a 5 thing. Astral. Yeah. Because once he goes a lap down, once P2 goes a lap down, we won't know other than 1 lap. I think we could fuck around till at least like 6 hours remaining. If we've goofed around and like are like more than a lap down with 6 hours remaining, then I think that's a lot of things to do and not a whole lot of time. But I think we can literally just do whatever we want for the first like 12 hours at least. Especially we're 40 minutes in and almost a minute 90-second lead, something like that. And I've pit. I'm pitting twice as much as these guys. I think I might be stopping for a number. I'll pause for poop break. But I had a fruit and fiber muffin and a coffee. Storm is brewing. Fucking tasty. If I see them, I'm buying them. I think being Canadian, we're probably going to be saved from that. Demanding payment. Not quite, but he's preparing his invoice. Yeah, look at the speed difference. My best time when the brakes were locked on was a 7 minute 11 seconds. That was my first like good lap of the race on decent tires, not crashing constantly. That's how much having the brakes kind of locked on the entire time was slowing me down. I said I could probably do a 655 on the wheel. I'm starting to think I can do a 650. Improve booba clock at 8 hours. Oh, we're hitting all 3 booba clocks at this stream. Oh, big bump. We get a 2 a.m. and 8 a.m. and then tomorrow's 8 p.m. booba clock. By 2 a.m. Talk to Kara. Yeah, prop. I just have to be spouting slurs the entire time to like complete the cosplay. I'll get out of the broken wreckage of my vehicle and go, "Have you read Harry Potter?" Eight hours in game. I'm not gonna stop you. If the community wants to If the community wants to impose their own boob o'clock rules, I am not one to stop you. It will not be official, but you know. No.
Boobies.
Yeah, you're being held at gunpoint to do the one at 2 a.m. in Minecraft.
Boobies.
We got 2 more. 8 in-game hours, too, is where I need to cut the VOD, which is perfect. I gotta remember to drop a highlight marker every 8 hours. If I don't, it's not the end of the world, but if I can remember, that'd be nice. It'll make editing the VOD into parts a little bit easier. I won't have to go looking for the point. A lot of times, too, in endurance races, when I cut them up into 3 8-hour segments, sometimes at the 8th hour, I'm, like, in the middle of a fucking anecdote or, like, in the middle of telling a story. So one part of the VOD gets the first half of the story, and the second part of the VOD gets the second half. Which, if I could control it, I would rather not do that. Hands off. No, it did. The boobies at the same time. The way the redeems work, if one's working, they're all working. There's just nothing on screen for that. Some of them are just audio, some of them are not. I have a vocal stim I need to share with you guys, by the way, because I'll be probably quoting it for the rest of the night. There's 3 of them. There's some guy who's been, like, doing, like, XYZ, but you're Quebecois, and he's nailed the, like, Fringlish speaking down. Somebody made him aware there is a place called Saint Louis du Ha-Ha in Quebec, and I don't mean, like, I'm not adding stink on it. It's Saint-Louis-du-Ha exclamation point dash ha exclamation point. It's not just haha. It's ha ha. Like that's how they wrote it. So he was he's making posts based on that. Clutch. It looks okay. It seems like they're going a different direction. It's more story based, and I kind of can't be upset with them for that. But I'm cautiously optimistic. It looks like what, as an arcade racing fan, a lot of us have wanted for the long time, like the driving dynamics of Forza Horizon, but the story and like gooberiness of the crew or Need for Speed. So, don't hate what I've seen, which hasn't been quite a bit, but yeah, my main point being he speaks like French, like English and French in the same sentence, and in some of his videos he goes, "Oh man, take a look at that there," like he's looking at the Welcome to Quebec sign. He's like, "Look at that there, man, ting of beautiful," and like it gets me every fucking time. He's in front of the Saint Louis du Ha-Ha sign, and he goes, "Hey, why don't you come here? We settle our different." And I can't stop saying that. We settle our different. It's so good to me. The third one is a man pretending to levitate a leaf in between his hands. And he goes, "Take a look at my magic skills, princess. Imagine what I can do to your cooter." Cooter has been in my head for a while. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think I'll be able to find the other two in a reasonable time, Aaron. I know for a fact I have that. The Cooter one I can find it on my phone very easy. I can't show you the video. It's nothing bad. It's just I don't feel like showing you my phone screen. But the audio is the important part. Tires might be upset. Yeah, I don't know. I'm cautiously optimistic for Clutch. I like the premise of Playground Games devs got tired of making the same game over and over and over again. And as somebody who's very disenfranchised with like modern day sandbox racers, a game with a objective sounds nice, but I've been hurt before. Pro Street. It's like there's a street racing element, there's a track racing element, there's a car combat element where there's like a grappling hook and shit. That's the only thing that I've seen so far where I'm like, but if they can make it like work. Should I play Pro Street? I think you should. It plays a little bit janky, but like everything else makes it more fun to play. Like, the handling's a bit stiff, and I wouldn't be surprised if nostalgia's carrying that game pretty hard, but, like, it's very 2007 compliment. AC Evo? I haven't touched it yet. It was like $40 for like something that was like half a game. So I was like, I'll just wait. It seems like it's getting better now, but it basically just being them going, oh no, it's going to be totally different to the original Assetto Corsa. It's going to have this, that, and then like it's not having half of those things now. Like having a competent career mode, like that's just not. It's going to be another sandbox game, which is fine. Like there's nothing wrong with that. And like, even if you're only playing the original Assetto Corsa to play it modded, like the engine's tired. It's time, right? But I'm not like chomping at the bit. No, Synth, it's still working. I don't think it's out yet. Like, Evo lied to me. It depends on what you were looking for, I guess. If you're looking for, like, a Project Cars replacement, I could see how you'd be very upset. Oh, that's weird. We got an hour replay this time instead of 30 minutes. Or 53, whatever. That's strange. Huh. I wonder if the wheel had anything to do with it. Well, Car, see, like I'm willing to debate you on that, but all the cool things that AC Evo was supposed to have that weren't mod or mod-related things are not coming now. Not everything, but a lot. Like, a lot of people were really excited to have, like, a Gran Turismo-style career, because that's what it sounded like they wanted to do. It wasn't going to be just like Gran Turismo, but there was still going to be, like, money and car upgrades and visual upgrades and all these things. Doesn't sound like they're doing any of that now, and it's just going to be Assetto, vanilla Assetto on a more modern engine with some free roam built in. Which, it'll make people who want to make free roam mods, it'll make their lives easier, I guess, because they don't, you know, they're not pioneering the technology. But I'm for sure, like, I understand why people are upset. Just, there's been no point in AC Evo for me to go, oh no, I need to spend like money on this. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Louis. Like if all it is an Assetto vanilla replacement and just that game again, but on a more modern game engine, that's okay. But I'm also sympathizing with the people that are pissed off because there's a lot of broken promises. Like, I have a hard time not feeling bad for the people who expected there to be things there because they said there was going to be things there and it's not. Even if it didn't ever, like, I never gave a shit personally. Like, none of those features mattered to me at all. So, yeah, it could be a completely different game in a year, Chloe. You're right. However, taking their sweet fucking time. AC Rally is doing fine. That's a totally different thing. AC Rally is the sequel to Richard Burns that we never got. Yeah, no, for sure, Synth. That's what I'm saying. Like, it doesn't bother me personally because that's never what I wanted at an AC Evo. I wanted Assetto Corsa on a modern engine with more polish. So, nothing changes for me, but I have a hard time not, like, feeling sympathy for the people who are disappointed in the promises they're not keeping. Yeah, if AC Rally ever gets opened up to modding like Richard Burns and Rally Sim fans, we are gonna eat great. That game plays fantastic. Career mode, yeah, they're like, yeah, we're not doing that anymore. There's nothing saying they can't go, just kidding, and then bring it back, but a lot of the career mode stuff, I do believe they have officially stated that that is just not on their run plan anymore. Yeah, this is not something people are pulling out of their ass. There was an interview with, like, John Assetto, or one of their representatives, and he got backed into a corner when being asked that question. And, they're like, so what's going on with career for the 5th time? And he was like, yeah, it's not happening. Sorry, guys. I think it was a Traction interview, but I don't remember specifically. Oh, again, like, if all you wanted was an Assetto sandbox, no, Chloe, what you're asking is correct. Asking people to cite sources just so it's like, okay, that is confirmed. There is a confirmed source, and not just talking like out of your ass is just general good media literacy etiquette. There's nothing wrong with that. So now, if you go tell other people that, it's not like, oh, I heard it on a live stream and the guy said he heard it somewhere on the internet. Like, there's concrete proof. I don't think there's anything ever wrong with that. No, especially some people can say things with their chest and it sounds so for sure, and they actually went, oh, I don't know for sure, actually. I'm going to go poop. I'll be right back. I'm going to run an ad while we're gone. I shouldn't be gone for more than a few minutes. I was going to leave it paused or parked in the pits, but I'm not doing that. Yeah, how Assetto Corsa 1 is still selling copies and is still relevant as a sim game. Like, I think if you have a wheel and pedals and a PC and you don't own Assetto Corsa, you are doing yourself a disservice. Even if, especially, like, as a drifting person, it's a must-own. But even then, like, you can turn Assetto Corsa 1, I'm just going to call it Assetto AC or Assetto Corsa. You can turn that game into whatever you want it to be, which is awesome. You can turn it into an F1 sim. You can turn it into a touring car game. You can turn it into, maybe not ovals. It doesn't like vertical and banking that much. But you could do almost anything with Assetto and turn it into whatever game you want. And I love that. And it still looks great with all the mods and stuff. Yeah, I'm going to go poop. I'll be back. All right, we're back. I didn't intend on using one of my bathroom breaks that soon, but one of those, you couldn't hear me farting. One of those farts I didn't think was a fart there. I was like, okay, now let's go take care of this. Oh, hold on. Sorry. 1 second. 1 second. How'd I poop that fast? I went on the toilet, went, and then flushed. Also banned myself from using my phone. That's not true. I did post an update about the wheel situation, but that's it. Hold on. Where is here?
I can catch magical spells, my princess. Imagine what I can do to your cooter. Imagine how good it will feel. I can catch magical spells, my princess. Imagine what I can do to your cooter. Imagine how...
Imagine what I could do to your cooter. It's been living in my head for like a week. The Instagram account is rowdy_rog if you, or Raj probably, if you want to try and find that post. It's not, the video's not inappropriate. I can't really bring it up on my computer right now, and I didn't want to show you the video via a phone screen, via a webcam. It's literally the guy like trying to like fake levitating a leaf. The reason I showed it to you was he says, "Imagine what I could do to your cooter," and I will be quoting that for the remainder of this evening. So now there's context. I won't feel weird. I mean, like, iRacing's been working on the career now for, like, a decade, like, forever. They also, by proxy, have worked on, 2 NASCAR games, iRacing Arcade now. I was using a G27. The brakes are fucked. I'm on the controller now. Retro guy. I have not played Rensport because I don't hate myself, and I played a little bit of AMS too. Not enough. I don't have any of the DLC of the stuff I actually want to drive, but I drove it around a little bit when I was on my break from my streamathon just to try it, and it's not bad. It's not bad. You can definitely feel the project cars in it, but it's not necessarily a bad thing. Yeah, I had the well, because I'm playing on a PS2, so I needed a wheel that was compatible. My G27 works, but the potentiometer and the brake is 20 years old, and it needs to be refurbished, and I'm not doing that today or now. So you might see another long race in this game on the wheel, but I changed it. I thought I changed the title and everything. What's up, Galaxy? Yeah, that's kind of what we were talking about. Yeah, I don't think the career mode in iRacing, because it is all, like, cars. Right? There's no, like, customization or, like, a need for a currency. Like, there's only so much they can do with the formula. I think it'll still be fun, but it's going to be progression through, like, a license system. There's not going to be, like, buying and selling cars, like a team aspect. I'd love to be surprised. I'd love to be shocked, but I wouldn't expect any of that. So, yeah, there's nothing wrong with emulators. I'm a game collector, and I like to play the things that I collect. If I was using an emulator, I could use the wheel I have in front of me, but alas. When I put my wheel away 6 years ago, I think the brake potentiometer was already trouble, like an issue, and you can't adjust dead zones on a PS2, unfortunately. So, in the game, at least, I don't know if there's a different way, but I don't think so. I'd be floored. But I unplugged it, plugged it back in a few times. I tried blowing the dust out of it. with like an air pump that I have in my house. Tried using rubbing alcohol. I also cleaned the pedals before using them for the first time. The G27. I mean, maybe, I don't know. My G27 spends most of its life in a box. But yeah, what I think I'll do is when I go visit Cisco at the end of the month, I'll bring my brakes with me, and then if we're bored one day, he's got like an iFixit kit. And we can take them apart and see if we can fix it. I'd rather not. Like, the G27s are still pretty valuable because they're like still able to be used on so many different things. Also, people are crazy and think they're still worth like $300, so I don't want to like ditch the pedals unless they're for sure fucked or like not repairable. The wheel itself, like the wheelbase of the motors, is all still fine. It all still works perfectly fine. It feels a little crunchy, but also I bought the wheel in high school and it's 20 years old, so like I felt worse G27s before. Good job with that game. From what my understanding, Louis, is it's a good start, and I think that's what people should have expected. A lot of people are disappointed with 25 because they expected like NASCAR Thunder 2003 again. A lot of the OG developers that made a lot of the good NASCAR console games are on Monster Games now, who are working, you know, they're the developer and iRacing Studios is the publisher, if that makes sense. But it was like, it played well. The career mode was just a little simple. But I even said this like 2 years ago. I was like, the first one that they do is going to be like to prove they can make a game, and then the next one is going to be improving on what's there. But I heard like mostly like positive to good, like moderate to good reviews. I'm not a big NASCAR person either, so instead of like playing a game and then not liking it, I just didn't bother. $30 years of NASCAR game experience. Yeah, that's a pro and con though in today's age. You know how many times someone's like, I have experience in this thing, therefore I'm doing it the right way, and it turns out they're not? So, like, that's not necessarily a stamp for quality anymore, but I haven't heard, like, anything, like, grotesquely negative about it. Yeah, we gotta play Excite Truck at some point. What are we responding to here right now? It's not letting me scroll up, is it? Nope. No, it's not. Oh, there you go. Oh, nope. All right. I tried to scroll up to see what we were all responding to and decided it was not important enough to scroll up. The sim, it's a console game, Scarlett. They're never the ages of a licensed sim is like never gonna work. It never gonna happen again. Not because I don't think like people who own a PlayStation or an Xbox wouldn't enjoy a sim racing title. Like they're dying for a sim racing title right now. As far as I know, they have like ACC, which I've heard on console is like a very different experience, and that game is old. There's regular Assetto and like Gran Turismo. So the people yearn for a sim game on the console. I understand that. But a licensed, like, based off the real series title, I don't think is what they needed on the NASCAR end of it right now. You need something to get 12-year-olds interested into the sport. You know what I mean? Like, when I was a kid, I had people that asked me to bring over the NASCAR Thunder video games to play.
Holy shit!
What's up, Storm? Thank you, dude.
Ka-chow.
Yeah. But I had people who asked me to bring NASCAR Thunder 2000 whatever over to play just because it was a fun game that weren't necessarily NASCAR fans. That's what that franchise, I think, needs right now. You need something that's like a simcade that's not like Mario Kart, right? So the grumpy old heads will still be like, yeah, this is adequate. And something to get new players engaged. And that's also why iRacing is investing in a lot of these console games. Is to get people interested at lower on the level. If that makes sense. Because if you get somebody interested at like iRacing Arcade and they're like 5 or very new to racing games, right? And then I want something a bit more serious, and then they've got the IndyCar game, NASCAR, whatever iRacing ends up releasing in the future. And then I want something a bit more serious. I bought a racing wheel, I want to, you know, and then they have iRacing proper. There's a whole ecosystem now. Scarlett, they're hoping that and you could, it's not me having, this isn't inside baseball. This is just using like context clues and common sense. They want people to be able to enjoy like whatever racing games you enjoy and still remain in the iRacing ecosystem. If you only like arcade racing games that you want to play on the Nintendo Switch with your like your kids or your family, and you only like you're a pick up and play person, or you only want to play it for an hour in the airport, iRacing Arcade. If you want something that's a bit more serious, but you're still a console gamer and you're still on controller, or maybe you have a wheel, but like you don't have a PC, NASCAR, IndyCar, and whatever other future projects they end up releasing. If you want something that's nuts to butt serious, again, I'm not getting into an argument of iRacing's good or bad. Not the purpose of this conversation. You're allowed to have opinions, but not the purpose of this conversation. Then you have the sim crowd too. So they'll have a hand in the arcade, simcade, and sim markets instead of just the sim market. Does that make sense? So in theory, you could get somebody with iRacing, you won't, but you could get somebody with iRacing Arcade when they're like 5 years old, hook them with an IndyCar, NASCAR game, and then when they're adults and have adult money, then they're on iRacing. Started rebuilding it. And I used to be a Cletus fan, and then he said COVID wasn't real, so that was fun for 5 minutes. Yeah, I sold my old sim racing seat to a guy who only plays Gran Turismo. And, like, nothing wrong with that. I just sat and talked. He's like, well, what do you sim race on? I'm like, oh, like, I do contract work for iRacing. I'm mostly an iRacing guy, but I'm on the PC. You know, I play a lot of Assetto as well, this, that, whatever. And he's like, yeah, man, I've got a full-time job and kids. I don't have time to fucking practice. You know what I mean? I like to jump on Gran Turismo, do a couple of races, and then not think about it until next week. I like taking it seriously, but not that seriously. I was like, fair enough. You kind of can't beat Gran Turismo with that right now. They're like the game for that right now. That's a race car. That would make sense why I couldn't change the power distribution then. Oh my god. If I missed your message, by the way, I am still racing at the Nürburgring. I'm trying to look at chat as much as I can, but LMU's like that for sim people. Sure. I'll take your word for it. You couldn't pay me to play LMU. It has nothing to do with the game is good or bad. I made a whole, like, 30-minute video on why I didn't like motorsport games, so if I started playing their game just because it looked fun, I would feel like an asshole. Oh, yeah, the Cletus thing. Yeah, I again, you could go. I'm sure he took the video down, or like the video isn't there anymore. TDC. I watch TDC. I'm a creamer. I'm pretty regular. Yeah, I haven't watched or kept up with, I'm not calling him by his fake internet name, Garrett Mitchell's content. I'm not also, first of all, I'm going to say what I'm going to say. If you still watch his stuff and still want to continue watching his stuff, I'm not going to sit here and, like, wag my finger at you. I don't think that's productive at all. The world is a hellscape, and if you want to watch some dude who's pretending to be a redneck put V8s into things, I'm not gonna like jump down your throat about that. I guess it's just not worth getting angry over. But over COVID, when he was running events with no masks and whatever, he got pushback and said something to the effect of, "My girlfriend's best friend's friend is a nurse and says that all the hospitals actually aren't overflowing and it's all blown out of proportion," when it was very easily researchable at the time to look up all the hospitals in his area, which is Tampa, and no, there was still like a very high death rate, a very high in rate for hospitals. He just lied because he was losing money on his racetrack, which I feel for the guy. Bought a racetrack right when the world went into lockdown. That was the worst time for that to happen, but there's other moments of like when that one dude's car exploded and his back, like the nitrous or whatever was in the car and it blew up, and he like refused to take any responsibility for that. My brother, it's your racetrack. You teched the car. Like your team said, no, that's safe to go out there. You're shouldering some responsibility here. Not everything. You didn't put the nitrous bottle in the car. I get that, but like, but yeah, it was, I remember the specific video because he announced he was doing his first in-person event, and there was like no social distancing, no masks, nothing. And again, people were giving him shit for it in the comments, and he responded, and he was like, yeah, my friend's a nurse, my girlfriend's friend's a nurse. She said everything's fine. And again, I just Googled it, and immediately was like, yeah, everything he just said is just wrong. Like, none of that's true at all. Maybe this very specific hospital, but all the hospitals I could, in your area, Garrett, that I could find the information on are all overflowing with people, and people are dying every day. So I don't know where you're getting this from. Yeah, again, I'm not going to sit here and go, if you enjoy his content, you shouldn't watch him anymore. You know, I'm not going to yuck on anybody's yum, but you know, ignoring, especially if it was still 2020, if I recall correctly. Yucks and yums in this case. I'm not, like, I don't know. That's not my place. Like, I know how I feel about it, but I think going around telling people, like, nah, you can't watch this anymore. It's just gonna make people do the exact opposite thing. You know what I mean? Like, there's differences, right? And like, if somebody asks me in my opinion and I know they watch the guy, I'm not gonna sit here and be like, oh no, he's great. You know, I'm not gonna lie. But at the same time, if I'm just shitting, you know, anytime it brings it up, I'm like, why would I watch that fucking idiot? Then people are just gonna go, oh, this guy sucks, and support him even more. The best I could do is in this specific instance is arm people with knowledge, and then do what you want after that. There was, yeah, welcome to Florida. Old Donut hosts. That all got clarified, thankfully. They were sponsored. It was actually a really fucked up situation. So if you guys don't know, Jeremiah and Zach from Donut are now big time. It's mostly the same kind of stuff they used to do, but they get to do whatever they want now. I like them a lot because they don't do what car YouTubers do now, where they have a car and it's like in a video twice and then they sell it. They do have like shorter projects, but a lot of their stuff is like long term and it stays on the channel for a while, and I really like that. So they took a sponsorship from a buddy's company, and the sponsor was going to take them on the Gumball, Gumball 3000 and all this thing. Turns out they were basically sponsored by Flock Cameras, and they didn't know. They cut the sponsorship out of the video, sent back the sponsor money, and released an apology. They're like, yeah, we did not research this. This one, a company my buddy worked at, and I took them at face value, and that's my fault, and I'm sorry. Yeah, I don't remember the exact company, but they're affiliated with, like... The big thing, actually, is nobody knows what that company actually does, but it's, like, AI security and surveillance. Oh, they did, Emerald. It was 2 like Land Rovers, or one or 2. This is not my final, no. I didn't watch the video. Like, I watched halfway through the video to see where the ad got cut out and stopped watching, because the second half of the video is them in the Gumball with the CEO of this company, and I was like, oh, okay, I'm not interested. I don't want to sit here and watch this. But as far as I know, this all got clarified. Thanks, Danny. Yeah, GT3 is like a more arcadey simcade. GT4 is a huge step in terms of like suspension, telemetry, tire data. Like, it's still faster in Gran Turismo 3 to like slide around corners like you do in 1 and 2. 4, no. 4, you have to drive the car like you would drive in a regular race car. Well, not true. It still plays like a video game, if that makes sense. Like, there's still jank in the setups and stuff that should work, that shouldn't work in real life, but it does. Like in the prototypes, if you just stay on the gas while you're braking, the front end just turns more for some reason. Because reasons. It still is a console game from 2004. There's some quirks, but... Thanks, Chloe. Mighty car mods. They're like old reliable. I can go back to MCM whenever I want. Before play though, you're going this race in the wheel. Yeah, so you missed the whole, there's a pinned message at the top, but TLDR, my brake pedal potentiometer is not functioning properly. So basically the brakes were like locked on to 5 or 10% brake all the time. The only way to fix it is stab the brakes, like pump the brakes like this to get them to work again. And after 30 minutes, I went, yeah, I'm not having fun anymore, and unplugged it. So I tried, but the brakes need to be fixed. And it's not something I can do today. I'd have to take the brakes apart and like clean all the contact patches and stuff. It for sure can be fixed. I'm gonna try to do a Le Mans race on the wheel, but not in one go. I'll do 12 hours, then sleep, and then do another 12 hours. But I will try a different endurance on the wheel. I was really looking forward to doing this race on the wheel. But we were over 10 seconds a lap slower using a whole tank of fuel in a run, and the car was like undrive. It wouldn't go over 100 miles an hour unless I like pumped the brakes in the right way. So it's unfortunate, but There's nothing I can do about it right now. The only other thing I could have done was test it last night, which I didn't end up doing. My fault. I said I was going to get everything ready last night and then kind of just waited too long. And I got everything out of storage. I moved a bunch of shit around in my basement to get everything out from where it needed to be, but I didn't plug anything in last night. That's on me. But all it would have done was just mean I would just never have tried to use the wheel today. Could be fun with the wheel. I'm sure if I can fix it, PK, we're going to use it again. Either another endurance race, because there's like every endurance race from this point on is long. There's the one Infineon like Sonoma race that's what 2.5 hours, and then everything else is 4 hours plus that we have left. So this is Scuba 9 hour would be fun. Doing Le Mans, either one of the Le Mans would be fun. Second term. I'm so happy you're not talking to me. Yeah, we're not getting into that, Louis. I know we're here for another 23 hours. I really don't want to talk about that. The TLDR is you made a lot of false promises to a lot of uneducated people who think their main problem is what bathrooms people use, not, you know, not having reliable health care and et cetera, et cetera. I'm Canadian, so this technically doesn't apply to me either, but our Marky Mark's not doing great right now either, to be honest. Booty Balls Pizza. What? I did say earlier I love Hawaiian pizza, so take that for what you will. Yeah, you're right. It's just not the time and place. It's not something I could say quickly. I understand you're just trying to educate yourself, but not today, not here. It worked, Mike, but Logitech potentiometer. TLDR. There's a pin comment at the top of the chat. Not it. Yeah, it could be fixed, but I'd have to pull them apart. You know what I mean? And I'm not. I should have tested it yesterday, but even if I tested it yesterday, I wouldn't have been able. I wasn't pulling them apart. So when I go visit Cisco, I'm gonna try to get them fixed. He's got like an iFixit kit and then just another set of eyes. Unpleasant thing, more fun. Whoop. Joker? Wow, Joker lap. Unpleasant thing, more fun with friends. But yeah, Mike, you see my best times at 6:53. The brakes were stuck on basically the whole way around. I could only do 7:12s, 7:11s. And it would use the entire tank of fuel every run. So I went, you know what? Maybe I just unplug it now. New Zealand vodka. Interesting. Yeah, we do have to pit way more often than everybody else, but I might try just taking fronts and see what happens. Oh. Gamer? Oh, okay, that's fair. What's up, Mia? How many laps a stint? About 4. Tire wear? Yeah, heavy car and it's all-wheel drive. You can't move the power split around in this because of a Tesla, I guess. And there's no upgrade that you can use to enable it, so we have what we have. So the front's melting every 4 laps, basically. If the tire wear was more even, we can probably go double the length on tires. You know what, though? Just for shits and giggles. V16? Probably, just for shits. I don't think like a serious like production vehicle, no, but I'll refuel a little bit. Like if some billionaire makes a one-off, you know what I mean? Like the Devil 16 or something, like yeah, sure. But I don't think like, I think if anything, you know, obviously engine technology is getting smaller and trying to get more power out of less cylinders and emissions and stuff like that. So going for a bigger engine with more cylinders and more displacement is kind of not where engine tech is right now. No more common. 3-cylinder. People love that 3-cylinder Toyota. Yeah, car. I forget what car thing I was watching. I don't remember if it was Top Dead Center or what. But if you just want to go fast now, like electric, unfortunately, whether you like it or love it or hate it, if all you care about is like raw numbers and straight line speed, the stuff you could do with electric engines is just boggles the mind. Like we have cars now on Earth that have like a radio, parking sensors, an iPad on the dash, and 3,000 horsepower. This is attempt 2, Kami. I unplugged the wheel. I don't know if you missed that. Like sheer horsepower numbers, it's the sky feels like it's the limit now. And with electric engine technology getting better, as in like they can make more power out of a smaller package and requiring less batteries, it's only going to get faster. So it's about, I think more companies are focusing on having a fun driving experience rather than just outright speed like we used to see. You know what I mean? Like when the first Veyron came out, like it was all about who had the fastest car in the world, but I just don't think that's an important metric anymore. It's still impressive, and like I hope companies still chase that number, but because it's fun, right? It's fun for us, but it's just not as at the forefront of like the automotive journalism zeitgeist anymore. Like I can tell you right now, if a car set a new like production top speed record, like every single car magazine in the world would be all over it. Now, not so much, I don't think, because it's probably happening all the time, or at least in horsepower numbers. And I still think it's crazy we had a car powered off dead dinosaurs that, you know, you could go to a drive-through in, and it had 300 miles an hour. I'm happy we got to see that in our lifetime. When you had cars in the 80s that were barely touching 200, you know what I mean? To see it in before, like, electric tech took over. Can you not have a manual hybrid? Is that not possible? I'd honestly drive a brand new manual Toyota Prius. You find to be the coolest? I don't know. There was the whole 959 F40 thing. Only half hybrids? I don't think there's such a thing as a half hybrid. A hybrid implies there's already more than one thing. I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about right now. I'm not saying you're wrong. I just have no fucking clue what you mean by that. Hybrids are just gender. Theoretically, it's possible. Oh no! Again, I think Roberta is strapping a jet engine to a fucking bathtub. Like, we've peaked. If anything, I feel like that's going to be harder because people don't want to die now. Car choices with manual transmissions. Everything's getting slowly phased out, which is sad. I remember Mr. Regular from Regular Car Reviews was like, hey, if you just want like a reasonable car that's somewhat fun to drive, but like it's still a good daily and like new and parts are cheap, 6-speed Toyota Corolla, and not like the GR or anything. And they don't make it in a 6-speed anymore. Honda Civic. Those are still like performance cars, though. I think that was his point. Those are still going to cost a lot more than a base model 6-speed Corolla. I think that's what he was getting at. It's like, if you just want a car and not have it to be the most boring thing in the world, 6-speed Corolla. Yeah, I'll never not have a manual again if I have anything to say about it. The amount of times I've wanted to cut my leg off in traffic, but like I love having a 6-speed. Especially downtown, it's awful. Trying to go through the market district and you're bumper to bumper traffic and you're only moving like a foot. But every time I take my foot off the clutch to put the car into neutral is exactly when we start rolling again. So like yeah, not ideal in traffic. But it just makes driving around a lot more engaging. I mean, I get it. Like, don't get me wrong, hashtag save the manuals, but the reasons the manuals are going away, unfortunately, kind of all make sense, guys. If you were, oh, I want a manual because my crappy, like, auto tragic doesn't shift fast enough. Modern technology, like, that's kind of not a thing anymore. If it was for it being cheap, you know, like, oh, I'll get the manual version because it's cheaper than the automatic. That's not really a thing anymore. If it is cheaper, it's not by much, right? It's more convenient. You know what I mean? Like, or you have like the paddles, because paddle shifting is like it's not 2020 to 2011 anymore. Like paddle shifting, or like the Tiptronic thing that Audi has, where it's like a sequential almost. Like that all still functions, right? And then when you're in traffic, you have automatic. So it's giving the driver a choice. There's still, so interesting developments on the new Challengers and Chargers is I think they still come with V6s, hold. And there's a drifter based out of New Mexico named Corey Hosford who just built one single turbo 800 horsepower. And he's like, if this thing lives, it will be the new 2JZ. We won't know for another 5 years whether he's right, probably. Just because they can make power and they don't weigh a whole bunch is not really, does not a 2JZ make, I don't think. It has to do all of that and not explode. And I don't know a whole lot about Mopower, but exploding is a thing they like to do. Ultimate anti-theft? Oh, you're not wrong. Someone broke into my car like a year ago, and then I'm sure just looked down and saw the 6-speed and went, yeah, never mind, and then walked away. Dorset, listen. Can you steal a manual car without the key? Absolutely. You can bump start it. Modern car thieves are showing up with, like, clone keys and shit. Like, they're not prepared for that. Also, you got to think about reselling these cars, and an automatic is going to go for a lot more. Whether that's a parts vehicle or whatever. Like, the reason they're stealing it. Vulon, maybe it's just my copium, bro, but at least, like, something good will come out of that platform. Maybe. I don't think there's anything wrong with a platform that's sold in high numbers having a relatively cheap engine that you could just put a spinny boy on and make big power numbers. Especially with LS's kind of getting, you know, a little bit more scarce. Getting motorcycles? You're not wrong at all. All my, like, friends at home that are, like, car guys, like, covered in oil, work on their own stuff, like, super into the mechanics, all started with motorcycles. Because if you're somewhat competent, you can basically take apart an entire, like, maybe not a brand new motorcycle, but, like, something in the 90s and early 2000s. You can take the whole thing apart and rebuild the whole thing. And you don't need, like, a huge garage. You don't need a lift, right? I have more than once thought about getting a motorcycle just to learn the basics of, like, mechanicism. But then I remember that you are the crumple zone, and I think twice. Yeah, I know I would die on a bike. I know 100% I would. Maybe it's not me that would do something stupid, but I know. I know how that ends. But, like, I don't know. Bikes for me, I just don't have, like... you know how people love, like, trains? Or, like, planes? Or cars? And they get the little, like... right? I just don't get that with bikes at all. They are just a machine to me. I don't see a motorcycle as more than what it is. I get the point, you know what I mean? I've ridden dirt bikes and stuff. Like, I get why people like it. It just doesn't pull me. You know what I mean? I don't feel any attachment to it. Motorcycle snap my spine. I was gonna say, I've done so much dumb shit on a pedal bike. People told me I wasn't allowed to ride an electric scooter because I was gonna hurt myself. Like, yeah, all it would take is one day of me feeling brave and I would turn into tomato paste, I'm sure. Oh yeah, Caro, if you're buying a bike as an enthusiast, you're not buying anything new. You're getting a $1,000 jalopy from 2006 that you're going to hit with a hammer over a summer and get it to run in October. How do I know this? I've watched all of my friends go through this process. My buddy he bought, like, I don't know what it was, but it was like an mid-80s Honda. He now owns 4 mid-80s Hondas. On e-bikes, huge. Again, like, as a tool, you can... How much is, like, a good e-bike? It's still cheaper than a car, right? Like, I'm sure, like good e-bikes, you could still spend over 10 grand or something ridiculous. But I've got a friend of mine. I mean, you guys know Alice. That's how she gets to work every day, is an e-bike. She doesn't need a car. Like, she wants one, don't get me wrong, if she's listening. But I watched her get on her fucking e-bike, and it turns like a 20-minute walk to go to her old job into like 5 minutes. It's still a bicycle too, so like it's, you know, e-bike, like it's still a bicycle, but it has an electric engine. So it's, you don't have to get a plate for it or anything. A bicycle? I'll ask her. I'll report back. Pedal assist? Yeah, like you still have to pedal, but you're going like twice the speed with half the effort. 900. Yeah, like so like let's be reasonable and say like $2,500 US on like a decent e-bike. If you live in like a city or somewhere you don't need to drive long distance on a regular basis, why would you not? I think there's something in maturity and going like there's nothing really wrong with electric propulsion, but maybe like you can't just hate the technology blindly anymore. I think we had this conversation like 2 weeks ago, but just saying, oh, electric cars suck is like you're either 60 or 6. Like it's such a nuanced thing now. Yeah, T-Bone, so you basically get what is almost a motorcycle that you don't need a special license for, you don't need license plates for, and it doubles or triples what you'd actually do on a bike. You know, if it was an hour bike ride, like pedal bike, if that makes sense. Like if it was an hour pedal bike ride, you're like, ah, fuck. But if it's 20 minutes on the e-bike, that's in your range now. Also, like, pedaling with a backpack full of groceries, you know what I mean? That's just not a problem anymore, not as much of a problem. Yeah, in like the 2000s when Jeremy Clarkson was like electric bad, like sure, but in 2026, you can go, it's not for me, but I don't think you can blindly hate electric anymore. Look at the things Formula E's doing. Granted, we have yet to see them in action, but look at the things Formula E's doing. It makes the most sense as a city runabout now. The ranges are getting more realistic for road trips. Charging's getting faster. Horsepower numbers are going up. It's not an enthusiast option. I understand. But it's not like the technology isn't useful as an appliance, as a tool. If you have a family of 5 and you just want a fucking SUV to haul your devil spawn around and maybe a bike, like, you have options that are electric. Now they can charge it. Now they have like 800 horsepower or something fucked. It's like quali trim, but still. They're going properly fast now. Actually, there's a bit of drama this weekend because it's the London E-Prix, and they're never going there again. Like, this will be the last year they do the London E-Prix where it's like half in the convention center and half out, which makes sense. The cars are going to simply be too fast. Cargo bikes. I think you can get little trailers too. Like if you live in the city and you don't travel, like you don't need a car. Well, it depends on what city you live in, I guess. Some cities are more like pedestrian friendly than others, but fuck with an iconic 5. See, my problem with modern electric cars is none of them look like cars. It's like somebody at the design team was like, no, they're all electric. They gotta look funky. No, they don't. You don't need stupid fucking wheels and like this weird taillight design. No. Just make a Hyundai Elantra electric. That's all you need to fucking do. But no, a fucking Claire from Prosper, Texas wants it to have fucking flat wheels. Ah! Synth, if you lived in the metro area, I can understand still wanting a car for like work. Big grocery trips. Like, I've already thought about getting an e-bike just to save myself having to drive my car to the grocery store. Granted, the grocery store is not far from me. It's like a 3-minute walk, but I don't want to walk back with like a month's worth of groceries. So I'll take my car. But if I had an e-bike, especially one with a little doohickey on the back, I could probably bike downtown if I wanted to. There's got to be a way. There's bike lanes. Like, I wouldn't get rid of my car. I'm not a maniac, but... No, it's... Yeah, I think the London track's going to be too slow. Yeah, I think people are bummed that it's... Like, Reska is my man on the ground on this one, and he's bummed it's going away. Yeah, what the fuck is a 800 horsepower single-seater gonna do on that London track? It's gonna be like putting a shifter cart in an indoor karting track. Like, it's just gonna go whip, whip, it's pointless. It's really funny, too, is the mayor... I just saw a video the mayor of Markham took at the beginning of the week. And he was like, yep, the track's been ready for months. We're ready to go. We just need IndyCar to come in and do what they got to do. But as a city, we're ready to go. Everything's ready. Turns out, that may not be entirely what happened. Why'd I stay out? I don't know. Fronts are still good. The backs are crazy, but fronts are fine. I was looking at the left front as my gauge to pit or not. I double stinted the rears to see if it was worth it. It's not terrifying, but we'll try it super hards and see what happens this time. I'm trying to just get more even tire wear. If worst case scenario, who cares? Like, again, we have the fastest car here. We're gonna win. The thing is now, too, with the IndyCar situation, I think there's been so much negative discourse this week already that everyone's going into it thinking it's shit. And it might be shit, but, like, nobody's open-minded about it anymore. I've also seen so much misinformation online about, like, why Toronto said no from Americans. It's like that, and all of it's been either misinformation or just flat out something, they just made it up. Americans? No. It's not from people from Alberta, Pumpkin. No. No. There's people like, oh, Toronto didn't want the race anymore. Or like, oh, they're tearing down the roads to like build condos. No. There's fucking construction that they've been doing in Toronto for years that needs to be done like on those streets that they can't do if there's a fucking race every summer, which is the only time that you can actually do construction in this country because we have 8 months of winter. Yeah, go for it, T-Bone. I don't care. F1. I watch the F1 highlights, and I'll watch like the Asian races because those are like more in my when I'm awake. I love watching Formula 1 and keeping up with Formula 1 the way I've been doing. Just watch the highlights and don't get too invested. The World Cup qualifiers. Again, Weasel, I'm sure that might have something to do with it, but look how much time they had in between that and now. There was time. If they really wanted to, there was definitely, unless Canada made the fucking final and they were playing it at BMO Field, there was tons of time for them to like get rid of the temporary grandstands and stuff at BMO Field and be able to run it there. I think that they looked at that and went, okay, we could take at least like a year or two off and get some really needed construction done and like road repair and stuff. Because when they block those roads off for the Toronto race, a lot of other roads around it are currently closed for construction. So traffic is already fucked and it gets like turbo giga fucked. So I think they'll go back to Exhibition Place. I don't know what the people know that I don't know, but from what I've been told of why they're not going back there by, you know, local news outlets, not a Redditor who claims to live there. Markham has a 5-year deal. Yeah, they'll probably go back to X after that. I'm going off conjecture. I don't know anything that you guys don't know, of course, but I can't imagine they don't go back to that track with so much history, how central it is. It's right off of a train line, too, so everybody in the greater Toronto area has access to it. Granted, Markham does as well. Like, don't get it twisted. They're making it sound like Markham is, like, in another area code. It might technically be, but it's not. It's still accessible by the same transit line as the old track is. So even if you lived in, like, Whitby or Ajax, like, right on the outside of the greater Toronto area, you could still get to the Markham track. It's just going to take a little longer because it's in the north. Not, oh my god, like, not in the middle. It's right there. I'm sure F1 has words. Yeah, Markham is just like a suburb of Toronto. I don't think CTMP, I think if they went to CTMP too, like, there's not enough runoff. I think someone would actually just die. We double stinted the rears just to see what would happen, yeah. This is a real 24-hour race, yes. Pumpkin, if you're playing this game like how they want you to, you could driver swap to the CPU, and then when you're in that mode, you can go ×3 multiplier. So the race goes by 3 times faster. I will not be doing that. Yeah, Reddit's always been bad. It just got way worse. I think it was just like pre-COVID Twitter, where like if you went to the right subreddits and minded your own business, it was probably okay, but because pre-COVID Twitter was not as bad as people said it was. If you just like didn't go into the Discover tab and only talk to people that you follow back, and like if someone that you don't know jumps in your reply section with something to say, you just block them without, you know, wasting air. It wasn't that bad. And then it got worse. It got much worse. Yeah, I don't want to say there wasn't problems, Weasel, but I think it was overhated. Again, if I just stayed in my own little bubble and everything people told me about Twitter, like them hating about Twitter, I was like, yeah, I don't have that problem. Okay, so let's try hards on the back, super hards on the front, and we need gas. No, it got so much worse since, like, the bot replies got a whole lot worse. The bots, like, cosplaying as regular people made it even worse. Like, it got so much worse. True. You're true. That's right. Look at the YouTube comment section. Oh, no. YouTube comments have been cooked for 10 years. Most people never left YouTube comments. You know, like, if you enjoy a video, you go, oh, that was a good video, and then you move on with your day. If you really liked it, maybe you hit the like button. And if you really, really liked it, maybe you leave a comment. But, like, most people, it's like leaving reviews. You can't really trust reviews on stuff sometimes. Because why would you review this thing? You know how, like, some fast food places have, like, 3 stars on Google? It's because if you go to a Burger King, you're not going to leave it a fucking Google review, are you? You know what I mean? Does that make sense? It really, Pumpkin, it depends on the community. I follow, like, a camping YouTuber, and his comment sections are, like... Camping with Steve YouTube comment sections are an outlier. The Burger King by my house is a 3.1 star restaurant. It's a Burger King. It's not 3.1 stars. But... my analogy, you understand the point I'm trying to make, right? Where most people who leave YouTube comments are leaving comments because they don't have anything nice to say. That's why I stopped making YouTube videos. The people who actually loved my videos and supported me, like, they're not leaving comments every video going, hey man, appreciate, you know what I mean? And I don't want you to, because it's not going to feel genuine if you're leaving like a glazing YouTube comment every time I put out a YouTube video, right? So the only comments I'd get are either just random nonsense from non-followers or something negative. And having that feedback loop makes it a lot more fun to create. So, like, when I try to do something that was a bit abnormal and getting, like, no response to it, I was like, yeah, no, this isn't fun anymore. People were still, like, I have a drift video from 15 years ago where I was using a standard definition capture card. People were still leaving comments like, the video quality is terrible. I'm like, yeah, dude, I have 10 years of better quality videos than this. You didn't have to watch this one. Or I'd have people go, yeah, what's your Forza Motorsport 2 lap time leaderboards? Because I'm leaving stuff on the leaderboards right now. I'm like, brother, I don't know. That game went offline fucking 5 years ago. It didn't. It's peer-to-peer. You can still play it. But, like, I don't know. Yeah, that's a good thing to do, Synth, as a creator. I love that. Not everybody does that. That's very out of the ordinary. Yeah, I'm not saying that's, like, not a thing on the internet at all, but YouTube comments specifically, I feel like 90% of people who watch your video and like it are not interacting with it past the view. Maybe a like, maybe. I don't leave likes a lot. Oh, Murrah, that happened. This is the thing I'm quoting. That's not something I made up in my head. In the middle of my Forza 2 playthrough, somebody left a comment on one of the videos saying, hey, what are your best lap times on this, and this track? Because I'm like top 10 or whatever on the leaderboards. And I still, like, race for the leaderboards to this day. I was like, that's cool. I don't fucking know, man. This game hasn't been competitive in 10 years. You are shadowboxing. I don't know. Leave me alone. Yeah, Vent, and I'm not, like shaking my finger at people. It's just, I do the same thing. Motovlog storytelling. I mean, there is a... You make videos for the people you want to make videos for, right? Like, if you're chasing a number... Like, I started making YouTube videos in 2010, and I quit in 2022. So I did 12 years of making... I took sabbaticals, right? But I think 2022, whatever my last YouTube upload was on the Mr. HD account, I was like, yeah, I think I'm done. I think I'm done really giving a shit about this. Anytime I tried something different that wasn't like a drift build, it just wasn't getting numbers. And it was really disheartening to like try to do something new and like engage and excite your audience, and they just don't care. They want to see the same thing over and over and over again. I'm still very, very thankful for that audience. There's a lot of people who are in that audience that are still here, and I would not have had the jump start on Twitch that I did if I didn't have an audience. I'm still grateful for that, but creatively it was very, very... I was very burnt out, and we were like just getting started. I'm good, Aaron. I'm ready. I honestly would delete that channel if it wasn't for everybody else telling me not to. I want to never think about Mr. HD ever again. Again, I'm like grateful, but I feel like I'm a totally different person now. Yeah, and I mean, like, I wouldn't care if, you know, the algorithm didn't show my people my videos. Like, there's some streams I do that don't do very well in terms of viewership, but as long as the people who are here are enjoying them, like, I'm happy about that. Like, if I play a not racing game, like, I'm going to play Fallout on stream eventually. The day will come. I don't know when that day is, but the day will come. I want to play Fallout 3, specifically. I know the numbers will go down, but the 2 or 3 people who are active in chat, or like a couple people that are active in chat, I hope if they're enjoying themselves, then I'm succeeding. You know what I mean? Like, I'm doing my job. On a YouTube video, it's a lot harder to see like your viewership get cut in half, and the only comments have like are like, "Hey, this is cool and all, but where's that other video that takes you 10 minutes to make and is slop?" As live streaming, it almost encourages you to experiment and try different stuff. There will be Fallout sickos will on, but like, you know what I mean. There will absolutely be Fallout sickos, I know it, but oh. T-Bone, I won't talk about them. I mean, they could say their name. They could pipe up if they want to. But I had I don't know if we're friends. We're definitely colleagues. Like, we talk back and forth. We'll say a colleague who is debating, like, oh, maybe I should separate my racing game stuff from my sim racing stuff, and then maybe separate my sim racing stuff from, like, general gaming stuff. Because people who show up to watch sim racing are going to see me play, like, Call of Duty and go, what the fuck? I was like, yeah, I get where you're coming from for that, but if you just continue to do whatever, but have a hook, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, maybe I'll boot up, like, Kingdom Hearts or, I don't know, Final Fantasy or fucking Balatro, I don't know. But this will still be a predominantly, like, car culture, racing game, automotive place. Then people still have the hook, and people are watching you for you at that point. It is going to hurt your growth short term, but long term, you'll have a much more loyal viewer base. I'd rather 15 or 20 people show up for everything than have 50 viewers when I'm doing sim racing and then 10 when I'm doing anything else. Because it was like that when I was a Forza person. If I wasn't playing Forza, the streams weren't getting numbers. So then I felt forced to play Forza, and I wasn't enjoying it anymore, but yet I was still playing it. That game was a fucking nightmare to do anything online with, regardless which Forza you're playing. Horizon or Motorsport, doesn't matter. They both are terrible online experiences. As in, like, coordinating things and, like, inviting people to lobbies and whatever. Yeah, it was a short-term negative tank, especially because a lot of people did just watch me for Forza, and then when I told them I was never doing Forza again, it was like, oh, he's just joking. And then after a year, they're like, oh, he's not joking. Right? But now I feel like I can stream basically anything I want to stream as long as I go back to racing and or sim racing at some point. And you guys will be cool with it. Again, I don't want people to watch stuff they're not interested in. You know what I mean? I'm not like sitting here going, oh no, support me whatever I do, but like I feel like you're like, oh, I'm not really into RPGs, but Aero's cool, so I'll watch this today. And he's only doing it today. It's like 1 day a week. So I don't know. And I also realized too, like what works for me might not work for thee. Like that's what's keeping me sane. Is like if I have friends, like I don't know, Chloe, plug your ears. Watching Daniel Gray's arc on iRacing has, like, I thought about being a full-time sim racing person. I don't think I could ever do it. Like, jumping on iRacing every day, or it doesn't have to be iRacing, whatever your competitive online sim racing game of choice is. But I don't like who he was, Chloe. Like, some of it, granted, I'm not gonna, you know, this isn't a Glaze Daniel stream, but when you're doing it 8 hours a day, every day, and the amount of shit that guy got, and some of it warranted, some of it totally, you know, but a lot of it was like, oh, he's in our stream, so, or he's in our race, so we'll just make fun of him and like shit on him. But even if he didn't have that, like just doing competitive sim racing 8 hours a day, every day, or 5 days a week, for the last like year, anytime I like, oh, Daniel's streaming, I'll go see what he's up to. He's not having fun, you can tell. You'll get wrecked out of a race and then just have to sit there and go, because why even get angry? It's the same shit all the time. And this isn't like pro or anti sim racing. I'm just using Daniel as an anecdote. Because I felt the same thing with playing Forza, and like I was like, I'm not enjoying this franchise anymore. I'm playing it 4 days a week, 6 hours a day, but I can't play anything else. Because people don't want to watch anything else. So you take something you already are burnt out and don't really want to participate in, and it just makes you hate it. And like, I know he's disappeared and like does dart streams every once in a while, but like the vibes in his dart streams are so much better than any sim racing thing I ever watched of his. I'd rather watch him play darts 5 days a week than ever get behind a wheel of a sim again. Again, not my, just my anecdote. You could take this and apply this to so many other people. And I know there's probably some sim racing streamers that you have in mind that are like, yeah, they need a break. Yeah, since I don't quite understand it sometimes. I try not to think about the streamathon because it's hard to think about because I don't get it. I tried to explain it to my mom, and I couldn't do it. My thumb doesn't hurt yet, T-Bone. Like throwing darts. Oh, yeah, no, there's an app where you use a physical dartboard, Aaron, and it like calibrates to the camera of your phone, and you play darts against actual humans, but it's a physical, real dartboard. And the mics are on, so you can talk shit, like... It's like chess.com, but with darts. Does that make sense? It's super cool. Interactive thing to watch, but also a place to hang out with each other and chat. I like that this place is basically just a chat room with extra steps. I love that a lot. It's why whenever I do stuff where I can't look at chat very often, I kind of don't like. I don't like doing the collab streams all the time on Thursdays. It only being Thursday is nice, but it's like the least interactive I could be with chat. Even if we're playing a game like Mecha or Super Battle Golf where I can mute, I'm talking to 3 other people in Discord. I'm not really paying attention to the other 15 things that are going on. Yeah, if it's a chat room where I think everybody here has like a couple of common interests. Like I'm not gonna be an Animal Crossing streamer all of a sudden. You know what I mean? I still love cars. I love motorsports. I love retro gaming, and I think this channel will always be kind of a celebration of one of those 3 things. But again, I learned very early on, like, I was going to say, I don't want to get into it. We've got 22 hours. Knowing, and and it wasn't me, it wasn't like imposter syndrome, right? Like, it wasn't bad brain. Like, it was, this is a known fact. I want to say about 80% of my YouTube audience that I really worked hard on cultivating. Like, there was a lot of years where I had to bust my ass to make YouTube videos. I know what I'm saying by saying that, but like I worked a full-time job. I was in university, so I'd make YouTube videos every night from midnight when I got home from work till about 6 in the morning. And then I'd get up at 9 to go to school. Like I was really working my ass off there for a year or 2. To know that these people don't care about you, they just want the setups for the cars and the video games. And the part where you interject as a personality is the worst part of the video to them, to where they're leaving timestamps to skip past it, broke my heart. Absolutely shattered me to a million pieces. I thought I'd quit and never do anything on the internet ever again. Aaron, and it's very hard to blame people, right? Because you watch the videos for what you watch the videos for. Like, I'm not mad, right? In retrospect, I'm privileged that, like, they trusted my information more than everybody else's information. But knowing that I was the least important part of this YouTube channel, that I could hand the keys to somebody else and they could just not speak and people would not care or know it was a different person running the channel. And every piece of, like,
if you're a fucking fair dinkum fucking full-grown Aussie, this is what
every piece of, like, personality I tried to interject with was just a waste of time, was, like, not cool. I've heard of Superfast Matt, and wait, no, I just watched a video of his. I just watched one. I don't remember what it was, though. It wasn't about bikes. It was, like, something off topic. I just, like, randomly had a video of his show up on my recommended. And he was talking about, like, bicycling. So, nope. Nope. I don't remember what it was, though. It had nothing to do with bikes, like motorcycles. Oh, it was him driving the greatest, the fucking Stelvio Pass. And, like, driving, like, it did have things to do with motorcycles, it turns out. But it was him riding the, like, Italian Lake District and then reviewing the Stelvio Pass. Yeah, on a like, okay out of 10 bike. Synth, I know that this guy is going to say something problematic and ruin my enjoyment of his content, but he hasn't yet. I still really like Junkyard Digs for, like, getting stuck in it with a YouTube video. fucking hour-and-a-half long video, and 40 minutes is how to rebuild a carburetor. And then the last 40 minutes is them driving it 1,000 miles because it would be funny if they drove it 1,000 miles. I know that man's got opinions. I know it. But if I do not hear them, Vicegrip. He's part of the Vicegrip's part of the same like ecosystem. Yeah, yeah. Which I mean, like, isn't like a admission. You know what I mean? Admission of anything. Because I know a lot of people who are into guns that are very. I know a lot of people who take supplemental hormones that love guns. Right? That's not necessarily, you know what I mean? But I've heard comments he's made in videos, and I think it's like Pepperbox is the, like, Patreon that he uses, where he posts supplemental content, and there's some, like, comments that he's made, like, oh, you'll see that one on Pepperboxed, or, like, something gets censored. I'm like, I fucking, oh. Like, I know what this is, but... So I'm prepared. If something ever comes out, I won't be blindsided. I'm prepared. But for now, I'm gonna choose to plug my ears and pretend it's not real. Yeah, the only gun person I ever watched was FPS Russia, or FPS Kyle. Like a million years ago. I'm not a gun person. I get it. I understand. I'm not like that kind of foreigner. I understand why people like treat it like a hobby and collect them and whatever. I went to a range. I get it. It's not for me. I don't think there was a point when I was at the range that I could forget about what I was holding in my hands and how uncomfortable it made me. If you don't live in the United States and don't understand why you can't, like, how people enjoy guns as a hobby, because I didn't, go to a range. Go to a shooting range. It might not change your mind, but it'll at least make it make sense. We shut the conversation down earlier. I don't want to get into, like, the politics of it, but... Like, I didn't understand how people could, like, collect guns for fun. I didn't understand why people needed, like, 6 different, you know what I mean? Like, just to go to the range and shoot pop cans. Like, I didn't get that. I get it now. I have confidence going to a range, figure out thing I'd be uncomfortable with. I like got comfortable shooting. Like, they gave me a 22 rifle that was made in like the 1900s, like 1905 or something ridiculous. They call it Gramps. So there's no recoil. It shoots like a laser, basically. So I just kept trying to shoot my target in the penis. I still have I kept it. I still have it somewhere. And then, like, I shot handguns. I shot an AK-47. Oh, goodbye, Louis. So, like, I've come around on that. But I don't, you know, I just not. It's not something that grabs me. Like, even, like, I finish shooting the AK or whatever, take 2 steps back, and look at the gun and go, oh, this is a murder weapon. Like, you can I could kill everybody in this room if I wanted to in Minecraft. Like, I just can't remove myself from that. I cannot remove myself from that. Like, I'll have to ask, but I remember the guys that took me to the range, and I wonder if, because they're like, we could stay here as long as you want. We bought lots of ammo. And I think when I put the gun down, I was like, yeah, I'm good. Like, I wonder if it was sooner than they thought it was going to be. I'm just like, I don't know. I'm happy I gave it a chance, but like, again, I understand it as a hobby now. If you tell me you own an arsenal for self-defense, I still think that you're a crazy person. But like, the people I was staying with, if he was here, I'd say who he is. Like, they've got like 3 different rifles, like some sort of submachine gun thing. It's probably not a submachine gun. I don't know guns. I don't know what's legal and not legal. Like, a couple different handguns. Like, I think there was probably like 6 to 8 weapons. Right? Him just going, I don't know. I like going to the range. It's fun. Like, I get it. I understand. Not for me. Doesn't interest me at all. But I understand. Are we due a stop? I've been paying attention. So the hards are actually, like, still not there yet. It's so funny. What's up, Apex? Or Gus, rather. GT4, that's cool. I hope you're ready to watch it for another 21.5 hours. Chatter. I saw Apex Gus last night. I think he was in Brennan's stream. What's up, LC? Only 10 of those have happened today? No. Incorrect. Oh. Wait, yeah, no, because it'll be midnight, and then I get it. There's a corner there. Yeah, we got a pit. I somewhat regret taking this car just because of how fast it kills front tires. Part of me wishes we took something that was rear-wheel drive and not bad. No, I'm not sleeping for this one. Just Le Mans, not Nürburgring. This one I'm treating like it's a full race. I will not be sleeping until the race is over. Unless, like, it's like noon tomorrow and I'm barely awake. But I have energy drinks, I have coffee, I've got food and snacks for the night. I'm prepared. Yeah, I've soloed Daytona in a sim. This ain't shit. And I'm on a controller. The wheel did not work, unfortunately. There's a note pinned at the top of the screen about that. Stupid question. Well, I'll be the judge of that one, Chief. Yeah, it would be nice not have to pit every 4 laps, but whatever. You already answered it? Sweet. Yeah, for the Le Mans races, I was going to do them in two chunks of 12 hours. But for Nürburgring, I always wanted to do this as a full 24-hour race. Yeah, I was hoping we could change the power distribution, Alex, but because it's in a Tesla system, I don't think it lets you do that. But it's hard to get into a rhythm when you have to pit every 4 laps. Played a GT7. I played it when it was new. I don't play it anymore. I want to go back and finish my playthrough of it. I 100%'d it like when it came out. But they've added, I think the last time I played it was when they added Road Atlanta. So there's been a lot of new stuff since I played it last time. And my wheel would work for that. This wheel would work for that. So I do want to go back to it, but... Oop, oop. Yeah, PS5 only, though, Cantilever. I'm a broke bitch. I don't have a PS5 yet. I'd want to at least 100% the PS4 version. I mostly just did the single-player stuff. I did a little online because it was fun to just jump in and, like, screw around. Like, I think I have videos of me doing rally cars at, like, one of the small Kyoto layouts. I forget what track it was. This one, Alex. This car was a Nürburgring 24 car. That's kind of why I'm using it. It's got the Zurich number box. That's how... Where's Zurich? Yeah. I think it's Zurich. ZU something. ICH. Welcome back, Nix. Pressure sensitive. Yeah, that's what's like not the end of the world that I can't use my wheel. My thumb is gonna really hurt as I hold my controller in a stupid way. I don't like using the up and down on control stick for throttle. I hate it. It really, really bothers me. It takes too long to go from full throttle to full brake. But the way I hold the PS2 controller, it's like my thumb is like half on the X button, so it like presses into the chassis of the controller, and it starts to hurt after a while. So I was kind of hoping I could use my wheel, but it's fine. I will do my best to try and fix it for another endurance later on. Like PK, I think PK said it too earlier. There's like other extreme events too that would be fun to do on the wheel, like the Formula Championship and whatever. But it was either cancel the 24 today, do something else, and then do this race next weekend right before I have to go on a long road trip. Like I'd be doing this race Friday night, it would end Saturday night, and then I'd have to leave Sunday morning on my road trip. That sounds like a fucking bad idea. That sounds like a horrible idea. I'm a 30-year-old man. If I could stay up for 24 hours, but it takes me like 2 days to get back into my rhythm. So no, I'm good. Today was basically the last day. Mama did not raise no fool. I became a bitch by choice. Yeah, Aaron, when I go visit Cisco, I'm gonna take my pedals with me, and he's either I'm sure they have like another set of pedals in the office they're not using anymore that I could just steal. But I would like to try to take these ones apart and fix them. Like G27s are still pretty valuable. And the actual wheel part works totally fine. Yeah, T3 PAs, yeah. I wasn't using my Thrustmaster wheel, Danny. I was using my G27. Thrustmaster doesn't work on a PS2. Or this doesn't. The TX doesn't work on a PS2. It was my Logitech pedals that spent 6 years in a box in my basement. And the potentiometer was already dying when I put them in there. So I think it's a wombo combo of like 3 different things. Like, I was cleaning dust out of them when I brought it out of the box. I got a whole bunch of dust out of the throttle pedal, but a chunk fell into the brake pedal, and I can't get it out now without taking the pedals apart. No, see, I never was. Well, I don't know. It depends on your definition of the word ambassador. But they have not emailed me in a long time, so no. I still use their products. I'm not going to like be derogatory about their products, but they have not sent me an ambassador email in like 5 years. Like if I upgrade to a new wheelbase and pedals, I'm probably going Moza or Simagic. On and off again. Have you tried turning on and off again? Let me Google. We're gonna fix the old ones. They're fixable, guys. Like 1,000,000% fixable. Maybe my specific pair aren't fixable. We're gonna fix them. I'm almost can guarantee you with what I was seeing in terms of the brake pedal pressure of it like flickering and shit, that there's some corrosion or like a big chunk of hair or dust that's stuck on top of it. That once I get the pedals apart and give it a really good deep clean, I'm almost confident, like 100% confident it'll be fixed. Even if it doesn't, it sounds like I think there's a spare set of pedals at the iRacing office they're not using anymore. Good night, Louie. I'll be here. I might be miserable, but I'll be here. Yeah, Danny, I'll fix these. I not at any point did I go like, yeah, my pedals are fucked, I can't use them anymore. It's a known problem with those pedals, and I put them away while they were like already doing it, and it's only gotten worse. So like, it'll be fine. Yeah. Again, like anybody who's owned Logitech pedals has probably had this issue at some point. Or a lot of people who have owned Logitech pedals have had this issue at some point. And 90% of the time, it's take the pedals apart and clean them. There's like a little bit of corrosion on the front part of the throttle pedal as well. So I think it's a combination of like, when I say dust, I don't mean like a little bit of dust. I mean like, it was the size, like this thick and in a chunk. And I tried to just, like, pinch it with my fingers, and it fell, and then now I can't get it out. Like, I can't even... I tried to use air to blow it up to grab it. No. So there is a really big chunk of, like, hair in the brake pedal. For sure. And they've been sitting in a basement, a moist basement, in a box for 6 years. I'm sure there's some corrosion there. I'm sure there's corrosion too. So, and it was doing that before I put them away, and I forgot until like I started using the pedals again. I remember now that it was doing that in iRacing every so often, and I just would change the dead zones of the pedals and everything. Change the dead zones of the pedals and everything was fine. Can't do that in this, unfortunately, but again, they're 100% fixable. The wheelbase is still in the best shape it's ever been in. The rubber on the wheel rim itself is not great, but I had to like really scrub the rim. The rubber was starting to like ball. Oh my god! Gentle. the rubber was like starting to ball up, which is why I grabbed my gloves just in case I needed them. But I just wiped it down really good with a rag, and it seemed like it was okay. Oh yeah, it'd be cool, Danny, if it let you do that. Because the G27 and G25 didn't exist when Gran Turismo 4 came out, it does not know what to do with a shifter or a clutch pedal. Trust me, brother, I thought of every fix that I could think of, and either it wasn't possible or not possible today. I want to say something. How dare you? Oh, it's playing the Underground 1 song I just heard. The brake. Yeah, I'm not even worried about it, man. I'm so confident that we can fix it. I just didn't feel like taking my pedals apart. I'd already committed today to be the race day, and we were already like a little bit behind on time. I wanted the race to start at 6 p.m. Good night, LC. I'll be here, dude. I wanted my race to start today at 6, and it started after 8 o'clock. So, like, part of that's my fault. I took yesterday off of stream. I was really tired, honestly. But I was like, oh, I'll get everything ready for tomorrow, today. That way, all I have to do tomorrow is wake up and get some stuff at the grocery store. I borrowed some of my roommate's milk last night, so I went and bought her another carton to, like, say sorry. Because I borrowed it without asking. And I got some water, I got some protein bars and like stuff to eat. Naughty. I used 2 cups of milk and bought her a whole carton as a apology. I thought I bought milk to make pudding, and I had no milk, 0. And I can't use Rob's because I'll die. You're right. Sorry, Frank. I've done this before, Chloe, and it's like 2 a.m., so it's not like I can go up and ask her if she's sleeping. So I just told her, like, hey, I wrote a note saying I used 2 cups of milk last night. I'll buy you a whole new carton. They did not have the brand she likes, so I was going to buy a carton and then take hers. But that is not what I did. I bought her a carton and then myself a carton, so we have 3 cartons of milk. We both drink non-dairy milk as well. Before anyone makes a comment about bags. I was saying something. Oh, right. Fun fact on the PlayStation 2. There is 2 USB ports in vertical. So there's like one on top and one on the bottom. If you plug a USB device that is supposed to be a controller into the bottom port of the USB, like the bottom USB port. Yeah, that's player 2. Didn't think that would matter. I figured USB device and it would just show up as a USB device. No. Nope. I spent probably 45 minutes troubleshooting this, and all I had to do was plug it in the other port. Yep, I had no idea, Saturn. I didn't think it would matter. Non-dairy of choice. I think, gun to my head, probably almonds, because it's the jack of all trades. It's a fat PS2, yes. It's a 37001 model. It's the second newest fat PS2. I went hunting for this model specifically. I got really lucky in finding one for a good deal. Straight from the cow. I can't have milk, but I would have fresh, right from the moo-moo's teat. Oat is solid. I feel like almond is a better jack of all trades than oat. Like, I like oat milk in tea, in coffee, in beverages. It's good in sweet stuff. Like, I used it in my chocolate pudding last night. I like it with cereal, but if you're cooking with it, no. Nope. It's like you can. It's not impossible. It just, you could taste it. And it's got like a weird texture. Like, it's not quite. Soy milk is like slightly too thick. And almond is like a little bit thin, but everything else is like fine. Like the taste is okay. You could use it for sweet or savory. So I usually have almond milk, but I like oat probably just as much. I just feel like I can use almond every day. I can't use oat every day. And I'm not having different kinds of milk on hand. That's ridiculous. Yeah, I would use soy milk to cook with, but even soy is like got this sweetness to it. You can get it unsweetened, but I used to buy a carton of sweet and carton of unsweetened milk, and every time I'd run out of the sweetened stuff in like 2 weeks, a week, and the unsweetened stuff would expire. I would never use the whole thing. So I just use whatever I have now. And if I'm using it for something savory and I'm like, oh, this might taste a little bit sweet, I just add some extra salt. Chocolate milk. You can't make food with chocolate milk. Well, you can. There's nothing stopping you. It's not illegal. You're just a maniac. You're making KD with fucking chocolate milk? I hope you're eating it in the room with all the pads on it. You have the good slim. I think that's the good slim. I think you also have the good fat, Danny. The 5000 model is the newest fat, so you can't get any like newer parts than that. In terms of like a fat console, what I read about those, which what scared me off buying a 5000 model, because I was gonna buy one on eBay, is it does have the most modern laser and disc reader, but if you put in games that are a little older and a little bit shitty, it'll wear out the entire disc drive faster. So it is like a better disc drive, and it's quieter and like all that stuff, but you run the risk of frying it sooner if you're using like older scratched up games. All of my games are older and scratched up, so that's why I opted for the 3000 model instead of the 5000. But the 5000 on paper is the best model of fat that there is. I went for the second best because of that reason. It's like I just dealt with a burnt out laser. I don't want to deal with another one. And they're difficult to replace apparently in the fats. Like there's a 50-50 chance a laser replacement will actually do anything. I thought it was the early Slims had the best PS1 backwards compatibility, but yeah, Saturn, that's kind of what my thought process was, is like all of my games are kind of scratched up. Taking a milk bath. The amount of diarrhea, Flash. Get John Book of World Records there, because I will poo like no man has pooed before. That is the world's most expensive and wasteful enema. Jesus. Yeah, if you have the 5000 model PS2, it's not worth like replacing it. It is still good hardware. It's just something to keep in mind. I was shopping. You know what I mean? Like I had to pick up the litter. So I was looking for specific models in the first place, and I wanted a fat PS2 because it's the best PS1. So instead of having to have a PS1 and a PS2, I just have the PS2. There is, like, you could get a backwards compatible PS3 before anyone mentioned. Oh my god. Before anyone could mention anything, my PS3 is only kind of backwards compatible. It's the 80 gigs, so some games work, some games kind of work, and some games don't work at all. My brother's he's struggling. So instead of having, you know, a decent PS2 experience, I was like, I'm just going to get a PS2, 'cause a lot of games I play through in the channel are PS2 games. Also that, yes, Saturn. And I don't really like PS3 controllers. They're too light. Not really. It's not going to stop me from playing a PS3, but not my favorite controller they've ever made. Prices? I have one. I have an 80 gig, but it's not the good one. The 60 gig is the one that you want. But yeah, like, with the way the Aeroteq works too, the PS3 doesn't like it very much. So having, like, the original hardware, I feel like was just a better idea. Also, I get to look at original PS2, and that makes me happy. Yeah, the DualShock wasn't bad, Vulon, but the 6-axis one felt like a piece of paper in your hands. Like, the button layout's exactly the fucking same. Like, that's not my problem. I think HDCP. I can't figure it out, Lance. I don't know if I'm doing something wrong, or, like, I'm just the most unlucky person ever. Because I have friends. I might have to get Zaya to bring his setup over and see if there's something weird. Because he's recommended HDMI switchers to me that I've tried and they don't work. I don't know if it's because I'm using an HDMI switcher and that's what's running into my capture card and there's like no HDCP handshake there. Or something. I don't know what the root problem... I want to figure it out because I want to be able to capture PS3 and HDMI. It looks like shit in component through the Aeroteq, and the Aeroteq never knows what aspect ratio to display it as properly. It's not quite made for that. It can do it, but it's not happy. Like, I have it set to 4:3, but then on the cross media bar it's 16:9, and then the game boots up, it changes resolutions like 3 times. Like, no. I'd rather just use HDMI. That sounds a lot better. But there's something along the line of my setup of one of the HDMI switchers or the specific capture card I'm using, it doesn't like it. So it's a rabbit hole. Yep. The switcher I bought says HDCP compliant. I went to look for Amazon reviews of people using it with a PS3, and I promise I saw one, but no. Nope, does not work. I even tried plugging in a switcher into the switcher I'm currently using. Nope. I tried switchers for, like, taking this switcher out of the equation the whole way. Still doesn't work. I give up. You win. Yeah, my buddy local Lance bought one for his PS3 recently on Amazon that works. And I don't mean like it said it was HDCP compliant because I just made that mistake. Like, I mean he gave me the make, the model, the post, like the ad on Amazon for it. I just haven't needed my PS3 yet, so I'm not in a rush. But I would like to figure that out, because I fucking hate it. I also use the same cables for my PS2, so it's really annoying switching them over. It doesn't seem like it's that hard. Does your monitor have pass-through audio. That's how I'm doing it. I have my headphone. This monitor has a headphone port, but no speakers. So I have the headphone port extracting the audio into my mixing board, which you could use for headphones or whatever. You don't have to have a mixer. Oh, yeah, that sucks. That fucked me up because this monitor has a headphone port, 3.5 out, but no speakers at all. I was very confused. Me and Dad were trying to play fucking Mario Party one night, and it was... What we had to do to get audio was very complicated. I had to run an HDMI cord to my big TV and then loop the audio from the capture card to that source and then play the audio out of my, like, TV I use for watching movies. So we were playing the game on this monitor, but the audio was coming out of the TV across the room. I'm sure it exists, Chloe. It has to. I think maybe it'll be a digital out, and then you'd have to digital to 3.5 it, but I'm sure it can be done. Now, is it worth all that effort for a PS3? I don't know. Whoop. Tank. Yeah. Sometimes you get reminders that the retro tank is just like one dude made this, and there's some things that like it doesn't like. It doesn't. My 5X does not like my PS3 at all. I understand like if I'm on a specific preset for a specific console, it would be weird. But booting it up when it's set to be 4x3, and it being 16:9. And then when the game boots up, it is in 4x3, but it's like left aligned for some reason. Yeah, it's not perfect. I remember we were playing F1 Championship Edition using these cables on my PS3, and I was like, I remember this fucking game looking better. And then we played MotorStorm 2, same thing. I was like, I remember this game looking better. Nope. I think it is just the difference between that and HDMI. Cleans up a lot of the fuzziness. I'll figure it out. I do want to do at least the first MotorStorm, but preferably all three. So I will have to get my PS3 to work for that. That'll be a project that I take on when the time comes. I just no immediate plans to play through a PS3 game on stream, so. I need gas this time for sure. I love how it's just a star in the name. That's so awesome. You also need Apocalypse? What do you mean? Protein energy bar, power punch. MotorStorm, yeah, what do you mean I need Apocalypse? Oh! Oh, looks like a Kit Kat with peanut butter in it. That's awesome. Tank, I have the whole franchise. I was missing Arctic Edge for the PS2, but I finally bought it like a couple months ago. No, I took a picture with all four of them. I have all four. I played the demo for RC. It was kind of fun. It was what it was. You know? It wasn't MotorStorm, but it was fun for what it was. Yeah, I see. Yeah. It's one of those things, Lance, that you probably didn't think about until you set up your new monitor, and then we're like, ah, fuck. Yeah. When I went from one PC to two for streaming, that was basically a whole, like, 3 weeks. What's up, T-Reds? Up top. Every day was a new, oh, yeah, I guess I need a new solution for that, don't I? Oh, yeah, I guess that's not going to work anymore, is it? I've heard, so I forget the YouTuber, but I watched somebody review, it was in my recommended one night. Somebody reviewed all the motorsport games, or not, yeah, the MotorStorm games. 2 was their favorite. 1 was their second favorite. No, Synth, it's what I do with my wee-wee when it's cold outside. But they're like, they're like, Apocalypse was okay, but because it wasn't based, like you're on rooftops and stuff, the, like, alternate routes and stuff, like, kind of didn't matter. The Arctic Stranger? No, you're right, that is what it is. So it wasn't, like, bad, but, like, it lost a little bit of the charm of the first two in exchange for everything's exploding. And then apparently Arctic Edge was, like, fine. I bought it because I wanted to complete the set. Yeah, I'm regurgitating what I heard in that review event. I played Apocalypse for maybe 15 seconds to make sure it worked. Actually, that's not true. I had a buddy come over and then played it for like an hour with him. I do not remember the name of the YouTuber, unfortunately, or else I'd point you in direction of the video, but shrug. Capping both titles, yeah. People not knowing Blur existed that are into racing games is, like, flabbers my gassed. It sucks that, like, 360... wait, was Blur on PC? I was gonna say, it sucks that 360 is still kind of a minefield for emulation, because Blur is such a good game. It's not your new 300-hour obsession. Like, definitely just beat it and you'll be done, and, you know, that's it. But I think if you're into racing games, you owe it to yourself to try Blur at least once. You said PC? Okay, yeah, so it's not hard to get a hold of them. I gotta sit back a bit more. Yeah, I even just going from 1080 to 1440p with the retro tank was a whole thing. It was probably a whole weekend of just, like, tweaking settings and, like, making templates for stream graphics and... Actually, speaking of Blur, I need to spend some quality time with PGR in the near future. I played 3 and 4, but for like an hour or two at a time. I mean quality time. Like, I want to learn the game. I want to learn the ins and outs. I want to memorize the tracks. This is a really long... Pretty much. It's like that one race they run that's like 24 hours, Frank. I don't know if PGR is a game that franchise I'm going to play the whole franchise of. You're a master or a ringmeister? I was going to... So I have to do, Frag, a week of ringmeister because of the streamathon. Where a full 5-day stream week, all it is iRacing ringmeister. I was going to do the Euro NASCAR because I think it's a car I understand. I think it will just top out at the top of its rev range a ton. It'll be hitting the chip quite a lot, but I still think it'd be interesting to drive. I will not be here that week. I leave for an undisclosed location in New England on the 23rd, I believe. Yes. So that whole week that it's at Ringmeister and Euro NASCARs, I will not be here. I was gonna do the solstices the week I get back, but I'm going to fucking CTMP that weekend now, so we may have to wait till next season. T-Bone, sorry. We were talking about PS3 specifically as well, which was fun. So, yeah. Bisexual exhaust. Even better. Yeah, the motion blur, it looks a little bit, no pun, but like it's a little bit blurry, like a little bit pixelated. I usually don't mind motion blur in games because I know why it's there. You know what I mean? Like it's meant to add sense of speed. And as long as it doesn't tank performance, it doesn't bother me. But that's a game where I wouldn't mind if you could toggle it off. Most other games, like, people are like, oh, I hate this motion blur. I'm like, it makes the game for me. Like, arcadey stuff. Yeah, I want to do, I want to at least play through the PS3 games at some point. That would take some research on like how long it takes to beat and whatever before I completely commit to that. Hurts my eyes. I don't know. I'm able to focus on like the middle part of the screen, so I don't really see the motion blur on the sides as much. Again, maybe playing F-Zero, I'm just like trained for it now, but I'm used to things going mock fuck and just not paying attention, but in terms of hours. I heard it's hard, but like, that's fine. I don't care if it's hard. I know Davin played 1 and he struggled with it. Unfocus. Yeah. Like, if there's a lot of motion blur, I'm not looking at the whole screen. I'm just looking at the apex or like the center of the screen to where the car is going. So the blur is in my peripheral, which is like what it's supposed to be. But yeah, I gotta put some respect on PGR's name. I was so into Forza Motorsport at the time, I just never bothered with PGR. Yeah, it's like Gran Turismo hard, where the game itself isn't difficult, but there's a handful of events that are just like, so you wanted to have fun today? No. Yeah. In what sense, Tank? Like, they are first-party games for the same console, but I think one was like a lot sillier than the other. Like, you couldn't really customize cars in PGR. Well, yeah, they're racing games released at the same time, Tank. They're gonna have a lot of overlap. But like, as a child, I simplified it, right? I was like, track racing game, Xbox. But even then, like, my parents couldn't afford like every new racing game that came out. So if I'm gonna invest time into one of them, I'm going to invest time into I'm going to invest time into Forza because I was playing Forza, like, air quotes, competitively. Like, I was on a drift team and, like, was taking drifting pretty seriously. So I'm not going to split my time, you know what I mean? If I want to play a track racer on the Xbox, Forza Motorsport's there. That's why, like, I want to go and try PGR, like, playing PGR all the way through. Because I feel like I missed out by not, you know, paying attention to PGR a little bit more. And Shift 2. Those games are on my, like, to-do list as well. The list doesn't exist, by the way. A to-do list is just, like, a hypothetical. There's games that I'd like to play through. There's no physical list anymore. The way I'm going to pick games once the Streamathon list of games is done is I'm going to look at my wall. I'm going to see whatever console jumps out at me on that particular day. And you go, like, oh, maybe I want to play a 64 game. Oh, maybe I want to play a PS2 game. Maybe I want to play a PS1 game. And I'll pick 3, and I'll let you guys vote. And whichever one you pick is the one we do. Maybe not every time. Like I said, I do want to do, like, franchise playthroughs of some stuff, like MotorStorm or whatever. But that's more or less how it's going to work from now on. Like how it used to. Yeah, you're good to post links. You'll never get in trouble for that. Danny, luckily this channel is slow enough to where I don't need to have any of that turned on. Everybody in this community is intelligent enough to go, oh, that's a link from an account I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't click that. Actually, I say that. Takedown did link us to Meatspin that one time. By accident. So... yeah, if you look in the banned terms on this channel, meatspin.com is one of them. Takedown linked it, thinking it wasn't an existing website anymore, because I guess at one point it wasn't. No. No, not when I checked. Yeah, you try to write it as a joke and it hyperlinked, and I'm like, I know it was a mistake. I know you didn't mean to do this. I do have to ban you for this, though. You do have to get a timeout for that. I do, unfortunately, still have to reprimand you for that. There's nothing I can really do. This is the one thing I hate about not being able to do this race on a wheel. I can't, like, do this while I drive. Oh, good. Oh, pretty good. Oh, it's peanut butter fudge. That's what tastes like peanut butter. It's like that peanut butter powder, like PD1 or whatever. It's a protein bar, not just a chocolate bar. I wanted something slightly healthy. Okay, Radar Vegas. Thanks, Devo. I've done so many 24-hour streams now, I just have like a formula, but drink lots of water. I mean, it's easier now that I'm not on the wheel, but drink lots of water, try to eat healthy. Don't have energy drinks in the first 12 hours or excessive caffeine. Cup of coffee's fine, but once you have that initial crash, it doesn't get any better. So if you crank a monster in like the first 2 hours and you crash like by hour 12, you can keep having like Red Bulls or whatever. You're still going to feel like shit. It's never going to fully go away. So once that's like my biggest piece of advice. If you ever want to do like an endurance race by yourself or anything stupid. I can tell Tank doesn't have access to a computer because he's becoming slightly more unhinged with every day. Danny, that's if you want to do like an iRacing 24 and you care about where you finish. What in the fuck is this?
Holy shit!
Why would you do that? That sounds painful. Thank you, Alex, for the gift sub to I wipe my ass with sandpaper. Could like. Tank's brand of comedy is slowly starting to become more and more unglued the less and less online we let him be. He needs access to BeamNG right now or else. One grid. It's just a rock. For a clip? Not even. He just yearns to drive his 1970s doohickeys into things. BeamNG calls to him like the mask. My thumb endurance. I mean, so far so good. Our car is pretty good. We have to pit every 4 laps, which kind of sucks, but we're way faster than P2. We're already a lap ahead. We're only 3 hours in. Yeah, you get it. What's up, Denny? Denji. I'm bummed I can't use the wheel, but it's not the end of the world. Takes a little bit of the like uniqueness out of it, but like I said, if I could fix the pedals, you guys might get an extra 24-hour race out of this. It'll be Le Mans. It's not going to be this again. I'm not a psycho, but I was kind of looking forward to doing the whole thing. Yeah, Danny, and I will be doing that. If I have enough of a lead and I need to go to, like, the bathroom, like a piss break, or, like, grab some food really quick, I will just leave the game running timer active. If I'm going to eat dinner, like, if I'm taking more than, like, 5 minutes away, I will pause the game, probably. When I went to poop, I paused the game because I brought my phone. And I was like, I know what I'm going to do. Turns out I didn't do it. The need to get this race done faster outweighed the need to scroll Instagram on the shitter. Actually, that's not entirely true, because I came back and went, imagine what I could do to your Cuda. Unrelated, do you know how much more powerful I'd be as a human being if I could shit without ever having to wipe? First of all, I know what you're about to say. You don't have to wipe. It's big toilet paper convincing you do. Oh, no, I do. No, I do. Yeah, no. I've tried to exist with a poopy butt. Not pleasant. Don't do that. If you've ever sat down and went, yeah, no, you need to wipe. It's pretty necessary, actually. Oh yeah, that guy. Yeah. If I could literally just go and then continue on with my life while still having a clean turd cutter, I think my life would improve at least 10 to 15%. We need to get Jarvis to run those numbers, but I'm pretty confident in those numbers. That over time. And also it like expands the places that you can shit. as a penis haver, if I need to pee, I could just kind of, the world is my toilet, you know what I mean? I could pee wherever. As long as I'm not, like, whipping my shit around, you know what I mean? Like, you don't even really need to wash your hands. A little bit of fucking hand sanitizer, you're good to go. And even then, if you don't pee on your hands, probably fine. If I'm on the side of the road, if I'm on a road trip and I need to piss, I will pull over and piss. Can't really do that with poop. Trust me, I've tried. I have wet wipes in the car now for emergencies. Been there, done that, lesson learned. Why wet wipes? Yeah, sorry, yeah. I didn't know the tech yet, Fragger, right? Thank you, Anonymous. Poop tickle. Does the poop tickle, or are you tickling poop? We'll never know. Heard that story. Yeah, it's particularly shitty. Thank you. Wasn't sure there. Sorry, T-Bone. Did you find some comedy in my shitty joke? You'd be surprised how unfunny you can be when you have a laugh track. Theory. Bazinga! Hey, Danny, did you coagulate the unfuculator to discombobulate the Zooble Booble? Get it? Nerds. I'll figure that corner out eventually. Imagine what I could do to your cooter. Dude, I'm telling you. Kota is gonna live in my head forever now. High pissed. Was it a planned visit? No, I can't stop. Imagine what I can do to your Kota. Imagine how you could feel. I have no idea what you're talking about, Tank. All right. He's winding up. Oh! Chocolate rain. Some say dry while others feel the pain. Chocolate rain. A baby born will die before it's in chocolate rain. Now imagine what I could do to your cooter. It's been 3 hours. Not even, I got 20 to go. Imagine being the insurance company. What happened? All right, we need to pay out for damages because they got covered in racism. People were shocked about that? What the fuck do you think the chocolate in Chocolate Rain is supposed to be? Did you not listen to the rest of the song? Did people... Oh, no, I know the answer to this, so this is hypothetical. If you... I was like, did people just hear Chocolate Rain? Ba 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 ba. That's absolutely what they heard. I know that. If you listen to the lyrics of Chocolate Rain once, one time, you're like, oh yeah, this is an allegory for racism. It's not even an allegory. Chocolate Rain. Chocolate. Deliberate choice. There are people, Tank, that think Fortunate Son is a celebration of wartime in the USA, and it is actually very much the opposite of that. Isn't it about, like, some rich kid draft dodging? Oh, right. It's saying I have to go because I'm not privileged. Right. The story's being told. Right, okay, I misinterpreted. T-Bone, I feel like it's a Hulk Hogan thing. Remember when Hulk Hogan had to say he had a small penis in court? I'm sorry, Terry Bollea said that. Yeah, and my fault. Sorry. Or maybe I do, brother. Hulk Hogan has a big penis, brother. Terry Bollea is very underwhelming, brother. Dr. Pepper did 8 surgeries in 3 days on my penis, brother. It'd be bigger, but I had diverticulitis of the penis, brother.
A very small penis.
He's pulling his cock out.
Get your hand off my penis!
Avery Small Penis. I'm pretty sure Jericho's last name is Avery. No, it's not. I forget. What's up, Andy? What are we up to today? We're escaping. For the first time here, my name's Arrow. We play racing games. We're playing Gran Turismo 4 for the next 20 hours or so. I hope you like this car at this track at this time of day, because that is what I've got for you for the next 20 hours. Probably more than that, because I will have to eat at some point. Yeah, I forget that wow. My train of thought went crazy on that one. So I think where I got that from is Jericho's dad played for the Rangers, and so did Sean Avery. He's a totally different guy, by the way. Totally different person. I'd leave the family room. Yeah, you could always just B-spec it, but where's the fun in that? Someone said earlier, like, isn't it going to feel good having a 100% and seeing B-spec points 0? And I went, yes. Yes, it is. And if they didn't say that, I don't remember who it was, but if they didn't say that, I may have been open to the idea of actually using B-spec anyway, because I was the only one saying I couldn't use it. Nobody else was like, you're not allowed to use B-spec. Like, I'm the only person who said that. This is a self-imposed challenge. I could be done this race in the next 6 hours. Before you think. My man's got hog cranking to do. Understandable. Enjoy your pee. Thanks for the raid. B-spec is your CPU driver flash. So if I pit, switch to B-spec, the CPU takes over. Normal people use B-spec for these races because you can also do like 3 times multiplier on time. So this 24-hour race, in theory, could take 8 hours instead. 4-hour version? Yeah, it does. It's all street cars, though. I was going to do that as practice, as a warm-up, but then I realized, again, it was all street cars, and it would be, like, pointless practice. See, in a game with 3 24-hour races, being able to say I 100%ed it without touching the B-spec mode is a cool little flex, I think. But yeah, no, it's not like it's like frowned upon in the community or anything. Like, there's no reason not to do it. I'm just being obtuse. I'm farty. Better than being tardy? At least you're not late. Italian. I'm not an iRacer. What is this, PCC? Yeah, I can guarantee you we will not be reaching max A-spec points. I'm willing to bet money on that. Thank you, Spooky Ghost. One of our longtime lurkers. You know, like, I don't know if anybody's ever looked at a viewer list, but there's some names that I've always seen, and I'm like, oh, for sure, that's like a bot account, not a real account. I've always seen Bugshine, and Bugshine's been in like other streams as well, and I was like, I don't know if that's a real person. Every boob o'clock, Bugshine's like, fuck yeah, I'm here. What's going on? I appreciate you, lurkers. I hope whatever you're doing on your other monitor is up to code. I ask you turn me down during the goon sesh, but you don't have to turn me all the way off. Just turn it down a little. That's all. Vent, could you farm one event, or is it like if you hit, is it like a one-time thing? So like if I do this race and get 7 points, I can't keep doing it and getting 7 points over and over and over again. It'll just like overwrite itself. Like if I get 200, I can't get 200 every race, and like that makes my number go up in total. It's like how SRS works, I guess. Yeah, I hate Okay, yeah. So it's like how SRS works. You can only get the points once. Oh. Okay. Understood. Is it good? That protein bar is good. No fiber in it though, but it just tasted like a wafer cookie with some chocolate and peanut butter. But it was like that powder peanut butter, you know what I mean? But it turns into real peanut butter when you eat it. Pretty good, pretty good. I got different brands for the other two that I bought because there's more protein and more fiber in those. Tan. Torkin. I don't know how I'm going to celebrate tomorrow when this race is over. It's Sunday, so like all the fancy food places are closed. If the sushi place is open, I'm ordering a fucking metric shit ton of sushi. Oh yeah, that too. That as well as that. I was saying doing this on a Saturday works out perfect because my days off are Monday and Tuesdays, so I'll be able to like recover Monday and Tuesday. I was like, I don't know, maybe I'll order some like yummy food and then pass out. But I think my sushi place closes early. They close at like 8:30 on Sunday, so I'll be like just miss it. I think we'll probably be done around 9 o'clock tomorrow. Because I'm gonna like take a food break. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. Like I'm pausing while I speak as well. Oh no, Frag, not in the office, brother. That's crossing streams. This is a sacred place. Oh, I've got to the end of the month to make this room a little bit more presentable before my mom shows up. She's going to be here for 10 minutes, but I guarantee you she's coming down here and she's going to judge me. So I've got all the gaff tape that I use to tape up my bookshelf I keep my video game consoles on. Yeah, all that fell off, every single piece. So I'm going to order different tape and maybe some more hook clips. Frag, my mom has not visited me. I've seen her, but I usually go to see her. This is the first time she's come to see me in 10 years. So I'm going to do my best to kind of spruce up my areas of the house. We had that leak in our front window by our kitchen table, so like that's all going to get... There's a bunch of junk that's sitting on that table. So that'll all get cleaned off before my mom gets here. We have to go through the whole kitchen because there's so many old like Tupperware and dishes that old roommates left behind that we don't use anymore. Sad, and it's funny, Davin came here and was like perplexed. He's like, holy shit, I've seen this room so many times and now I'm in it. My mom's coming to visit me, Frag, too, just to go to IKEA, basically. So, like, she's into, like, home stuff. Good night, Danny. I will be here when you awake. I might not be as happy about being here when you wake up. Yeah, I gotta get some things while I'm, like, buying a rack for our kitchen. Like a steel, like metal shelf thing. I was gonna get it earlier, but I'll get it when I'm with my mom. Depending on how much it costs, I might do something really silly that weekend. Yes, Tank. Yes. Milk bath. Okay, not quite that silly. My mom's staying in a hotel. I might get a room in the same hotel as her for the same days. Maybe. Her hotel's not far. I know she's staying. She's not staying far from where I live. So it's not like, oh, I want to be like closer so we can go have breakfast or whatever. But I could spend the weekend that I'm hanging out with my mom as a like mini vacation of just being able to just be in a hotel room by myself. Have a nice bed to sleep in. Four fingers. I was trying to do it with a wheel, but my brakes don't work properly on the wheel I was using. So we have switched to a controller. It's been 3 hours. My thumb is... We're doing all right. G27. The brake pedal, like I just need to take the pedals apart and clean them, but I can't do that today. They've been sitting in a box for 7 years. 6 years. Stop it. Has the tape. It doesn't solve the problem, it just makes it better. DFGT. Yeah, it's the same problem everybody with a Logitech wheel has. If I would have known about it a week ago, I could have maybe fixed it ahead of time, but I only pulled it out of the storage yesterday. And I don't use the wheel every day. I have this wheel. Thrustmaster TX. For everything else. I'm like not upset because the driving position I was in was not great. The monitor was too far away. I'm too used to it being close now. And the monitor was too high up. I could have moved my seat higher up and then the pedals would have been off. The whole driving position was not great. I had to move a monitor to see chat and it was in the way of everything. That wasn't my best work. Like I said, I might take another stab at it if I can fix the brakes, which it sounds like I can. I'm bummed I'm not doing this on a wheel, but we persevere. Fuck it, we ball. I knew this race had to get done when I decided to play through this game, so I knew what I was getting into. So, again, they were already kind of fucked when I was using it last, like, 5-6 years ago. I just forgot, because I don't use it every day. So as soon as I plugged them in and I could see the brakes were, like, flickering, I was like, oh, right. And I'm playing on hardware. I'm not using an emulator, so I can't just add Dead Zone. But I know for sure, 100% for sure, I was in the middle of pulling like a big, like, chunk of hair, like anal hair, out of the brake pedal, and then it fell in. So there's something in there that needs to come out. I just have to take the pedals apart to do it. Yeah, if I was on an emulator, I could just use this wheel. What's up, Christian? How was your stream? Good evening, good evening. An adapter. I have one to get this wheel to work with a PS4, but I think the problem is all that tech doesn't scale back. Because I tried it with the PS2. No. I could try it with the PS2 and no, maybe. Maybe because I wasn't able to plug a controller in as a handshake, but maybe if I plug my... I wonder if that would work. So I have a drive hub, which is a little box. You plug your wheel into one USB port and then a controller into another port, and it like fools the console into thinking it is a wheel that's compatible with that console. I fucking wonder if I could plug this wheel in to my G27 and then plug the box into the PS2 if that would work, because I didn't try that. I plugged it into the PS2, plugged my wheel in, saw nothing happen, went, I guess it doesn't work, and then never thought about it twice. Only one way to find out. Yeah, not now, not today, but I gotta leave the wheel out anyway because I want to take the pedals with me to go see Cisco to fix them. So I'm not putting it back in the box anyway. So maybe one day after stream one day, I'll try it and just for fun. I don't think it'll work, but there is some logic telling me that it might. So it's not like a 0% chance. But the box was never made to work with a PS2. It was made to work with a PS4. So, I don't know. We'll see. It would be super cool if I can get this wheel to work. Even if none of the buttons worked, it would be sick if I get this wheel to work. Because I could sit in the rig. The only reason I was, like, bummed about using the wheel at all is the desk. Gazoon tight, Ruby. Your allergies. Yeah, the driving position of the desk was terrible. But it would have been fine to deal with. I would have got used to it. Done it before, you know? Okay, if there's any way to use a modern wheel on a hardware PS2 with some sort of adapter, I just thought the answer would be no. I have to eat leftovers tonight, or else they'll go bad. But I could go get Burger King basically at any time. Emulators. Yeah, I'm playing on hardware. So I have a little box that it does work, but only for PS4. But I wonder if I plug in a G27, if it'll recognize that as a PS2 controller. So I think the issue I was trying with last time was I had no controller to plug in for the handshake. I don't have like a PS2 to USB adapter. I wondered. Oh, I know, dude. I have a wheel behind me on the floor right now. The brakes are just not working. The potentiometer in the brake pedal is covered in corrosion and dust, and I'm not pulling my pedals apart today. You're breaking this up? Oh, yeah, no, a normal person would do that. No. I will be here in this chair for the next 20 and a half hours. Probably longer than that. Up. Yeah, you weren't here. I just used my wheel. It works. Like, the actual wheelbase is fine. It's, the potentiometer on the brake has, like, gunk on it. And it keeps, like, basically the brakes are at 5 or 10% applied the whole way around the lap. So it was either deal with that for 24 hours or just say fuck it and go back to controller. So I said fuck it and went back to controller. Poor thumb. So I've got some, like, it sounds dorky, but I bought, like, fighter's tape, like jujitsu fighter tape, and I have some wrapped around my thumb. It doesn't solve the problem, but it helps. Yeah, it just needs to be cleaned. I remember them being a little bit fucked the last time I used this wheel, like 6 years ago. And again, when I was cleaning it today, there was a big ball of, like, dust and hair and whatever that I was trying to get out that fell in deep, and I can't get it out now. I tried. I don't have, like, canned air, but I had, like, an air pump for a mattress that I flipped around and tried to use that. No, it's not coming out. So it's just something in the brake pedal. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I got, like, it's like fighter's tape, like judo tape or whatever it is. I can't really tape it the way I want to tape it, though, because if I tape it over the gap of my thumb, I can't bend my thumb, and then it's like you got to keep your thumb like this, and it feels weird. But I also I can't put, like, as much tape over the actual area of where I'm getting the blister, which is right there. So I'm just, It definitely helps, but it doesn't solve the problem. The other options are to wear gloves. Nope, not doing that. I'm in a room by myself, and that's embarrassing. There's like a little silicone thing that you can put over your thumb. Yeah, it's also not doing that. My mom's coming to visit. I'm not explaining what a penis, the end of a dick-shaped silicone thing is for. Because even if I tell her the truth, she's still not gonna like that. She's still gonna look at me weird. So, tape it is. Controller, emulator, and programming the controls to work with the wheel. Not on hardware, though, no? Yeah, no. I'm playing this on a PS2, unfortunately. Not unfortunately, I've been enjoying it. Just like the one time. I mean, in theory, I could have, like, ripped the save, because I have the memory card to USB adapter. I could have ripped the save to the PC, did the race on PCSX2 with an emulator, to use the wheel, and then rip the save back, but also that sounds like a lot of fucking effort. It's fine. Yeah, I'm not, like, anti-emulator. Like, I'm not a snob. In the year of our Lord, 2026, I understand why, like, the majority of people who play retro games use emulators. Just makes more sense monetarily. I like to think I'm a game collector, and I get a little bit of extra enjoyment beating a game on real hardware with its real controller and a real memory card and the real disc. Like, that tickles me a little bit more. So, like, I try to use real hardware if and where I can. Yeah. When I started doing YouTube, people looked down on people using emulators like they were lesser than. I definitely don't feel that way. I remember when I was playing F-Zero in 2010, people were like, "Are you playing an emulator on your N64?" I'm like, "I'm on an emulator." Like, fucking loser, idiot, stupid doo-head, play on a 64, idiot. And now it's like almost the opposite. Like, people have given me shit for not using an emulator. I'm like, I don't know, man. Like, I realize I can't play the game at 4K with all the texture packs. I get it, but also, smiley face. Yeah. Retro games aren't cheap anymore. PS2 is like the perfect console for emulation too. It's like just complicated enough to where the games have depth, but simple enough to where it's like stupid easy to find all these files and whatever. The controls. Yeah, I was 10. Not 10. How old was I? I was 15 playing F-Zero X on Project 64. I was just playing a game I like. Have to do. I played GX on Dolphin and on a GameCube, and they felt pretty similar. I thought I liked the GameCube one just because it felt better in my hands, but I thought that was just placebo, to be honest. That sounded like cope from me. Oh, X, yeah. Okay, fair enough. No, I don't think I've ever played X on like streaming on emulator ever. Actually, that's not true. Me and Ryan played it once. Split screen. Fucking 4 laps between pit stops. The front, this is all-wheel drive. And it's got all the weight on the front axle. It just chews front tires. Everyone else is getting 6 to 8 laps. I get 4. I tried to move the brake bias to the rear. That didn't really do anything. I tried to adjust the power to where it would be like all the power is going to the rear. This is an Ateza car, so you can't do that. Cannot do that. won't let me. So we are pitting every 4 laps. The rears will last about 8. The fronts will not. It sucks. I get 3 laps and then I have to break my rhythm. But I really wanted to use this car. I've seen this car like 100 times in like promotional stuff and like pictures. It was running the race in real life. Falcon livery. I was like, I don't care if it's a good car or not, I'm using it. I'm regretting that about 3 hours into this, but... different compounds. I switched to hards on the rear. Just so they'd wear a bit more evenly, but even then, like, these fronts are done. I'd have to put mediums on the rear if I wanted them really to wear together, but at that point, I've never run on this game difference of compounds that aggressive. Usually it's always within 1 compound. Also, we're like 40 seconds, not 40 seconds a lap, but like significantly faster per lap than the rest of the AI. It just sucks for us for 24 hours. What makes long races like this go by faster is just getting into a rhythm, and it's kind of hard to do that when you have to pit every 4 laps. It's mostly a car thing. It's all-wheel drive. You can't adjust the power ratio, so I'm assuming it's 50-50, so that sucks. Front-engined, and like where the weight is on that front axle is also not helping at all. All the sickos that are here that like know the ins and outs of Gran Turismo 4 are like, yeah, you're gonna eat tires. I was like, whatever, it's fine. Yeah, we're so much faster than the AI, it doesn't matter. Yeah, it's got like probably the most power here, Thunder. And luckily the fronts only die in the back half of the 3rd or 4th lap. Like, it's not like you have to do a whole lap on dead tires. It's about 30 minutes per set. Again, it's like fine, but to make the time pass, like when I do the 24 hours of Daytona, you chase lap times. And it's hard to do that when you only have like 2 laps of optimal front grip, really. The out lap and then the lap you come in, you won't be able to, like, I won't be able to beat at 53. Well, maybe, I don't know. I'm just driving around right now. When it hits like 6 a.m. and there's 2 people here, I will start chasing for lap times. Yeah, I'm enjoying the company right now, Saturn. No gas. I took fuel, I just didn't take a whole tank. I took just over half, so we should have like, we should just be like knocking on empty before we come in. It won't even be red yet. Doesn't matter, I could take a full tank. Like, unless I park and stay stationary for probably like 30 minutes, we're not losing this race. Which I think I could park and stay stationary for 30 minutes and it would be close. Go back, please. He's a free man. He's a free thinker. He can go where he wants. He's not. You're right. He doesn't have a computer right now. Yeah, if I have to go to the bathroom, I'll probably just, like, pull over and let the game continue to run. But for food, no. I'll pause for, like, a more extended time away from the car. corner there. Kami, I do not trust myself with a smartphone in the bathroom with this still going. Especially after being awake for like 16 hours. I promise you I'm going to fuck that up. Purple Shoush. Thanks for the follow. I guarantee you I'm just going to zone out on Instagram at like fucking 9 in the morning. Go, oh yeah, right, there's a race happening, and be like 10 laps down. Arrow, where'd you go? Fell asleep with the toilet. Happens to the best of us, you know. If it's your first time here, by the way, I'm going to do the shtick. If it's your first time here, my name is Arrow. Nice to meet you. I play racing games. This is a racing game channel of all sorts. With the exception of Thursdays. Sometimes we play old, new stuff, sim racing stuff. Sometimes we play arcade games. Right now, obviously, we're doing a playthrough of Gran Turismo 4. 100% no B-spec. This is our 24th day. I think we're about 140 hours in the game already. So if you want to drop a follow, I'd appreciate it. If not, thanks for joining me on a Saturday night. There's plenty of options on this website right now at this hour. But yeah, you're here hanging out with me, and I appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, B-spec is basically your second driver. It's super cool, I just don't want to use it. There's nobody telling me I'm not allowed, you know what I mean? Like, as far as I know, it's not, like, frowned upon to use it in the community either. Like, it's a cool little tool. Especially for races like these. But I've always wanted to beat this game 100%, not touching B-spec in any way, shape, or form. So that's also part of the, like, why this was on the Streamathon list of redeems, is I knew I'd be playing it in the CBT way. I was like, I'm gonna want to play it the way I want to play it. If it was just beat Gran Turismo 4, it wouldn't be that, like, big of a deal. If it was beat Gran Turismo 4 100%, it'd be like, oh, that's pretty cool. But you could use B-spec for a bunch of stuff and grind money, right? Not doing that and, like, not really grinding for money. I grind for money for one car or two cars. Other than that, I'm just kind of using the money it gives me. I'm gonna have to if I want the Pescarolo. Generally cool. Yeah, like it's a very normal, like, worked into the game thing. I'm just being an asshole about it. Well, not an asshole, but I'm being a weirdo about it. I'm thinking that corner's faster than it is. That's the one corner on this whole track that I always forget. That's like a closing radius, like top of second gear, really low third gear corner here. Everywhere else, like, I realize I don't really know, like, the optimal racing lines, but I know where the corners go now. Like, I know if there's a left or a right, or if it's a fast section, a slow section. Like, I don't feel lost here anymore. But that one fucking left-hander, I'm like, yeah, this has a fast exit. It never did, at least in this game. At no point did it have a fast exit. I don't know why I keep thinking I could just yeet it out of the corner there. I mean, Saturn, if you think about it, when this game came out, having this track and having an accurate version of this track is like a game seller. Yep. Like, if you knew what the Nürburgring was in 2004, hearing, because there's other games that had it. Forza Motorsport, bless their heart. They threw some darts at a board, and it's not bad. It's just not close. Good night, 13th. I have one can of Monster Energy I'm allowing myself to have. But I don't think I'm going to have that until like 8 hours to go, 6 hours to go. As a console gamer, this was like one of the first games that's had this track this accurate. Definitely feels like Green Hell. That's another game I gotta play through. I've played so much Enthusia over the years, like just trying it or renting it. I've never sat down and like went, I'm gonna beat this game. Maybe not right after this. Maybe not. I think I already know what we're playing next. I think it's Need for Speed Carbon time when this game is over. I want a palate cleanser. So something like totally different. But Enthusia has been on my radar. Especially if I could fix my wheel, too. Oh, yeah, Enthusia is like a totally different beast in terms of how to play through it. Yeah, 100% on Carbon. I'll have to double check. There's no, like, stupid shit that you have to do in Carbon for 100%. It's just, like, just win all the races, do all the things. But Gran Turismo 4, Forza Motorsports 1. Two different games. Two very different games. I think that a more fair, honestly, more fair comparison would be this game versus Forza 2. But even then, like, they both scratch different itches. I don't think you need one or the other. I think your brain will expand if you accept both into your heart. The AI in Forza 1 are kind of unforgivable. They're not great in this game either. But the AI in Forza Motorsport 1 are generally not fun to play against a lot of the time. They're either so slow that you just gap them by 10 seconds a lap, or they try to murder you in every corner. Like, at least in this game, they're just docile. They don't do anything. But Motorsport 1 does a lot of things that this game didn't. The online in Forza 1 was a lot more intricate than this. Car customization, having a performance system. Like, up until the Xbox One, PS4 era, I really think that you could make arguments for whatever Gran Turismo or Forza game was out at the time and which one was better than the other. Lots were fucking nuts. The, like, not Bathurst is generally unfun. Like, Blue Mountain Raceway, generally not fun to race there against the AI on hard. And it's either put the AI in thumbsucker difficulty and you could, like, Fortnite dance over them, like, finish a lap ahead, or they don't know how to brake and you might just get killed in every braking zone. Maybe not, who knows? I still enjoyed Forza 1. Nowhere near. It was the worst Forza I've ever played, not counting the modern ones. Out of the first four, oh yeah. First game syndrome, though. It's not like it's bad. It just has a lot of, like, first game stuff. I think it's called Blue Mountain, yeah. Yeah, Cara, I'm pretending the online doesn't exist. I don't know if you could still play Carbon online on the 360, but I'm going to pretend that you can't. In my mind, it's not possible. Like, when I do a 100% run of a game, I don't count achievements. For multiple reasons. I'm sure you know this. I'm just yapping now. From memory. It's got a lot of character, though. Like, a lot of the Forza 1 tracks are kind of neat, and I know that a lot of them were just, like, scuffed versions of real tracks. Like, fake Spa, fake Bathurst, whatever. But, like, a lot of them are still really fun in their own right. Like, they could bring those back, and it would still feel different. They might have to do the GT7 thing of where they, like, change up the backgrounds, so it doesn't seem like it's exactly the same. But a lot of those wacky Turn 10 Walmart brand tracks they made would still be fun in a modern game. Like crazy for no reason? Yeah, so there's back to that. So there's two reasons I don't do all achievements or all trophies in 100% playthroughs, and it's mostly just because of like that. A lot of achievements are online only, and some games still have online, some don't. But to get the achievement in like a reasonable time, I would have to grind for it and like boost online. So, for example, the only achievement I'm missing in Forza Motorsport 2 is to earn a million career credits in online career, which I believe is still technically possible because the game's peer-to-peer. But I would have to organize a group of people and go, you need to let me win every race so I max out credits. That's not fun. It's not fun. It's not fun to watch. It's not going to be fun for the people to participate in. It's one thing if we're like, hey, let's play Forza Motorsport 2 online tonight as a bit. That's fun. But, hey, I need to get a group of people together so I can boost this achievement for this game that's 20 years old. Like, that's... No, I don't give a shit, and I'm assuming most of you don't either. Or, like, if it's not online, same thing. Like, there's one in Midnight Club LA. I ended up getting it because I was pretty close, but, like, perfect example. Do a wheelie for, like, 100 kilometers in-game. There's some that are, like, drive for 1,000 miles or, like, put 1,000 miles on a particular car. You guys don't give a shit. You don't care. I don't care. Even if you cared, I don't. I'm not going to sit here and stream 4 days worth of stream stuff. Just me driving up and down a road just to move a fucking number up on a ticker. That's dumb as shit. Hey, if you want to see it, like, that's awesome. I'd rather not. 40,000. Yeah, like, that's something that you're meant to get over time, over, like, years. Not, hey, I'm going to play this game, play it like almost every day for like a month, and then when I'm done, I'm done. So I do take a little bit of liberty with the 100% when I say I 100% in games sometimes. Most of the time it's based on achievements. Shout out to that one guy who said I didn't 100% Test Drive Unlimited 2 when it turns out I did indeed 100% Test Drive Unlimited 2. He's just a moron. If you're watching this, by the way, your comments are banned on the channel. You've been talking to yourself for months. $100. Yeah, I think 90% of the time when I say 100, I mean 100. Especially if it says 100% in-game, that's usually good enough for me. Achievement yet? No. So what he said, Test Drive Unlimited 2. He's like, oh, you didn't visit all of the landmark locations and discover all of the roads. Which I don't think is correct. And if I didn't do that, it's because it didn't have anything to do with in-game completion. It was just a thing to do. But I don't think he's correct. I think either, because there's two possible scenarios. One, this guy watched the entire playthrough and then crashed out at the end of it because I didn't drive on all the roads, which is like, you have a GPS, you could just do that. Or what probably happened is he skipped to the end, saw I didn't do something, and went, clearly you haven't done any of this. It was just a weird way for this dude to self-promote, is all it was, to be honest. Because his comment was like, I see you didn't actually 100% this game. You didn't discover all the roads. You didn't take all the pictures of the locations. I guess I'll have to do a true 100% playthrough. Brother, your YouTube descriptions are AI. Nobody cares what you do. I can promise you nobody gives a shit. Oh, then I'm sure I did it, Bent. I don't remember. Again, especially because it's super easy. Like, you could see on the map if you discovered everything or not. TDU mod guy. Vom, what's up, Ants? Welcome back. There's a corner there. Everybody's weird. That's not true. Some people try really hard to be normal. I don't talk to those people. I embrace human beings who embrace their strangeness. There is a line, though. Oh. Oh, my. Yeah, I was going to say, that sounds like a Rhino GT4 stream for that to happen, unfortunately. Might be the same guy. I don't think so. This guy said he, well, obviously he said he was going to go do his own playthrough, right? So I checked out his channel. I don't remember the name of the guy. Even if I did, I wouldn't tell you. I don't want people to go. I don't think this kid is, first of all, I think it's a child. Secondly, I don't think he's playing with a full deck, if that makes sense. It would feel like punching down if, you know, I actually like outed him and made fun of him publicly. Yeah. So, I went to their YouTube channel, and the description is like a novel, and it's written by AI. It's oh, okay, my bad. Yeah, I thought you were talking about my comment guy. I was like, no, I don't think that doesn't sound like it's the same person. Yeah, I went to his channel, and like every thumbnail uses a picture of Sonic, irrespective of like the game is actually Sonic. All the thumbnails are made by AI. His 4-paragraph description of himself on his YouTube About Me page is all written by AI. And in the third person, which is super weird. That's not necessarily a red flag, but it's when you add it on with everything else that was strange. How's the race been going? I had to restart, but we're good. Too weird or random at times. Literally never had that problem. Never once. I don't think you'll ever get in trouble for the channel for being weird or random. There's a brand of weird that I won't tolerate, and it's not yours. This gentleman specifically was just trying to be a dick to promote his own YouTube channel. Which kind of worked, because he got a view out of me, I guess. But as soon as I saw, like, the 5-paragraph essay of an About Me page, and it was written in the third person, it was very clearly written by AI, I was like, oh, yeah, this guy's not all there. And he's like, oh, a former rock band professional, one of the best rock band players ever. I'm like, cool, because I've never heard of you. Yeah, we were talking about this the other day. I'm not defending AI, obviously, but apparently YouTube is promoting videos that use AI thumbnails more than the ones that don't. Bendikar Pat Benatar. I could have pit. Whoops. Running laziness. It's almost like Google has a vested interest in AI or something. That'd be crazy. And they're using one of their platforms to try to force people to use a tool they don't want to use. That'd be insane, wouldn't it? Don't get me wrong, Amazon's not better. This isn't a fuck YouTube post. But as soon as I heard that, a lot of things started to make sense. Hey, Cole Cabana, how you doing? Yeah, I was saying the other day, there's a soccer channel that I got into. Over the course of the World Cup, they like to do things like, they're called away days. They go to, like, unpopular football team in Europe stadiums and, like, review their experience and, like, try to have a night out. It's like, what if a Top Gear special was mixed with football, basically? I don't know why I got into it, but I did. And then I noticed a lot of their World Cup content had a lot of thumbnails that looked like they used AI. Like, they weren't AI generated, but, like, the backgrounds, like, were, if that makes sense. Which is, I was like, huh, why, if you're going to use AI, why would it be a half measure? Which made me think it wasn't. And then they made a short on it. They're like, yeah, we have a thumbnail guy that we pay money to, and I will continue to do that. But out of the 3 thumbnails he makes for us, the ones that use, like, AI tools in it are the ones that perform the best. He's like, I'd rather not be using AI, but YouTube is forcing my hand. And you can feel about how that however you want. But I never even thought of that. I never even put those 2 things together. Infographics sounds familiar. Is that with the bald guy? That sounds familiar. Yeah, I don't remember the metric, Aaron, of what the difference was, but I remember seeing the graph, and it wasn't a small number. Again, that's why I got a big kick out of people who were like, I guess I'll never stream to Twitch again. Hello, YouTube. I was like, okay. You're going from a bastard to a giga bastard. Also, I guarantee you all those people that I saw post that this week all streamed on Twitch this week as well. I guarantee you it's just to feel important on the internet for a day. Oh, okay. I'm thinking of a different YouTube channel. I turned way too early. Oh, no, 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 no. We're fine. I was scared there for like a second. I won't stay on the AI topic too long, just because it makes me sad. I saw a DJ, like a random, like it wasn't a big name person, get dunked on Instagram this week, or not even this week, it was within the last 24 hours. The guy, the video was a DJ walking up to like the DJ decks, plugging in a USB, and there's nobody on the crowd, or nobody in the crowd. And then he starts playing music, and then at the end of it, like fades to black, and then fades in at the end of when he's like putting his stuff away, and then he walks over to the promoter and goes, "Are we discussing payment?" And then he hands him a beer and goes, "Here's your payment." And that's the video. And then I looked at the beer, and the beer like was my hint, because I'm like, oh, none of this is like readable text. And in the comment section, the top comment is, "Bro, this looks like AI, is it?" And the DJ responds with, "Yeah, of course it is." And then every other comment is like, "You fucking dickhead." You want us to feel bad for you when you're too lazy to make a video about it anyway? Fuck you. I was like, all right, maybe the internet will be okay. Maybe the internet will be all right. Yeah, I don't get it, Chloe. I don't understand. How are you feeling? My thumb hurts. It will continue to hurt. It might be dinner time in the near future. Not near future, like within the next 4 hours. I had a protein bar there. It's gonna let that sit. We're doing all right. Or my audience. That's the thing, vendors. They didn't have one. The people, these kinds of people are the same people that are like, girls don't like me because I'm too nice of a guy. You know what I mean? They don't have any source of like introspection of like, maybe I'm the problem. Sun outside. Oh, the sun just never sets, Recco. It's like this forever. Good morning. Like, maybe the reason you don't have any paid gigs as a DJ is because you play top 40 and you suck. Like, I don't know how to. I don't know how to break it to you, Chief. Play bottom 40. It's just all Taiga. 40 Taiga songs. Yeah, that's where I was going with that joke, Frag. Thank you. Like, Aero 7 years. That's not very nice. Like, you're out of line, but you're right. There's like, I guess it's somewhat of a positive, depending on how you spin it. So much in tires. Could you imagine, like, hey, yeah, guys, I got to pit for fronts every 4 laps. We'd pack up and go home. Might have liked it, but you watched. The first experience with cucking. You may not have liked it, but you watched. It's Frag's birthday. Boy, did I ever misread that post. Wow, I misread that. Wow. Holy moly. Did not read that word properly. Yeah, okay. I was like, you can't call him that, T-Rats. What the fuck? Oh. I was like, I know you're from Alberta. You can't say that. No, I can't read, as it turns out. Is it actually your birthday, Frank? Or is this a prank? I was saying something. I forget what it was. It's not. Copy. Understood. I was like, is this we're at the restaurant and I want my buddy to get embarrassed in public thing, or? Oh, right. The one, like, at least in the music industry, I guess in, like, industries as a whole, but music, I think specifically it makes the least amount of sense, is if you're an artist that you enjoy or listen to, I'll use Taiga as a low-hanging fruit. I don't know if there's any Taiga fans in here. If you are, I'm sorry for what you've been going through. But if you don't know, the guy who made Rack City Bitch, musical genius, put out a new EP called Starface. 10 songs, and they're all AI generated. Like, it's not a tool he used. It's not anything like that. It is all straight up just AI generated. Because the song Rubbers by Phoenix Flexin was doing well. Yeah, she called him a penis, and I don't know why her calling him a penis was so funny to me, but it was very funny to me. Like, she was in the middle of a stream and stopped what she was doing. It's like, all right, 1 second. Tyga is a straight up penis for doing that. And that could really funny. Yeah, he's trying to sue people who are talking shit, which is funny because it's already been a precedent in court that if you AI generate art, you don't have any right to it at all. So if you AI generate music, you can't DMCA, you have no ownership, nothing. Oh, yeah, is the guy who was 25 dating a 17-year-old? Yep, that is correct, Chloe. He's got a list of problems. But I swear there's a somewhat silver lining here. You're gonna find out, I would say within the next year, at least, which one of your favorite artists is in it for the art or is in it for the money. You're gonna find out very clear which brand of like artist, because being an artist is also a brand too. But like which artist cares about their art or cares about their bottom line. Oh yeah, of course, Chloe. But like, the secret will be out now. Like how you, even regardless of like the sound or whatever, how you could call yourself an artist and AI generate 10 songs and go like, yeah, I did that, and put your name on that, and then lie about it. Like, you were never in this for the art. You saw music as a way to get rich quick, and that's all you ever saw it as. Like, you're going to be able to just write these people off for life now. It's awesome. Unfortunately, you know, I listened to Major Lazer as a kid. I'll never listen to another Diplo song ever again. Can't say I'm too surprised as a dance music fan. His best projects were collaborations without him, just him on it. Which he was, it's been rumored that Diplo was using ghost producers for ages. What Diplo do? He's got the fucking AI boot way in his mouth. He was already a fucking asshole way beforehand, but like, by vent. Yeah, it's like he's the number one. Like, he's not like he just made a comment, Nick. Like, he's invested in it. He's calling out other artists for not using it and calling them pussies. He said in interviews, like, you have to learn how to use the technology or you're going to be left behind. Like, people are criticizing him for it. He's like, yeah, okay, I'll just generate a song about it on Suno, losers. Like, he's gone about as far the other way as possible. Didlo, yeah. And I was sitting there thinking, like, man, that sucks because I used to like Diplo, but I stopped at, like, what are my two favorite Diplo projects? Jack U, which he worked with Skrillex, and I guarantee you Diplo had nothing to do with production on that album, and Major Lazer, where he also wasn't making his own music. And again, it was rumored for years that Diplo used ghost producers, and with how much the AI cock has been in his mouth, I'm not surprised. Not that there's anything wrong with having cocks in your mouth. Live your truth, king or queen. Synth, I feel like it's a litmus test of whether you're going to be friends in the morning. I have so much dumb shit I've said during freaky time. That was like, I shouldn't have said that, but this was a test if my partner is worth my time and effort. I'd be lying if I didn't say I've said zoinks during sex at least once. Yeah, there's another reason why people don't like Diplo Tank. He's very active in a lot of very black-centric music genres as the whitest guy I've ever seen in my life. G-Scoop. Dude. Zoinks, babe. Guess I'll have to go get the towel. Oh, Getter just put out a disco song, and it's fantastic. Oh, it's not Getter. I lied to you. It's Bauer. It's the Harlem Shake guy. He's like, yeah, I want to make fun music now for fun people. His song Better is generally really, really, really good. Getter's still around? Yeah. Yeah, he's not as in the zeitgeist as he used to be, but yeah, he's still making music. He's still touring. He just did a Getter and Tara Reid tour. The reason I put Getter in my head with Bauer is they were both trap artists that kind of got big off of one song and then ended up hating that one song. Not like hating in the sense of like, I can't fucking stand it, but like that one song is how they got popular. And they're like, well, I make other music. And people are like, no, Harlem Shake boy. Shake the Harlem. So, Getter made Tara Reid. Good joke if you understand it, by the way. In opportune times. I've done that while also going, Sheldon likes to play the bongos from fucking Big Bang Theory. And then having to explain it was a Big Bang Theory reference. Yeah, Getter knows music. Tara Reid's not really my, like, that project's not really my thing, but I think he was focused on that for a while. He's going back to, like, electronic music now. The titties are behind me, yes. I think you deserve to never be touched again. Well, I'm working on it. I'm doing my best, don't worry. Damn, turn around. I was like, I'm on the wrong side of the track, and then moved over to the right, and I did that in the braking zone. You fool. You could never. There's two artists on this earth that I don't care how good their music is. On principle, I will never listen to them. Well, there's not two. There's probably plenty more than two. Is Suicide Boys and Ghostman. Can't do it. Cannot do it. There's more than that, but those are the two that I'm thinking of right now. Don't care how fucking good the song is. Nope. Can't do it. My roommate used to be hyper obsessed with Ghostman and listen to like the same 3 songs all day, every day. Same thing with Suicide Boys. Same thing with Puya. A lot of the same like emo rap shit. I can't do it. Cannot do it. You think a song's annoying once? Try listening to it 3 times a day, every day, when you don't like it. I'm not paying attention. Oh, that's awesome. Not for me. Put my pants on, leave the building. But Sheldon likes to play the bongos. I don't understand. What's the problem here? No, I think I'm okay. Oh my god. It's only been 4 hours. I'm drunk. I was gonna say. The time will come. I don't know when this will happen, but I'm going to talk like a 1940s housewife while performing coitus. Zoinks, mister! Seems like you've covered the room in ejaculate. Like, that just is a thing that's open for me to do that I need to do before my life is over. Gadzooks! And I'll see. No. Heavens, I've arrived! I need to set the scene for you, right? Me and potential, you know, business partner. We've agreed to go into business. Right? In the room. Performing business deals with Mouse. She backs up. Takes her top off. And I hit it with the zoinks! Ma'am, are those your bosom? I'm getting the best head I've ever gotten in my life. There's no way I am not being sucked straight to Dale himself. Or she leaves. Either way, I win. There's a no. I don't lose in this scenario. Boy, yeah, I don't lose. If you can't handle me at my whimsical, you don't deserve me at my anything else, okay? Shoot your frag shot. Hey, look up that username on another website. Can't unsuck. You could try. Hit it with the info. What's up, Niles? The what? Oh, you know, that is the other one. Yeah, I'm like Bobby Hill, but exclusively in the bedroom. I keep telling bad jokes until I get hooked off the stage. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Aaron! Aaron! I'm fucking crashing the car, man. That caught me off guard. At the same time was crazy. This game, I know who I am. I can't lose. Either it's a win-win, because either you have somebody who accepts your bullshit or cuts right through it. Either way, I feel like a winner. Does it have any damage? I would not do this in one sitting if this game had damage. Gee, what's up, Cobra? Jesus Christ. If there was damage enabled, I would not be doing this in one sitting. That's insane. The only reason I was like, yeah, I'll do this all in one sitting is because I know there's going to be a point like 16 hours in where my eyes close like this, and I fire it into a wall at 150. I know it. I know it in my heart. It's happened already, kind of. Minor incidents, but I've definitely had to like, oh, I forgot. I wasn't paying attention. Just fly off into a wall. The Rickcopter, yeah. I mean, he is in lore. Apparently Cisco's commentating and he's still flying the Rickcopter. We just can't see it. Rickcopter is unironically one of my best inventions. Calling it an invention is a bit of a stretch, but Rick, not Reds. Fool. My man on the ground, Guy Ledouche. Either 50. That's fair. I forget that some of the clips I have are just kind of funny out of context, and they're like, I haven't heard from 50 in a while. Ryan would not mentally or physically survive Nürburgring 24 nightlife. We might kill him. He might die.
He appears.
Endurance races? Yeah, with no time progression too, it really sucks. It sucks too that the three longest races are at the two longest tracks. So you're driving around like alone for 90% of it. Yeah, I love Ryan to death. I wouldn't bring him to a nightclub. Not because, oh, we're doing embarrassing. No, I don't think he'd have fun at all. As a guy who doesn't participate in any substances and doesn't like being around loud groups of people, like, that is the worst. Like, I talked about a VR chat, I'm pretty sure. He's like, I don't think you'll like that. He's like, yeah, but it's, you know, I'm like, no. No, Gooners are brave, and it's weird. Oh, Rents is doing real-life commentary now? Today I learned. That's awesome. I don't talk to Rents at all anymore. Not because I don't like the guy, but because he fucking streams at 4 a.m. And I don't use social media that he uses anymore, I don't think. I don't think he has an Instagram. Yeah, I won't have any rent slander. I probably could have pit. I didn't stick around too much yesterday. And I haven't said too much. I didn't know him very well. He did pop in here every once in a while. We like shot the shit about sports or whatever, but he was definitely more active in Canal's community and Brennan's community, and I just wanted to say something to him specifically. Giving you that community a place to grieve was really cool of him to do, and he didn't have to. You know, I think he could have taken some time off of streaming and it would have been understandable to give the community a place to, like, yeah, like, not to make it about me, you know what I mean? But, like, I remember how hard it was when Wolfie passed. And Wolfie was not as integrated into this stream and this community as JPets was into Steel Horse's community. And it was still, like, really hard to tell people and, like, talk about it and bring it up, you know what I mean? And try to stay composed, because if I lose it, then everybody loses it, right? So, like, I can only imagine how difficult that stream was yesterday for him, but I'm super happy that he did it. It was a really, really good thing for him to do. TLDR is a longtime member of the Twitch iRacing community. JPets27 passed away unexpectedly yesterday, 2 days ago. And, like, it wasn't just one or two communities. The guy was kind of a floater. Like, he was everywhere. Especially if you were, like, somewhat late-night North American sim racing. Yeah, he's fairly young, too. Like, completely out of the blue. Well, I don't know how true that is. Apparently, he'd had, like, a... I think it was Ruby said that he heard that, she heard that he was sick. But, like, beat it, so I don't think anyone was ready for it, is kind of what my point was. I didn't know, it was really cool to see Steve Myers, John iRacing, post about it, too. That was cool. Yeah, like death was not considered. Yeah, I mean, like, I think his energy kind of represents, I said this yesterday, of like, that's the best part. Like, that's the part of iRacing I can't sell to you. You know what I mean? Like, it's hard to explain to people who don't get it. But it really is, like, its own little community and little ecosystem. Like, you have people you've met through, like, Twitch or Discords or leagues or whatever, and you find those relationships grow and get better, and, like, that's the part of iRacing that I love, is, like, what the community is capable of. And, you know, not everybody is some random in C-Fixed that says slurs every 3 seconds, and it's people like that remind you of that. So, like, him is an individual, of course, but, like, people like him, you know what I mean, are, like, what keeps iRacing, sim racing specifically, but sim racing in general, spinning. What's up, Alex? Good evening. Or good morning. Yeah. Yeah, not to bring the mood of the stream down. I just felt like, you know, he's been here a few times. I feel like it was wrong. I don't want to make a big deal about it. You know what I mean? It's not my my story to tell. But I didn't want to say nothing either. I felt like that was also kind of rude. Not rude, but, like, you know what I mean. You're up to watch karting. Rough. Man's not even driving. Brutal. Oh, we're under 20 hours. Yippee! We're getting there. Yeah, I didn't want to not acknowledge it, Aaron, but, like, he was a mod in Steel Horse's community. He was a IndyCar guy, so he was a lot more active in the i5G stuff. So I didn't want to make it, you know, to have like a memorial or anything crazy, but I didn't want to say nothing. Like, we did know the guy, and Yeah, rest in peace, Justin. Way too soon. Who you are and the kind of people that you represented in this community are people we need more of, honestly. Lost someone? JPets 27. I can't pronounce it. Justin Pet Shower. You might not know him. He's more active, like late night North America. Heart attack. Okay, so I did say it right. Yeah, it wasn't me trying to be silly. I just didn't want to say his name and get it wrong. Thank you. Be community. That's why, kind of why I love this place. I don't want to like talk shit at other communities on this website because I don't think that's productive, but there's definitely some communities that I think are way too serious and would not think the word cum is funny. And there's also other communities that will only think the word cum is funny and you would not be able to have a serious conversation in their presence. Very cool that in this specific place we can switch in between the two almost fluidly and it doesn't matter. Cone. That's in the background. It's already 1 o'clock. Futzing around with the wheel for an hour and a half did not help my situation at all. Will never get old. That's why I love it here. Not that I can go anywhere. I'm stuck here now, but... Everybody here is an adult that chooses to act like a child. And I respect that as an adult that also chooses to act like a child. My stummy has spoken up for the first time today. I had a protein bar and a fruit and fiber muffin, so I've eaten today, but not really. I got leftover sweet and sour meatballs that I need to make rice for, and I need to eat these today because they're gonna go bad if I don't make them. Like I made them a couple days ago. They've been in the fridge for too long now. So that's probably what I'll do. God, I hate you. It's not that it's balls in like all caps. It's that it's in pride colors on top of that. It reminds me of the things I've shoved up my ass video. Balls. Banana. I should have bought bananas. Bananas would have been smart. I mean, Walmart will open with like 12 hours left in the race. It's like I can go get Burger King breakfast. I need to come on your ass and spit on your boobies. Boobies. Yes, thank you. Croissant, which could fix me, Aaron. And it's walking distance. Hooey. Boobies. That's a YouTube poop, Nick. I did not just say I'm gonna nut in your ass randomly.
Boobies.
Not out of character for me, but no. Didn't. Yeah, no, sorry. Not randomly. Yeah, Frank caught me, sorry. Something about chivalry holding doors open, I don't know. Like Markham, how did that go so bad? I mean, I haven't watched anything yet, but I watched a clip of the mayor from like early this week. They're like, we're ready to go. We can't wait. And then the track not being ready, I was like, I should have known. I had friends that were there today, so we can get opinions from people who actually went. Davin was there. The I don't know what the news and like outlets have made it sound like. It's still in Toronto. It's still like as accessible as the other one was, or just as, not like almost just as. It's not downtown, but it's right off the same metro line. Like, it's still in a good location. Well, it's in a weird location, I should say. Like, because it's like the big thing there is the school that's not open. You gotta walk like 3 kilometers to there to be any like sort of like cafes or whatever. The hotels there are expensive as shit. The major thing is a metro station. Shake, 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 and shake it. She can't. Good joke. Fuck. Rally car. Rally game. We're good. Breets. I could. I hate the way my brain works sometimes. You said breasts. I thought of chicken breast and then chicken. I'm like, wow, I could fuck up a rotisserie chicken right now. Way she goes. But imagine how it will feel on your cooter. Hey. Hey, come here. We settle our different. The Nürburgring there, it's a thing of beautiful.
Sticky.
Thank you, Kami. Thank you for the $1. I need to learn how to like spatchcock a chicken, so I can get the like $5 rotisserie chickens at Walmart and actually do something with them. They're such a good deal, but I never know what to do with them. There you go. Spatchcock it, children. Oh, Cassie, I got. Hold on, I had to pause for something else. Second. 1 second. I have receipts. It's a quote. I have receipts.
Imagine how good it would feel.
Wait. Here we
I
go.
can catch magical spells, my princess. Imagine what I can do to your cooter. Imagine how good it would feel.
It's really important. I've been thinking about that video all week. Imagine what I could do to your cooter. Imagine how good it will feel. I should note that somehow he is controlling a leaf in his hands. It looks like he's like making it float. However, I'm sorry, the Kuta has been living in my fucking head. And again, the Quebecois guy figuring out St. Louis du ha ha. Come here, we settle our different thing of beautiful.
This makes my penis do the big
Oh
thing.
no.
Hi, Aaron.
Oh no.
Passing by the
Kill him!
false dreams and had to
If I just keep talking, we don't have to hear it.
wondering
If I just talk over it.
and possibly make some cheese out of it.
No!
I'll split the profit.
Not the boob cheese! No! What kind of cheese we talking? Like mozzarella, brie? Never mind. Never mind, I already know it's cottage. And you'll be rewarded for your transgressions. Blue cheese. I've seen that website that one time. They put it on a waffle. And I end my turn. There's a fly down here. Is that a spider or a fly? If it's a fly, I can't do anything. That's a fly. Okay. There was a fly hiding. My diffuser for my light is just a piece of parchment paper, and a fly got in behind it. There's a fly down here who's driving me nuts. If it was a spider, I was about to punch this fucker in the face. But if it's a fly, you're gonna be dead in 2 days anyway. Live your life, king. Yeah, it's a fly. You bumble around and do fly stuff. You do what you want. Also, thank you, Spooky Ghost, for the gift sub to Alexander Vanderdander. Nice and runny. Little dick twist. I punched a spider last night. I beat that fucker up. Kicked that guy's ass. The box where my wheel, what the G27 was in the basement, obviously, and like under a bunch of stuff. So there was a spider webs everywhere, and I caught the fucker mid like cobweb building, and I didn't know what to do, and I was post safety meeting, so I just punched it.
Holy shit!
Thank you, Kami. John Seribot rewards you for your sacrifice. It's a bot. That's his friend. Don't leave him alone. Whenever Kami goes to bed, he says goodnight to Seribot and Nightbot. Those are his friends. TV news! News, all caps! Cat coming like the head tilt. Chat, I have this problem that it's too cute to fix. Besides my penis, I have another problem that's too cute to fix. No, I won't elaborate on that. I keep waking up my roommate's cat at night when I go to make dinner, but he's such a grumpy old man about it that I kind of want to keep doing it. Oh! Yeah, we'll circle back to that. Was anybody else here that Thursday? Was it Thursday? Where somebody came in and said, would you keep a hamster as a pet? And I said, no, I don't trust myself with another life. And they went, oh, okay, thanks anyway, bye, cutie, and then left. What happened? What was that about? I meant to like look up their channel after that. I fucking forgot. Yeah, first message. They're like, yeah, what do you think about hamsters? I was like, oh, my roommate had one. His name Mojo Jojo. He was cool. Yeah, it wasn't a bot. It was not a bot. This was a person. And they're like, would you keep a hamster as a pet? And I was like, probably not. I don't want any pets. I can't trust myself with a human life. Ghost! Thank you again. Yeah, that's where I kind of was going to, Synth. I was like, maybe it's a hamster VTuber or something? Yeah, she had 3 rats and a hamster. The rats were, Jesus. I said it the other day. I fucking brain farted. The 3 names of the Power Girls: Blossom, Bubbles, and I forget the other one's name. The green one. The angry one that looks like she could beat me up. Buttercup. And then Mojo Jojo was the hamster. They're all in our freezer now. Yeah! But I said that, and then they're like, oh, okay. Have a great night, cutie. I was like, I'm gonna throw up. What the fuck just happened? Wait, huh? Oh, I said that. Yeah, that's, yep. That's not a joke. When the animals passed, my roommate put them in a box in the freezer and was like, yeah, I'll deal with this when it's the summer. They're still there. Call you cutie often? You know, not unless they want something from me. A home for a hamster, I guess.
Holy shit!
Why the freezer? Where do you keep your corpses? I could take care of your hamster. Imagine what I could do to your cooter. Imagine how good it will feel. Sorry. I'm not. Yeah, her rats have died, and she wants to like bury them in a big pot so they'll like not degrade. What's a way of decompose, and then the soil like helps something grow. I was like, oh, that's cute. Shh. Gotta get around to it because there's another box now. There's 2 boxes. I don't know what's in the second box, but I looked and found out what was in the first one, and I don't want to do that again. Yeah, there is a second, Mr. President, a second box has hit my freezer. Like she's got no room for things anymore. Yeah, I was cleaning the freezer out one day, and I saw this box in the freezer. And it was like a router box or something. Like it was like something for technology. Yeah, so is that, I think 6. My guess is 6. They don't live very long. They live like 3 years, and she's had a bunch. She's done with rats now. Tarantulas are her new thing. Not 7. And in walked Captain Barrel. Jumped up by my pistol. I shot him with both barrels. And then a rain dabba-doo-dabba-da. Whack for my daddy-o. Whack for my daddy-o. There's whiskey in the jar-o. She used to be petrified of spiders, yeah. And now she has tarantulas. Fucking figured that out. Tell me how that makes sense. I grill her about this Saturn all the time. She's like talking about something about her spiders or like getting another one. Like, remember that one time you see a spider and be like, bah, and then refuse to go in the room until I killed it? Now you have ones with poison that will kill you with poison? That's fun. Holy shit, Sid. That's awesome. I'm gonna pass out. Oh my god. That's a good joke. Woo. Woo. When they talk about face your fears, I don't know if that's exactly what they meant, but hey, it worked out. Not technically a wrong way to do that, I guess. Sorry. Accident. In the sense that I wound it up and did it on purpose, but... Wheel grip. You know what? You know what I can hang my hat on? Right? I don't think me and Next Level Racing are necessarily working together anymore. And I mean, I just don't get emails from them very often. I still get, like, the marketing emails that everybody gets, but I don't get, like, you know, individual emails like I used to. But I think something that I can hang my hat on is I'm willing to bet that I was the only person on the Next Level Racing Ambassador program that asked how to get Swamp Ass out of a Next Level Racing seat. I don't think anybody else was asking those questions. I did the 24 hours of Daytona and then posted like, "Hey, how do I get sweaty butt crack stains out of my seat?" And they're like, Febreze and a wet cloth." It's like, thanks. Now imagine what I could do to your coot. Did it work though? Oh yeah. Different seat. I sold that one. This is a different one. This one's so much. The ERS one was so much worse. Not a bad seat, but really uncomfortable after like 2 hours. This seat is like a comfortable chair that looks like a driving chair. They did the right thing. Yeah, if I was just saying cooter, it wouldn't be that funny, but cooter is like very important. I would imagine Febreze and... Hello, Mr. Level Racing. I shit my pants. How do I fix this? It's very sharp. Suffer. Love is suffering. Now I'm at... Sorry. That one I apologize for. I showed you my cooter. Blue stain? What are you, an elite? Borzole. Like, man's over here jerking the gherkin going, ah, mahumala. I choose to believe that when an elite is close to climax, they scream, "I am the man, I am the man." And that's probably not accurate, but I'm gonna do the most American thing I've ever done and just reject that fact and substitute it with my perceived fact that I know isn't real, but I will tell everyone I believe it wholeheartedly. Why are they Yoda? Pozole. Yeah, I think that code still works. Yeah, again, same thing with LR. No beef. Just they went through like a bunch of corporate restructuring. The people I used to report to no longer work there, so I don't know if my name just got lost. But I don't email them either, so like it's a two-way street. It's not like Thrustmaster where they just disappeared. Like I still get the marketing emails and stuff, but I don't get any more "Hey Aeroteqs." But it's fine. I don't need any more new stuff. We're good. I would like the Gooch Cooler 9000. That'd be fantastic. But I built one. I built my own, so I don't need it. As Boo Boo, did you mean doo doo? The fuck is a Boo Boo? Is it blood colored? No, not the same thing. A boo-boo is a small injury on a child. Doo-doo is shit from an ass. My mother did not kiss my boo-boos as a child when she wasn't kissing my fucking fecus. You sick freak. Where I'm from, boo-boo is poop, but also is doo-doo. Oh, you've been wrong before. Big jigs. You're not ready for big jigs. You're not ready for big jigs. You can do a Yoku. So imagine how good it will feel. It's gonna happen. I was literally staring at the chat window. It's happened before, it will happen again. I feel like it would make more sense that way. Good night, Saturn. I will see you here tomorrow. Maybe. Thank you, Aaron. I forgot. Oh, so what's up, Japanese? Saw you in here earlier. I forgot to say hi. Mason, where's the doo-doo? There's too much goo-goo gaga, Mason. About to snooze. Don't brag about it. I say that. I usually stay up to like 6-ish in the morning. So I'm still within my operating hours right now. Mason the Cooter. Imagine how good it would feel. Cast your spells on the Cooter, Mason. It's Saturday night, Aaron. Understandable, but also that was a choice. I was gonna say I don't think I whenever I'm like staying up for a long period of time, I don't drink alcohol. Like there's a reason I've not done a 24-hour stream where there's like some sort of heavy drinking involved because it just is awful. I absolutely have a long drink and a cherry limeade cider in the fridge. That's for after. I would crank a long drink 7 p.m. tomorrow. Hard. Cass, there's a Instagram real person that does "Don't Kiss Any Boys," and it's just a Captain Price impression, and it's awesome. Don't kiss any boys, so you know. Every time I boot up COD 4, now it's Team Deathmatch. Don't kiss any boys. I'm fucking dead. I just died, actually. Who did that? I'm gonna ban that account. Speak for yourself while you still can. Someone made an alt account of Arrow is a cutie 6'7". Going to she here? I don't think so, Eric. There's too many other things going on around the same time, and it's very expensive for me to travel. I say I don't think so. I'm not going. I've been wishy-washy telling everybody else if I'm going or not. I'm committed to not going now. I think my mom's coming to visit that weekend anyway. I'll be in Toronto like the week before. Like, too much shit going on. Oh yeah, somebody made it as a bit, guys. Come on. We don't need fucking detectives to figure this one out. Listen, if you tell me who you are, I won't ban the account, but if you don't, jail, prison. Don't enable them. I mean, do, because it's money for me, but maybe next year. Yeah, I'm pissed. I'm not pissed, but like I'm bummed, but my car needed a bunch of repair this year. Like I think I needed $3 grand of car repairs, and I need another like almost 2. So I'm trying to be somewhat responsible. 6'7" call. Who's to say they didn't just change their username? Oh, I have an old alt account. This will be funny. Now imagine what I could do to your Kunta. Oh. It's like I'm getting tickled in the lip by a hair, but I shaved yesterday. Maybe I missed a spot. No. Hair from my head. Long enough to where it's hitting the microphone and curling back into my mouth. Yeah, whoever that account is a little bitch. Aeroteq underscore, it's me. It's my account as well. Thank you. Spooky Ghost. Put in the cooch and coochie coochie coo. Don't even start me with boo-boos, buddy. Don't even joke, lad. The cooter bit came from. It's literally an Instagram reel. It's not that deep, unfortunately. It's an Instagram reel of a guy, like, he's got a leaf, like, suspended between his hands. And the exact quote is this: "Look, princess, I could cast a magical spell. I can cast spells on you. Imagine what that could do to your cooter. Imagine how good it will feel." And that's the quote. And I'm usually busy cranking hog at this hour. And his lovable pronunciation of the word kuta has been living in my head for the last week. 14 female moon. It's not gay if it's on the moon. I don't know what you're here for, Rody. The wheel didn't work. But other than that, it's been smooth sailing. We have to pit every 4 laps, which kind of sucks, but we are significantly faster than everybody else, so it doesn't really matter too much. $15,000 for what? Yeah, it's kind of, no news is good news at this point. My thumb kind of hurts. I'm getting hungry, but other than that, we're good. We're good. Just making sure everyone else is on their toes. You know, I want to make sure you guys are paying attention. A little too much what? Blair caused that incident specifically. Not because I read chat going into a corner or anything. No. There's like an Assetto like competitive section on the Nürburgring somewhere. It's fucked. Like there's one way to do it, but it's doable. Also, I set Synth up for this joke. You're welcome. Halo 2. Fire your guns, it's time to run. Blow me away. Only the strongest will survive. Na, 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 Tank saw AC/DC, and he will be quoting AC/DC for the foreseeable future until morale improves. Oh, my nose! So, I think I have a pretty, like, reasonable dust allergy. So, you know, crawling under my fucking desk to fuck around with my computer and dusting off the wheel and all that, not great for the old nose today. Not great. Not optimal. My nose is very itchy. Could be worse, Aaron! Could be worse. You could be avenged sevenfold. You could be avenged sevenfold. I listened to their new EP, the Statica EP. What the fuck is that? I'm all for a band trying something new, even if it's not for me. What genre is it? Boo Boo. So, apparently Statica is supposed to be, from what I interpreted, is supposed to be like a new group, like a new project.
Holy shit!
Because it seems like on YouTube they released all the songs. Thank you, Steph. They released all the songs as Statica instead of Avenged Sevenfold. It's on Avenged Sevenfold's YouTube channel. I've heard all 4 songs on the EP. The Statica song is like, like, it's not the worst thing. It's not Avenged Sevenfold, but it's not the worst thing I've ever heard. Like, it's a lot of electronic elements and auto-tune and, like, all right. The other 3 songs are genuinely, like, I laughed out loud. Like, they're not great. I heard the first song on the album described as what played in the background on your MySpace account in 2004, and yeah, the drums sound like MIDI drums, like 8-bit MIDI drums. Like, I really don't know what we were thinking here. Statica is like the one good one. The other 3 are on the Statica EP, so that might be difficult to Google. There you go. Oh, worse, Blair. So much worse. At least there was an attempt at drumming on Saint Anger. It's genuinely... I listened to the Fantano review and I was like, there's no way it's that bad. No, it's not great. I think Statica, like, I could probably find a way to enjoy the Statica, but the other 3 songs are not it, man. It's just noises and, like, not in any particular order. Like, it's very different. And M. Shadows, who has a beautiful singing voice, is auto-tuned like T-Pain in 2004. Didn't they go and remaster the Saint Anger album and it's like fine now? Like, it's just a generic Metallica album. Like, it's like, eh. Aaron, the actual, like, song Statica is, like, not awful. It's not good, but it's not, like, the worst thing I've ever heard. Whatever the first song is on the album is, like, I genuinely laughed. I don't think I've sat down to listen to a song that wasn't comedic and laughed that hard ever. No, so, what's up, Pickle? They put out an album, Life is But a Dream, I think it's what it's called. that was somewhat similar to this sound, but it was still mixed in with like rock and metal instruments. And then this was like them going whole hog on this sound. So, but it is still better than Tygus. You're right. Yeah, it's not Avenged Sevenfold. Again, from what I understand from just like reading the YouTube title, I think it's like a separate project that isn't Avenged Sevenfold. Just all the same people, but like it's an electronica project. But even then, like again, Statica, the song Statica itself is like not. I could see how you'd enjoy it. The other three are not it, man. The first song specifically, again, like I said, is not great. No, yeah, like the rar, yeah. GT3 car? Chat, what do we think? I'd say yes. I don't know if it would be GT3 at the time, but... It's got kind of GT3 style aero, 500 horsepower. Oh my god, yeah. Alright, let's see if we can beat a 650.
Boobies. 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 Boobies.
See if we can beat our best time here. I teach their own, Aaron, but I can't. Again, the actual song Statica itself, not for me, but I could see like the chorus has been kind of half stuck in my head. The other three, I can't do it. Reminder, because I slept past my second mental alarm. You're never going to guess what Booba Clock is. I know you know what it is. Good night, Kami. Thank you for the gift subs tonight as well, brother. Sleep good. Bickle, they tried to like spread the cars out to where, like, you know, it's the Nürburgring 24, the real one. There's like 15,000 classes. They tried to do that, but with only 6 cars. So like me and the Audi TT DTM car are like reasonably close, and then everybody else is like on their own planet and pace. Song so far. That's crazy, Aaron. That's fair enough. To each their own, but hey, this sucks. Yeah, the AI's dog water around here, Cass. They're terrified of curbs. They're scared to take any speed into any corner. Which AI pathing from 2004, we should have assumed this. Yeah, I don't remember what the first song of the album is, but that's the one that I thought was particularly heinous. But at least, like, the chorus, I could, like, see how someone could enjoy Statica, but I skimmed through it. I didn't listen to the whole thing. Lights. Yeah, that's shit from a butt. Yeah, I don't know. Aaron, I stopped and, like, really removed myself and went, would I still dislike this if it was an Avenged Sevenfold? And unfortunately for me, the answer was yes. I still think it's so bad it's funny. It not being an Avenged Sevenfold song. It being an Avenged Sevenfold song, which apparently it might not be, but if it is, makes this even funnier. That somebody could be listening to this on streaming and go from backcountry to that. Like, don't get me wrong. I've had bands that I've liked go through some pretty significant changes. I used to love the band Amarosa until they decided they didn't want to be good anymore. That's not true. They just make like pop music, and I don't like that. Yeah, it all sounds like they're trying to be Ghost, but they're all tone deaf. Maybe just regular deaf. WM3. Yeah, that would fit too. That was my other choice. I had a couple cars I could have used. I wanted to use this one though. Man just retried a race on B-Spec. Oh, man. Okay. I thought this was some sort of anecdote. Sorry. It could do his 5th place. Yeah, it's a fly. I'll find your corpse in 3 to 6 business days. What's up, Jason? If it's your first time here, what the fuck? But if it's your first time here, what's up? My name's Arrow. We are playing Gran Turismo 4. We're 100% to the game, and to do that, we have to do 24 hours of the Nürburgring. So I'm here. I will be here for the next 18 hours. Yay. Hope stream went well. What were you doing? Dork. That's me. Wheel. Yeah, I had my G27, but the potentiometers have like dust or corrosion, so my brakes were basically stuck on the entire way around. The car couldn't go over 100 miles an hour. The only way to fix it was to like stab the brakes repeatedly until it would like stop fucking up. I did one stint, went, yeah, I'm not doing that, and just reset. Forza, nice. I listened to my first Tool song, by the way, the other day. I don't know if that says about me. My first, like, I sat down and listened to Tool. I'm sure I've heard Tool songs before, but not knowing it was Tool. Like, it comes on a playlist or something. No, I got you, PK. We figured it out in the end. It's like 6 in the morning for you. It's like super late for you, isn't it? Like 3 a.m.? It might be 2. Still. I'm always up this late. Go, 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 go. I beat it by a 10th. Two fucks hard. Other opinions are sadly incorrect. 2 years ago? No, I always knew it was going to be like Deftonesy. I just figured like I know people are into Tool, you know what I mean? So like people being into a band is really off-putting for me. So I'm like, well, if I want to listen to them, I want to like sit down and like actually experience them as a band. If they have, like, if I have friends or people that I know that are that into them, it's not something I want to listen to 1 or 2 songs and go, oh, that was cool, and then kind of leave it there, which is funny because that's exactly what I did. But it's off one of their newer albums. The song starts with a P. It's not Pneumonia, but it's like PN something. The guy from the drummer from Dream Theater tried to play the drums, and he was like, fuck you, this is really hard. But the song's actually fantastic. It's not Piss. That's Pantera. Different band. It's also not Poopy. Yeah, it was Mike Portnoy. It was a YouTube video that he was trying to play this one Tool song, but he had to learn the whole thing in like a short amount of time. And as soon as he heard what it was, he was like, oh, you guys fucking suck. I hate you. I think his exact terms, but this isn't a song, it's a mathematical equation. Numa. It was a Drumeo video, yep. Music tough to play. I've been like listening to Agente Patrulla that does the same thing. So I was like, maybe I just like this. That's why I was like, oh, maybe Tool. There will come a point tonight where I start playing my own music, so that's... We'll get there. Our real ass. I had a feeling. I had a feeling. I didn't want to yuck on your yum, Tank, but you told me that the other day. I was like, Miss Vicky's spaghetti. Yeah, I don't know about that. I've seen Miss Vicky's spaghetti so many times, it's normal to me now. Yeah, I don't like vodka sauce, period. But, yeah, I'm not entirely surprised. Unfortunate. I was making a Deadlock podcast reference, if you didn't understand what I was doing there. Hulk Hogan spaghetti. It's not normal. It's like a tomato sauce that you put some vodka in and cook the alcohol off. It's not too much different than a regular marinara, but... Wait a minute. Yeah. I don't even like the creamy stuff. Like, if I didn't like it as a kid, I hate it as a child. Or as an adult. And I didn't like vodka sauce, and it having cream in it adds like a sweetness, and that makes me hate it even more. Taste of anything? Blair, if you could figure out why they fucking Italians made it into a pasta sauce, let us know. But I'm sure it like does something to the texture with the cream in it. But I tried it once and went patooey, and I'll never have it again. I think one day I was at the store and I was like, oh, it's red sauce. It looks close enough, right? No, it wasn't even at the store. It was like ordering food, like at a restaurant. It's like, I like vodka sauce. I'm sure it'll be like, it's just red sauce, right? No, it's not. Frag, I ain't gonna get DQ'd, bud. There's DT. Okay, I'll serve that now. The GRS drivers. It's so fun. I talked about that earlier tonight. That there was a Call of Duty clan, Blair, back in the day that was basically like that, where if you just sign up, but if you're one of their special, did you go to the website at all? Anybody can be a member, but to be a fancy member, like you have to like be a part of the community for forever. It sounds like a fucking cult, is what it sounds like. No, it was KSI. KSI was a gaming clan, but they were really big in Call of Duty, and all you had to do to join was sign up. They had like thousands of members, and like made you change your gamer tag and everything. Yes, that's where he got the name, Blair. It wasn't his clan. He was just a guy in it. His original username was KSI, like OLegitBT or whatever the letters are. I don't remember. Something I can't really pronounce. And then he shortened it to KSI. The KSI branding actually has nothing to do with him. Yeah, what Frag said. It's close enough. Team BBB? I do. I used to watch Team BB on the YouTube all the time, and then I stopped playing Forza. I forgot you have to press OK. This was a thing. They still are, technically. Didn't go anywhere. Word slow as pissed off. Brother Haas is right there. HRT, congratulations. How big of boobs do you want? I don't know, Niles. Like, they're definitely not nobodies, but they're big. Like, they have influence amongst, like, the worst people you've ever met. Like, they got big on Fortnite trick-shotting and, like, TikTok clout bait shit. They don't not exist anymore, but they're not any, like, all those gaming clans are, like, nothing what they used to be. Had a side man. I don't even know who he is. He's just a side man. No, yeah, no, it's a content farm. I think it started out as like a bunch of friends working on content together, and now it's like a whole thing. I used to watch KSI when he did FIFA. I don't know why, like, I'm not even interested in football, but the pack openings and all that shit, I was actually like, I watched him for about a year until I was like, oh, this guy just yells all the time, and then unfollowed him. And now he makes music, apparently, and water and fights people. Yeah, I was there for when he used Get Hyper as like either an intro or like it was in like everything. Anytime anything cool happened in any video. Akina Fenwa, bless you. How goes it? Oh, wheel didn't work, which is a disappointment. There's a wall there. But other than having to pit every 4 laps, our front tires just melt every 4 laps. It's going all right. No major news to report. Yet. I gotta start thinking about food soon. That means probably next pit stop, I'll go up and put rice in my rice cooker, and then I'll do two runs, and then I'll go have dinner. So it should be about almost 4 when that happens. Surely we get to play it. You can look at it. Would you like some sweet and sour chicken with steamed broccoli? I mean, okay, fair enough. I may or may not make the broccoli because it's just another step. Probably a good idea, though. I do plan on eating, like, absolute shit after that, so... Like, if I'm hungry in the morning, I'm going to just fucking walk to Burger King and get croissant witches. My plan for my second dinner is a pizza, frozen pizza. Heavens. Oh. Gosh. Try to sit back in the chair. My shoulders are starting to hurt. It's another reason why I don't mind getting up here in a minute. It's like it hasn't even been that long. It has. It's been almost 8 hours. That's just for the straightaways. It's fine. I'm so far ahead. It's all good. We're about to be 2 laps ahead. I think that car, the next blue dot is second place. At Nord specifically, Frag, or like in general? Because I know for a fact that's not true. You can absolutely get a 0x contact with a wall if you're sick with it. Aaron, gotta hang on to that. You and Aaron at the same time, biblical pull. Incredible. Plug flats, that's in October. And I end my turn. We're good. Yeah, here's the point of the night where not being on the wheel is gonna kill me. Include racing games. Yeah, we'll have to retire, I guess. Jimmy's been real quiet. He's probably asleep. He's got a wife and kid. Yeah, John Nürburgring's never done this race with no B-spec publicly. Oh, no, that would be Misha, right? Wouldn't Misha? Well, technically, John Nürburgring would be Jane Nürburgring because it'd be Sabine. But if it can't be Sabine because she's passed, it'd be Misha. If it's, and I don't want it to be Misha, I want it to be Jimmy. The joke, you know what? I don't have to make jokes right now. I'm not being paid to be comedic. That's really funny. What's Steve then in your analogy? I keep going to see if the fly is still hiding in my light, and I keep flashbanging myself. Max Verstappen, the blowjob king of Formula One. Nick, I could hear you crossing your arms. Just imagine what he could do to your Kuta. Imagine how good it will feel. no, 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 no. We're good. More for the rest of us, Tank. Less sharing I have to do. Fuck off. Why? They booed the Wright brothers too, you know. They used to call them the wrong brothers. It's my boo-boo. You mean this guy? No, I think it's the right amount, personally. Tank, counterpoint. You know where he's coming from. It's this area. It's where he lives. Two laps. I now have roughly 14 minutes in the bank. I could pull over for 14 minutes and lose no consequences. Call that the poo-poo gap. And eat it, probably. Especially now that we built the gap, there is going to be a lot of times where I just don't pause. Life is two balls. It's required viewing, Aaron. I'm deeply upset. I'm okay. I'm okay. That was terrifying. Only 18 hours to go. Yeah. I'm sure somebody died in every single corner. What's up, Adam? I should be 9 hours in, but it's fine. Everything's fine.
This makes us penis to the big penis.
Oh,
About
God.
time something did.
I need you to take a picture with your ass out and your back bent in with your pussy barely peeking through from a low angle with your face in it winking with your tongue out and your feet in it and your arch is exposed and your toes clenched.
So when do we kill him? When do we just decide enough's enough? And for the greater good of this website, hammers. To be fair, Frag, this is in the spirit of Wolfie's box. 1000%. This is the exact same thing he would do. He'd come in here and just say like whatever raunchy thing he could, and we'd all just go, "Oh, what's up, Wolfie? That's funny." He's like, "Wait, no, you're supposed to time me out." Like, yeah, no. So it started getting worse. I was like, yeah, I'm not going to time you out for being gross again. I get the joke. I knew I would put that Shrek gif there for a reason. I knew somebody would use it eventually. Aaron, it was Next Level Racing. It wasn't Porsche. Porsche was we had a man on the inside for that. NLR, that was Bonnie, my fucking representative. And he thought it was a fake account, so he was just like, "Hey, Next Level Racing, how do you feel about femboys getting ass blasted in their butt vaginas?" And I'm sitting here mortified. Yeah, it was NLR. I talked to her after. I was like, "Yeah, that's my friend Wolfie. He's kind of dumb." And she's like, I know what you're about." I'm like, I don't like that. That sucks. That's awful, actually. All right. I think we're okay. I was like, oh no, we're going to be out of fuel. We won't run out of fuel. I think we have 2 dots should be plenty. I thought I was going to run out of gas. And then I went, oh yeah, we should be okay. We'll be running out like coming in, but should be fine. I was like, I think I get another lap out of the tires, right? So I should stay out. Yeah, again, there's a reason I'm kind of not upset that this car is this much faster than the rest of the field, is I do not have to worry about competition. Oh, I have chicken fingers I forgot about as well. Forgot I have some chicken fingies in the freezer. However, I think if I'm going to eat dinner tomorrow at this time, depends on if I ever make that pizza. Shit, Twizzler. Chad, I'm going to do something crazy. If I don't end up having that frozen pizza, T-Reds, that's my plan for dinner tomorrow. because the stream will end between 8 and 9 o'clock. So I figure I'd want like something savory again tomorrow. But if I don't end up eating, and usually we're like 24-hour streams when I'm racing, I just start drinking water and like get locked in, and I'm not really that hungry. Like I'll be starving when the stream is over, but like I won't really be that hungry for the duration of it, which I don't feel hungry, but I get a headache. So like that means it's time to eat. Anyway, if I don't end up making the pizza, I'm gonna make the frozen chicken tenders, cut them up, throw them into craft dinner with a little bit of Frank's Red Hot. Being fancy. I figured treat myself. It's the good con, bro. $6. Oh yeah, girl dinner. I don't know why I was craving chicken fingers one day, but I bought them and they've just been in my freezer and I don't know what to do with them. They're like not enough for an actual meal, but too much for just a snack. So they're just sitting there taunting me. Just like my fucking 4 bags of dumplings that I bought and then never ate. I'm like, this is too much effort for a snack, but it's not complete enough for a like meal. Yeah, that'll be the last conscious thing I do tomorrow, or today now, technically, but... It's wet! That's funny. But imagine what I could do to your coot. How good it will feel. Oh, when I eat food, if I time it right, it'll be about the 8-hour mark in game. What I should have been doing is paying attention to how long the stream's been going. And like when I started the race, because I need to cut these sections every 8 hours in real time. But as long as I'm not 4 hours off, I don't think it matters. Nicholas, 764. 54. What? What's the number? I don't want it. Mason. Oh, 754. Oh, copy. I understand now. Got it. Yeah, but that's with the hour of fucking around with the wheel not working and then getting everything plugged back in. So I don't know how long we've been active in this race. Yes, Sakura, good evening. I was going to say, like, the reason I cut the VOD at 8 hours is because the most Twitch can take is, not Twitch, but YouTube can take is 12? There's a lot of gap there. So I think the first part will be like 9 hours or whatever, but it'll still be under 12. We're running low on petrol. We might run out in the back straight. I know, Synth, but the timer doesn't run when the game's paused. That's what I'm saying. It's not going to be exact. It'll be off by like 30 minutes to an hour, I think. Yeah, it won't be exactly 8-hour cuts, but it'll be fine. Got wheeled. It certainly feels like it. Pissed a couple times. I've only pissed once. I went to the bathroom and I poop-peed. Poo-poo time was pee-pee time. I am gonna go get my my dinner started. I'm just gonna put rice in my rice cooker. It takes about 45 minutes to an hour. My rice cooker is old and bad, and I think like cooks too soon, if that makes sense. Like the thingamajig comes up too soon. But the longer I leave it in there, the easier it comes out of the rice cooker, so... I'm gonna let that go for like an hour, and then it'll be food time, then I'm gonna take like a substantial break. Fill her up, boys. I'm not playing that game again. Be right back. I don't know how long this is gonna take. I may have to wash it. I don't remember if I washed it, so I would just leave it going. But yeah, yeah, you're right. I pissed in the rice cooker. You're right. Correct. Nice wide swing. Yeah, I'm actually making 3 cups of rice in my toilet right now. The swinger. I didn't mention pineapples. Good night, Aaron. Hey, Bunky. Long nickname. Was he in prison? No, a likely story. You could be bunkmates and other things, I guess. Fucking out here making sense. Oh, yeah, and I've taken the I was going to take the opportunity at my my wheel being on my desk to clean my mouse pad, so I also put the mouse pad in the dryer on air dry to bounce around like a little ball. What's up, Gravy? What's up, Pop? For a stint, that's cute. I woke up this morning not feeling great, so I was like, maybe I'll just like drink some water, and once I have something to eat, I'll feel all right. It's coming back. And we're on hour 6 so far. It's 8 hours of the stream, but I also tried to race with the wheel, and then the brakes are not working properly, so I had to disconnect all that and switch it back to the old setup. So we're technically only 6 hours in. We're 6 hours, 14 minutes in. That's the catch with this race, is that I can pause at any time, but I am just donating time at that point. Can I sneak? Two-lap lead. Yeah, it's about 14 minutes. I'm making dinner right now. When I go upstairs to finish making food, I'm probably going to pause. I could probably have time to microwave some broccoli and get dinner like finished, but without having to pause, but I kind of don't want to risk it just in case. Chose the best car. Apparently, I picked the one that I liked. It does need to pit every 4 laps, which is kind of annoying, but other than that... Gravy, with everything that happened with the Miata race, I kind of don't want to take risks. Like, you're probably right. You're not probably right. You are right. I could lose probably 4 laps right now and gain them all back. It seems like I'm lapping second about every 3 hours. But with the amount of fucking trauma I have from the Miata race this week, yeah, I'm not screwing around. I'd really, really rather not have to do this again. Can you imagine? I'm like, oh, I've got tons of time. I'll go like 4 laps down. It's fine. And then an hour left. I'm still like a lap down. The dread. Yeah, no, I'm good. I am not risking it. Thank you, Hannah. Another banger. Up top. So forgiving. A video game from 2004 moment. Delivery. I've always wanted to use this car in this game. I always thought it was a reward car of some sort. Turns out it's not. And I figure good time to use it because this is like, it's got the livery for the race and everything. But I've seen so many clips of this car and like screenshots. I've always wanted to use it for something. I had no idea it was, like, super good. I just wanted to use it. Well, I say that. It burns tires every 4 laps. I'm very positive there's better choices you could have made for this. It's not rear-wheel drive. No, it's all-wheel drive. That's why we're going through front tires every 4 laps. I tried to power shift it to the back like I did with the Opel. Would not let me. There was no upgrade either to, like, change it. It just is. I guess because it's based on the road car. Pop, you're using real-life knowledge. It burns through fronts because it's all-wheel drive and weighs as much as a house compared to what we're racing against. Or it burns, yeah. Oh shit, change your name again. You're the reason I have trust issues. Yeah, we're playing Gran Turismo, Pop, I know. I'm using the same racing hards as everybody else. No, this is based off of, I mean, you can see the numbers on it. It's based off whatever version of the car ran in the Nürburgring 24. So it's all-wheel drive, about 500 horsepower. What's up, Tom? I'm assuming that's you. I don't know who else would be a VIP and have 1337 at the end of their name. And be active at this hour. Four. Four of them. It's really the only shitty part about the whole, well, other than the whole, I have 18 hours left. But that's like the worst part is the front tires are like undrivable after 4 laps. Oh, okay, copy. Sorry. I don't quite remember what the last username was, but I remember what the name was. That's why I said that, but my bad. You couldn't possibly have known. That's fair. Yeah, I went to change the power, PK, realized I couldn't move it, and went, you know what? Fuck it, and then just press start. Could I have tweaked the setup to, like, be a lot nicer on the front tires and, like, maybe have gone faster, this, that, the other thing? Oh, absolutely. Am I going to win this race by 6 laps? Absolutely. Yeah, I could see V-Spec tuner on the back of the car too. Yeah, super hard comp out. Where hard's on the back and super hard's on the front. You could probably put mediums on the back if you really wanted to, and they would wear at the same rate. Every other car is pitting between 6 and 8 laps. We're the only one that pits in 4. I'm sure there's some things you could do about that as a driver too, but counterpoint. Whatever. Cost you more understeer? No. Not really. Pretty common to do this too. A lot, especially all-wheel drive cars, just chew fronts. So to run a harder front tire is like pretty normal. If anything, it makes it more even because the rear end will rotate and the front end kind of doesn't. It just keeps the grip more even, if anything, because before the fronts were dead and the backs, like the rears were barely warm. Yeah, I mean, you wear tires super duper fast at GT4 anyway. Like, even in normal races, they're pretty cooked after, like, depending on the tire compound and what you're driving. Even in normal, like, the sport tires are dead after about 40 minutes in a Miata. So, tires wear fast in this game in the first place. So, having to do that for a 24-hour race makes it even worse. There's no, like, scale, I don't think. At least in the Gran Turismo mode. I think in arcade mode there is, but... As far as I know, there's no, like, dynamic tire scaling in Gran Turismo mode. So it's just probably like 4x of what it should be, plus motions to everything else. It would have been better on the wheel too. Actually, it was worse because the front brakes were stuck on. So the fronts were killed, and then we used a whole tank of gas in one run, which is crazy. We've had a mechanical failure in a video game, by the way. Now that's endurance racing. Yeah. Like for like the shorter races that are 30 minutes, you have to do a stop like 6 laps in out of 10 laps. Yeah, that's great. But not adjusting it for the fucking fuck off, fuck you race is hilarious. Again, game from 2004. I'm almost positive they were like, oh, everyone will just use B-Spec for this. It's fine. They'll just leave it on B-Spec and walk away. It's a 24-hour race. No one's stupid enough to do the whole thing themselves. Who's got 2 thumbs and is stupid? This guy. What's up, Scarlett? Yeah, what jerks me off is I wasted 2 hours, too. I actually wasted a lot more time than that. It took me 45 minutes to... maybe not 45 minutes. At least half an hour of trial and error to figure out that if I plug the wheel into the top USB port, it's player 1, and the bottom USB port is player 2. I thought the USB port is the USB port. No, not how it works, actually. Something that once I figured it out made total sense, but at the time I did not understand. And then yeah, 40 minutes of trying to use the wheel and then not ending up able to use it. I'm a little bit annoyed about that, but whatever. It's a drop in the bucket. What's 1 hour when I'm going to be up for another 20? I was like, I could be cute and like put a timer on the screen of time remaining, but if I pause to eat and stuff, it's gonna get all fucked up. I was like, there is already a timer remaining. It's in the top right corner. You have to do some fucking math. Sporting a keyboard? Yeah. Sony was always good at that. Once I figured out you could plug in a keyboard to the PS3 and an Xbox 360, I was a fucking menace and message. And then the Xbox messages. I was problematic. You think there's beef when you have to fucking type 1 letter at a time. Like, boop, 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 boop. Nope. I'm running a dissertation about how much of a loser you are. But imagine what I can do to your Kuta. I got legally banned from doing that. Yeah, you win on sheer volume. However, it did fully open me up to like type a bunch of shit and then get no U as a response. Flew too close to the sun, folks. Bickle, so there's pros and cons of that. Obviously, the pros are you get to yell at people in Call of Duty at a rate, at an incredible rate. But at least for me, my hands got used to the shape of the controller with the keyboard attached to it and the weight. I couldn't play without it. Even just like for fun, no, I need the fucking keyboard attached. It was a problem. Especially when, you know, I switched to the Xbox One, holding the controller, I was like, what is this contraption? What is this thing in my hands? Yeah, controller weight's very important. We talked about it a little bit earlier tonight, but the PS3 controller is like, before the DualShock, it feels like a toy. I mean, it would be a toy either way, but you know what I mean? Like, it's so light and flimsy feeling. On keyboards. Somebody linked me something during the streamathon where it's a Bluetooth keyboard that could just magnetize to your phone. And you could put it, like, on the bottom or off to the side. So like a slide down or a slide out keyboard. I think it may have been Aaron, but I don't remember. The controller was so light. It's generally uncomfortable to hold because it's too light. Small. It's the same size as a PS2 controller. It is a PS2 controller, just it weighs nothing and it has triggers. I think dimensions it's the same. It looks the same when they're side by side. Jesus. Portimao? Don't yell at me, I'm tired. No! Fine, everything's fine. What's up, Lithin friends? If it's your first time here, my name's Aero. First, shut the... Oh my god. We're doing the 24 hours of the Nürburgring in Gran Turismo 4 without using V-Spec. So it has to be human-driven. We're 6.5 hours in. I'm miserable. Hope your stream went well. Thank you for the raid. I normally do racing game stuff of all sorts. The 100% playthrough of this game has been taking up the majority of my time lately. I'm sorry. Don't be. This is entirely self-imposed. Nobody asked me to do this. I only did it because I said I was going to, and everyone was like, wow, that's crazy. And I was like, oh, I gotta do it now. I am a little bit upset because I wanted to use my wheel, my Logitech G27, but the potentiometer in the brake is either really dirty or malfunctioning. So it held the brake at like 10% almost the whole way around. I couldn't drive around it. I tried. It would have made this so much more fun, but... And it would have made this part where it's just like 3 in the morning and we're just turning laps a lot more entertaining, but... It is what it is. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was like a problem when I was still using the wheel, but obviously with PC games, you can add dead zone and like fix it. Not on a PS2, unfortunately, so I had to switch to controller. It's fine. Like I said, I'm a little bummed, but like I tried. It's not like I gave up. I probably wasn't going to use the wheel for the whole 24 hours anyway, but it's okay. I think for, I'm going to try to fix the pedals, and then for Le Mans, which is also a 24-hour race, I'll probably end up using the wheel. Maybe. We'll see. The screen setup at the desk was stupid. It was really silly, actually. Oh, Blair, I said before, like, if I'm unplugging the wheel... G27, not the G29. I said if I'm unplugging the wheel, I'm done. I'm not... Because I have to move a monitor. I gotta move, like... I gotta move, like, unplug an HDMI cable, move a bunch of stuff around. I'm not undoing that and then doing that again. Yeah. I'm gonna, the pedals have been in storage for 6 years, and they were already, like, going before that, I think. So I'm gonna take them apart another day, and I think they just need a really good clean. Same pedals as the 29? Probably? I don't know. I'm sure Logitech hasn't changed anything inside their wheels since 2004. Yeah, the pedals aren't broken. They just need to be cleaned. Like, the insides need to be cleaned. They're not busted. Yeah. It's a common problem with Logitech pedals. Yeah, it's super, super normal. That's why, like, I'm not freaking out. I'd be really bummed if my old wheel didn't work anymore, but I'm pretty sure it was a problem before I stopped using it. And when I was cleaning, like I was cleaning the dust off them to use, I watched a huge chunk of like dust, hair, and a bunch of gunk fall into the brake, and it's not coming out. So I'm sure that's exactly what it is. Doesn't change anything. They really haven't. I've tried like a G29 or whatever, and it feels exactly the same. If anything, I would argue. Actually, no. I was gonna say it's worse. It's not worse. The shifters are worse. Your shifter basically used to just be a button box, and now it's just a shifter. Good night, Lith. Good luck. I was gonna say we don't need it on track, but to stay like engaged and pay attention for the next 17 hours or whatever, maybe. Thank you, friend. Thank you for the raid as well. That's crazy. Welcome to my podcast. That would make sense, Blair. Because, like, there are no buttons on the G20. Well, there is. There's 6, like, just buttons. There's no radials. There's no D-pad. That's why I couldn't really navigate the menus with it either. But I guess you're meant to use it with a controller at the same time. So they never thought of that anyway. So, yeah. Just for buttons? Brandon, I still have a G27 shifter that is just for buttons. It has 12 buttons on it. That's crazy. I will never... This shifter is technically broken. I still use it. Like there's like a plastic stopper that broke out of it years ago. Yeah, no, I'm not gonna stop using this thing until it just straight up does not work anymore. You don't even have to modify it. There's a guy that sells a fucking adapter. It's very simple, actually. Good night, Liv. Let's try rubber bands. Yeah, I did that for a bit. I did that for like a day or two. And then I went on Amazon and got the Amazon handbrake special like everybody did. I looked at chat. Statue out of it. I have my gold ship memorabilia. I'm good now. They're not finessing more money out of me. I got my 2 posters. I've got my little figurine. I think I overpaid for. I'm done. I'm out. I'm free. I think we do one more stint and it's dinner time. I kind of wanted to make it to 8 hours first. I'm getting hungry. Yeah, I'll take a little bit of fuel. A pool? I'm sure there is one in the middle somewhere. Or at least for the race, there's got to be some group of dudes that bring some sort of blow-up pool filled with alcohol. Shut up. I did it again. There's a fly that's on my light, and I keep looking up to see it, and I'm looking directly into a studio light, and it blinds me for like half a second. I'm not learning, folks. Yeah, I could stop. I can manually stop the fueling anytime, Cam. Like, I know this will probably use just over half a tank. So that's why I took just over half a tank. Inflatable full of Orbeez, that's crazy. Another GT4. I mean, not everybody grew up with it. Like, I feel like you don't really know a whole lot about this game, or you have encyclopedic knowledge of everything. That's the two averages. I feel like just knowing, like, oh, I like my knowledge of, oh, I played it a little bit as a kid, but I don't remember everything is like really uncommon. What's up, Alex? I remembered your name finally. Yeah, I haven't really sat down and played this game since 2004. Probably a little bit later. I played it as a kid. I was 10, and the jump in physics from Gran Turismo 3 to this was too difficult. So instead of like going, oh, time to learn, I went, nah, and then just played Need for Speed and Forza instead. When Forza got serious, I said, okay, I'll learn, but I was older and like ready for that. I also never bought this game because I didn't want to see any of my friends to see me playing it and see me bad at it. Because I was the racing game guy, and if I wasn't good at racing games, what am I good at other than eating cooter? Imagine how good that would feel if I did this to your cooter. It's not gonna happen, Cass. I told everybody about it. I played you the video because I knew I would be quoting it all night. Ting of beautiful. Yeah, like I didn't remember like most of the car list. I didn't remember most of the track list. I knew I was gonna come back to it someday, so I like avoided a lot of this information. And now we're here. Stop rubbing your hands together, you greedy, you prick. What are you scheming? What are you scheming? What are you scheming up there? You jerking off? You jerking off on my light? Hey! Frig off, Rick! Hey! Be gone! Go fucking be weird somewhere else. Piss. I look up, the fucking fly's just sitting there going, I'll kick your ass, pal. T-Rex. That's a deep cut. Take over the basement. I will be indisposed for the next 20 hours. What's up, Anna? Finally live at down there times. That's like the one part I was excited about doing a 24-hour stream. I was like, oh my god, all the critters I'm going to get to talk to that I normally don't get to talk to. Because I'm either streaming when they're streaming, they're at work, or sleeping. Niles? Yes, thank you. Maybe I'll poop over there and then die in 4 hours. Like, fuck off. Leave me alone. Is he fixed? Brother. I mean, If the shoe fits, I listened to you get into 2 arguments last night. Had nothing to do with you. I heard it. I was there. Well, I was physically there. I was in a safety meeting. I was on my own. I had all the intentions of running the Lime Rock race last night. And then I took 3 gummies. I did not run the Lime Rock race last night. 3. They're only 10 milligrams each. It's still more than I normally take, but it's not like an insane number. I'll go to bed first. I have no choice. Good night, Andy. I'll be here. 10 milligrams of safety. The whole bottle. It was a pack of 10. There was technically 100. I've never taken more than 10 milligrams at a time, so I'd be like, I wanted to know what it was like and what it would do. So I took 2 earlier in the week. I was like, oh, that's fun. Last night I was like, oh, what about 3? 3's a bit... I had a great time, but I wouldn't operate machinery. A 2-hour PCC. Actually, you know what? I watched most of that PCC race. I think I would have fit right in. I just would have took the BMW, and everyone would have just assumed I was a BMW driver. I could have blended in. They would have had no idea. Brother, I swear to God, I will fight you with my fists. Trying to process that race. I don't know how you sound surprised. When I heard Lime Rock on the schedule, no chicane, that actually, it's probably better there was no chicane, to be honest. Maybe the West chicane would have been okay, but that fucking Grand Prix chicane would have been way worse. It would have been a disaster. But I don't know what you were expecting. 5 for 5 on slurs was crazy, but that was. Oh yeah. Again, like I said this last night, it was a normal thing in Call of Duty like forever ago. Of like an open to join clan where there was no member limits or whatever. I can't say I fully understand it, but if it gets people excited about PCC, that's cool, I guess. What's up, Snatch? Good evening. Or good morning. Unfortunately, PCC went from the best series in iRacing to one of the worst. The cars aren't relevant. It doesn't matter. Like, they could literally bring back OG PCC cars. The series is probably still cooked either way. No, Brandon, again, I don't know if you saw what I posted last night, but there was a Call of Duty clan that literally accepted everybody. Like, they had thousands of members. I don't know if you know who KSI is, because you have a life outside of the internet, but KSI got the name KSI because of the clan name KSI that he's yoinked. PCC is all the attitude and the drama and the egos of IMSA, but none of them are good enough to run IMSA. So you have everybody who thinks their shit doesn't stink, but actually they're significantly worse. PCC was great when only 30 people did it, and it was the same 30 people, and we all knew each other by our first names. And the Jetta, but mostly that first part. Yeah, KSI was a multi-game clan. You could just join. You didn't need to, like, have any prerequisites or requirements or be particularly good at the game. I don't hate Division. It sucks, man, because it's generally a lot of fun. Like the car combos when they're on it and like separated are generally like I spent so much time in PCC unironically because it was a shit post, but like in a good way. Every race we did in the Jetta, I'd run into the same fucking 5 dudes, and we'd just shoot to shit the entire race. It was a 30-minute podcast. And then the Toyota happened. It was, if I was doing a video essay, I would title this part The Downfall. The Toyota and the Miatas being the same pace was the beginning of the end. And now everybody was like, oh, this sucks now, actually. And then went to different series. And now only the worst people drive PCC on a regular basis, as you saw last night. Not everybody who drives it sucks, just a lot of people. And, like, not as drivers, like, as human beings. Like, I don't want to be around you. I'll never forget, Paolo. I'll never forget you and your team of very nice gentlemen. I'll remember Paolo for the rest of my life. The cars don't matter anymore, Snatch, if I'm being totally honest. It's the culture. Before, maybe, like, I think the Miatas and the 86s running the similar pace and nobody wanting to yield to anybody is where this started. But I genuinely think you could have 4 different cars running 4 different paces, all being totally separated and spread out with like their own safety cars, and it would still be awful now. I really don't think having a good class separation is going to fix anything anymore. I think it's broken arrow. If you're in a different class and you start blocking another car that's not in the same class as you, like you're racing together, I genuinely think you should go to a gulag. No, not even. I think you should be tarred and feathered in public while all your compatriots watch. Like, it takes another level of idiot. Like I don't mean like, hey, I'm gonna cover the inside because I don't want you dive bombing me into turn 1. I mean, like, you're side by side with a fucking Miata and you're in an 8.6 and or like a Clio and you're similar pace and you're holding them tight into corners, blocking down the straightaways and shit, trying to break the toe. Like, who are you shadow boxing with, you fucking weirdo? Like, what's wrong with you? Stop. Out of rookies. The same shit happens in fucking A-class IMSA. Licenses don't mean anything. It's the biggest myth in this fucking service. I love when new people are like, it'll get better in A-class. No, in fact, it might get worse. It might actually get worse. It is actually, if you want A-class, it's not difficult to get if you know what you're doing. So, like, it is... No, because the 7.5K drivers, Snatch, all got it from farming lower series. They got it from running fucking Toyota races at 3 in the morning when there's only 9 people racing and they get easy wins. I'm sure that guy's competent in a straight line, but clearly he doesn't race people often enough. And it's not the first time. This happens all the time. It's a shame, T-Reds, because some of the most fun cars in the service are the least driven. Yeah, Brennan, because he doesn't race with anybody. And he's like what you said yesterday made it really make sense to me, not that it didn't already. You can't drive a GR86 like a GTP. You can't fire it in on braking zones and try to like ride the outside of corners. You don't have downforce. They're driving those cars like it's a GTP. But they're doing moves that don't work. It's the same thing, like, you guys ever have a situation, and like, I've been that guy. There's video evidence of me being that guy, of a downforce car trying to pass a car that does not have any downforce at all. And you're like, oh, I'll just, you know, move around on the outside. They'll see me. They'll lift. It's too late. Once a brick has turned in for the corner, it's going where it's going. Like, trying to think of an example. Well, I'll just tell you what I did. Not first corner. The long right-hander at Zolder. I was in an LMP2. I was trying to pass a GT3. I went to the outside. I'm like, oh, the GT3 will see me. Oh, they saw me. Not a whole fucking lot they could do about it. So I got hit. I spun out and killed the car. 1,000% my fault. I could have waited 3 seconds and passed on the straightaway, but I got impatient and tried to go somewhere stupid. Yeah, there's nothing they can really do, Blair. Like, maybe this will work, maybe it won't, but I think if you want to run multi-class in iRacing, you have to run every other class before you can run the fastest one. You have to spend at least, like, one race in the shit box to understand how to pass it and how to overtake it and what works and what doesn't. So I think that's another big problem is these people in fast cars just drive fast cars. Like the GR86 is the most popular car because it's the fastest car. So they'll just do shit to other people. Yeah, same thing. The supercar is really fun. The Euro NASCAR is really fun. As the North American, there is nowhere to drive the supercar. And I mean, like, I know a lot of you guys are like, oh, well, you could join a league or do the SOF race. So I get to race once a week? One time? And the races aren't particularly long either. So, like, there's one 40-minute race that'll have a decent amount of people in it. If that. I think it goes both ways. You're probably right. Because there's, especially in lower splits, you have, like, Greg. Greg's really nice. Whenever he sees a fast car coming, Greg will get out of the way because he doesn't want to be a problem. However, Greg getting out of the way has made him in the way. In Greg's mind, he's doing nothing wrong. But actually... yeah, if people bought retro content, they would act like it's just a monetary thing. Making a car in iRacing is not like just scanning the car and shitting out the model, right? Like, there's a lot of work that goes into it. So if they're not confident it'll sell or have some sort of deal with the manufacturer, they're not going to do it. Greg can do to your Yakuta. Like, I can't get mad at iRacing for that. No, you shouldn't even get out of people's way, Scarlett. You should just hold your line. Unless it is something like PCC or you're being lapped by your own class, if you're being overtaken in a GT3 by any kind of LMP car, we'll find our way around. If you can't, you don't belong driving a faster class in a multi-class. You're not ready. If you need a GT3 to move out of the way for you, you're not cut from the right cloth. Sorry. In PCC, if I'm like in a Clio and there's a Miata or whatever struggling to get around me, yes, I'll move. It's an Instagram reel, Kohai. Imagine what I can do to your scooter. Imagine how good it will feel. Yeah, there's a lot of people that get on iRacing and go, I've watched Formula One, I understand the rules, and it turns out that Formula One actually had this wacky rule set that no other series uses or abides by. Like blue flags. Okay, it's blue. Oh no, I did a little bit of the multi-class when it was at Watkins Glen for iTested. There was generally a guy, and I don't say his I rating to make fun of him. I'm adding context. I know there's some people in here with lower I ratings. It's a fucking number. Who gives a shit? Steve's got like 400, and I love that guy. It's just a number. Who gives a shit? But this guy had like 700, 800 I rating and was driving a GTP. And I think after the third person he crashed out on, in practice, by the way, someone was like, yeah, man, you got to learn how to pass safely. Like, you're fucked in the head. And he was like, I've been headlight flashing you. Like, the guy legitimately thought flashing headlights meant move out of the way, I'm passing. That's not how that works, actually. Like, how do you have such a poor understanding of basics? Yeah, that was funny. I don't know what they said to him to start, but I could guess. My tits. Yeah, the only time I ever use the headlights is if I'm in a fight and I have to go somewhere that's a bit risky. Like Daytona Turn 1, if I'm not alongside the braking zone, I'll headlight flash on the straightaway like, hey, brother, I'm going here. Or, again, yeah, if they're in a fight, they're probably not paying attention. Yeah, I mean, like in 2014, it was just assumed that you had base knowledge on how racing worked, so they didn't need to teach you. But now there's so many people getting into sim racing that don't know dick shit about real racing. And I don't mean like, oh, they watch Drive. No, I mean like they don't watch racing at all. They just saw sim racing, went, that's cool, and got in it. Yeah, Snatch, I have the opposite problem. I'm way too careful in traffic. Way too careful. I lose so much time in multi-class if I'm a faster car because I'm petrified. I'm like, I don't want to do something stupid and take out a slower car, so I'm very patient. When I was in iTested, I was actually like in the LMP2 to try to work on being more aggressive in traffic. Like, go for it, but not, like, have confidence on the brakes, you know what I mean? But not do anything silly. I was apologizing to people, like, my bad, I'm trying to learn. I mean, I don't think this is a hot take, but I think we should start taking safety, you know? There's a lot that can be done for moderation in terms of specifically iRacing. I was going to say, if we start talking about it, we're going to be here all night. I'm going to be here all night either way, but I don't want to talk about this all night. It's the horse is dead. It's been dead, right? However, I think we should be resetting people back to rookies or resetting people back to D class. I know I just said, like, the license class doesn't mean anything, but if losing your A license means, like, or if you get protested, that means you're not running IMSA for, like, a month, you're going to stop fucking around as much. Actual jail sentences. Honestly, I think if they got rid of appeals, that the punishment would usually fit the crime. Flags mean? I mean, they do, but it's not involved. You have to seek this information out. Like, there is the sporting code, but it's not like you have to go through a tutorial, you know what I mean? That's very funny, Brendan. All you can race is against other people in jail. Most of the time, it benefits the slower car, Scarlet, to lift a little bit early, let the faster car through, and then just change up your apex. You'll still lose time, but you'll lose like tenths, not seconds. No, honestly, I'm assuming most people here have never been actually banned on iRacing before, but they say, oh, 3-month ban, but you can appeal it after a week, and they'll 90% of the time get rid of it. I'll leave it here, but in 2014, I understand why they were kind of hesitant to permaban people and stand on business on a lot of these like on-track punishments, because they didn't want to lose subscribers. But as of 2026, I think you're actively pushing people away by not doing that. Because now people are like, oh, iRacing is just a lawless wasteland where you get banned for a week. Who gives a shit? I'll just make my 15th alt account. Like, we need to start IP banning people, and if it says 3 months, then it's 3 fucking months. There's no appeal. Whatever you did made Nimcross go 3 months in the box, 3 months in the box. I've had enough. Brandon, that sounds like Mr. Ukrainian Shawn Michaels to me. I don't know if it was him, but it's his brand. Yeah, how again, my best example, I don't say the guy's name, but if you know, like, pre-2020 iRacing streamer ball, you know, especially if you're from, like, Australia or New Zealand, you know who I'm talking about. It's not Jonathan Goodell, by the way. There was a guy that was banned from iRacing for drinking and driving too often. Like, he'd have 10 beers and then just go spend the rest of the night in tent wrecking people. He streamed it, was super popular. I used to follow him. I know the guy. He got permabanned and was back less than 3 months later. And the only reason he was permabanned so long is because he took it like a vacation. Yeah, Chloe, you know what I'm talking about now? It's not Cadell at all. I promise. Didn't take that well at all. Good. My point being, they should have never let him come back. This is clearly somebody who doesn't give a shit, who has not learned. They're not going to learn, so why do we let them come back? Interlacing, welcome to my Sony PlayStation 2. Like, let him go be LMU's problem. Like, I don't... Yeah, again, if it was 2014 and there was like 5,000 active members, if you throw out a permaban here and there a little bit too zealous, I fully understand why iRacing be like, oh, we should probably be careful on the permas. We don't want people thinking we're going to ban them for nothing. You know, no, I think it has the exact fucking opposite problem now. Now, people don't give a shit because there's no consequence. Even if there is consequence, like, even if people protest and, like, things happen, when you can appeal bans, what the fuck do bans mean anymore? Exactly, T-Reds. It's the exact opposite problem. You're going to push people away from iRacing. They're going to go, well, why would I play iRacing? I'm going to brush into someone by accident, get intent wrecked, and then have them call me a slur. Like, I'll just go do something else. Yeah, I was going to say, when I raced, I didn't make sure I would never wanted to cause problems because you always run into the same 20 people over and over and over again. No, there should be no appeals at all, ever. If whatever you did was enough for them to say, like, hey, like, you're done, even if it's a voice chat ban. I got a voice chat ban for 3 months. You didn't see me fucking crying about it. Well, I couldn't because I was voice chat banned, but, like... I have 100% deserved it. I was in a race with an admin, and the comment that got me banned was, "My name is Colonel Sanders. Try my chicken. It will rock your fucking toenails off." And some guy was in the race and said, "Hey, can you cool down on the swearing? My kids are listening." I said, "I don't give a fuck about your kids," and that was the last thing I said for 3 months. Yeah, like, the punishment fit the crime, guys. I had people like, hey, you can ask them to get unbanned. You can ask them to get unbanned. I was like, yeah, I'm not going to do that. I was too much of a yapper on the mic anyway. Like, I took it as a learning opportunity to shut the fuck up a little bit. I learned nothing, unfortunately, but... Yeah, I was being a shit disturber the whole race. I don't remember everything that led up to that, but I remember that. That's not Daniel either. His name starts with an MC. His, like, username. And he had, like, decently good stats, but wasn't, like, setting the world on fire. Good joke, team. Report mid-race. They just have to be stricter on bans, man. Like, it's really not difficult. If somebody's been on the sim for more than a year and has over 2,500 I rating, you don't get a warning. You don't get coaching. You should know better, and if you don't, you're gonna learn. If somebody joined the sim like 2 weeks ago or like a couple months ago and like rejoins really shit, yeah, no, definitely give that person like, hey, yeah, maybe don't do that. What you did was incorrect. Here's what you should have done. But it's not even like it's the same people. It's the same drivers all the time. If you main a series, there would be people that cause problems. Like, even when I did GT4 for a season, I ran into, like, 5 guys that were either causing crashes or got wrecked out every race. Every single race. I protested them. They said they would do something, and like maybe one day off. How is it there's people whose driving standards are so bad they have reputations? Yeah, I felt like a fucking idiot when I saw that in my sub box this morning, Blair. Yeah, T-Reds, and I mean, like, again, it's like the only iRacing discourse that I think I'll entertain. I think everything else is either sour grapes or just whiners being whiners. But it's to the point now where, like, I don't really race officials, I just watch, but even from watching, like, I've seen... Like, I saw the clip of Alex Dude wrecking some dude in Top Split GT3, and the guy goes, it's always the same guys. How the fuck do we let that guy have 4 accounts, first of all? Why do we let him have, Alex the 4th? And 2, how is he still racing? He's an F2 driver. Just fucking ban him. He has other things to do right now anyway. no, Scarlett, I have no problem with alts, but if you fuck around on your alt account, your main account goes too. I have no issues with people having alt accounts. Hands up, I have one. I don't use it anymore, but I used to. I used it for Daytona 24, and that was it. But I can understand where like somebody with a really high I rating who wants to get into like top splits for GT3 or whatever doesn't want to lose 150 I rating by trying some series they've never tried before and like getting into an incident. I totally understand that. However, I think if you are caught, you have to... No, let me restart. I think if you want to use a second account, it has to be tethered to your first account. And if it's not, your alt account gets banned permanently. And if you're found to like be intent wrecking people, your alt account gets permabanned and your main account gets the whatever ban it would have been. So let's say you're like intent wrecking and like it's supposed to be a 3-month ban. No, your main account gets that. Your alt account's gone. You lose the privilege. Yeah, also Scott Speed literally like had that reputation forever before they finally did something about it. And Scott Speed is not an F2 driver, unfortunately. Remember I said I wasn't going to stay on this for too long? Sorry. Ah, what do I have to be right now? No, I said that in my report, Blair. I was like, you guys need to do something about this because these drivers should be held to a higher standard. They're ambassadors from the real racing world, and then they come in here and treat it like a joke. So how do you think everyone else is going to treat it? Like, I had that in my report. I was like, I can confirm without a shadow of a doubt that all 3 of these drivers are using alt accounts, and they're using alt accounts to, like, subvert punishment. And I think that should be taken into account with their punishment. And apparently, the main accounts got banned at the time, too. Because that motherfucker got booted from Global F4, which he was leading. I watched that shit happen. Hilarious. Yeah, I think that iRacing still thinks they're a small company, and they're not. Or at least the people making those decisions. He didn't even get permabanned for that, Blair. I think he got a 3-month ban for that. Bubba lost a sponsor, but I think after COVID, no one gives a shit anymore. Online competitive game. There's some things that, like, I have suggestions. Again, one of them is, like... Yeah, Blair, but he said the N-word. Like, he fell up. My man hard R'd into a promotion with extra steps. Like, darn. Yeah, okay, yeah, so on that topic, like, I don't play League of Legends, but, like, why is it that, like regular online competitive games do some of these things way better? Like, I've never heard of another online competitive game having ban appeals. That's crazy to me. Ban appeals on bans that aren't permanent. That's nuts. Also, basically, if you're a road racer, ranked or nothing, that's crazy. That's hard to wrap my head around. The first thing I would do if I was Mr. John iRacing is I would do the SR enabled, IR disabled for like a couple of things. There's only unofficial and ranked. There's no unranked. There's nothing that I could just jump into and race casually, have a good time, and then turn the game off. Well, I mean, you can, but you're gonna finish last every fucking race. So like, or be in like lose a thousand I rating. Having a safety rating be enabled, but the I rating not matter is like the best thing they've ever done as an experiment, and I hope it comes back. There should be at least 5 series in road that do that. Like, I shouldn't have to go peruse hosteds to just find a casual experience as somebody who enjoys road racing. Oval people got Carb Cup and like Pickup Cup, but if you're into lefts and rights, you have nothing. That is the first thing I would do. Next season, there'd be like I don't even know where I'd start. A lot of the goofy stuff that gets no participation too. No chill series. Even if there was one, dude, just one. Like having eye tested for the week was a I've never done that many official races in my life. In like a sweaty combo? No. Anyway, unranked. I can't say much, Scarlett, but they heard the backlash after the last week 13. They're aware. I saw a whole PowerPoint presentation, and I can't speak more on that, but that's something that was noted. To be fair, expanding GT3 and F4 was a good idea. However, I didn't hate the idea that all, like GT3 has like 2 or 3 different tracks to choose from. I don't hate that. Shitty officials. That was the big criticism this season, and I can't speak much more on that. But something got brought up, and if I speak further, I'm in trouble. I don't want to say too much, because just in case nothing does end up happening, that means whoever I was talking to about it tried and failed. And I don't want to, I don't want to give too much away just in case, but I've heard of some good ideas. We'll see if anything actually happens. Again, I don't know if it's going to happen, but the idea of doing the figure eight series with damage off was thrown around. I know that's not the biggest news, but it's a start. The genuine confusion I heard of, like, why does nobody race in that? I was like, because it's damage on. Why the fuck would you? It's damage on with 1 fast repair, so your race is over. It's 6 minutes. It's dumb as fuck. I don't know. I think there's some things to do, like things that like I said, that could be done to make it a little bit better of a semi-casual experience. Even the most competitive video games I've ever played, like Valorant or whatever, have unranked, where you could just jump in with some friends, do some bullshitting. Other than hosteds, you can't do that in iRacing. It's not a thing. All you can do is take ranked racing not seriously. And it's such a whiplash that if you show up, you know, to a regular race and like, oh, I'll start from the back and kind of fuck around, and you're racing against people who like, this is their one day a week to race and they're taking it very seriously. I'm strong. It's almost dinner time, but yeah. Like, they gotta be running out of content, surely. How, like, what? I can't really think of, like, major cars and tracks that they can add that would sell, or they have the rights to. Also, T-Reds, I'm willing to bet a large amount of money that the majority of the player base has no idea how the tracks are picked. I have no issue with track selection being for the sickos of the community. I think that's where it should stay, but... And you're not a sicko unless you understand that it's all in the forums. There's also the series itself, you know? Like, I guarantee you IMSA's the one that's like, no, 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 every season we need to have these tracks on the schedule. T-Reds, would you be, you know, when you sign into the UI, what if that was your splash screen on week 12? Like, track scheduling voting has begun. Please check the forums for your favorite series to participate in the voting process for the next season of tracks. Integrated in the UI. That's giving too much power to too many people, I think. That's what I mean. I don't mind, like, perverts being the one that picked the schedule. I think that's the right people for the job. I don't want John iRace, like the John iRacer picking it, or else we'll be at Spa every fucking week. There needs to be a mix of super popular tracks that everybody owns and a couple of weird ones that fit the car or the track that maybe some people own, some people don't. With some exceptions. Like NIS, right, follows the real schedule, and like super popular stuff. That's not a bad idea either, Blair. Yeah. Yeah, Knock Hill specifically is like never. I mean, I'm biased. I love CTMP. It shows up on F4s once a year? And IMSA once a year. And when it's at IMSA, it's a shit show because it's everything. -5 stars. Everyone's allowed to be wrong once in their life, Brendan. That's okay. Personally, it was great. It was great TV. I don't know. I'm of two minds, right? Because at one, I was an iRacing player first, so like I'm mad at the same stuff as a lot of the community's mad about. But on the other hand, you know, I may or may not be going to the office in 2 weeks for a week, and like, at least from specific departments, I've heard of like what they can and can't do, and where their hands are tied in certain situations, and like, you know, like it's I am Malcolm because I'm in the middle. And then, like, I feel extra sympathy for them, but at the same time, like, it's not the marketing team's fault that the protest system has not worked in years. Well, that's oversimplifying, but you know what I mean. There's been a foundational problem in discipline for at least the last 5 years. The posse now, that's true. Steve to his face. I don't think I've ever met Steve Meyer. I can't wait to meet Kevin Bobbitt for the 3rd time and him have not remembered me for the 3rd time and go, you're from Canada, so do you like the Tragically Hip for the 3rd time? My man, he's consistent. I have met Kevin 3 times and we've had the same goddamn conversation all 3 times. Bless his heart. That guy is busy with other shit to do. Listen, T-Reds, if that's the one thing he knows about our country, not bad. Not bad. That's fine, actually. All right. To be fair, though, Scarlett, most people don't have time during the week, so it makes sense. There not being like a fucking 8-hour race. You know what, though? They could do that for shorter races. A 12-hour race or a 6-hour race having the same amount of time slots as a 24-hour race is crazy. However, endurance racing and iRacing also has this problem where people will drive like imbeciles because they know they could just quit and then do another split later. And I've seen this in real time. I used to do the 8 a.m., the second last split, the broadcast split, air quotes, right? Of the 24 hours of Daytona, and I did the whole race myself, so I was there the whole time. We switched to doing it Friday nights because we didn't want to, like, go to bed at 9 in the morning after staying up for 24 hours. It's better to go to bed, you know what I mean? It's just better for the sleep schedule to do it that way, and you're not waking up after, like, not sleeping the night before. The Friday night splits, after, like, 6 hours, there's nobody left. It's empty. You could start the race with 50 cars. There's 30 cars left after 6 hours. You have a minor inconvenience, like a light bumper damage. Oh, we're restarting. We're not doing this race. We'll do the next one. Oh, a 10-minute repair? Oh, fuck that. And, like, again, I'm of two minds. I understand it. You have another chance to race where your car won't be a broken bucket of fuck the entire time, or you lose 2 laps because some guy's an imbecile. I get it. I understand. But at the same time, if we just quit, what the fuck is endurance racing anymore? Granted, trust me, ladies and gentlemen, I've been on the other side of this plate of shit sandwich. I've been there. The fucking last 2 times we tried at the spa, our car was dead in 6 hours. We're at 9 laps down, racing for 45th. Like, I get it. But there's no, like... It just... I don't get it. It doesn't make sense. But... the 9 a.m., the second last split that we would do for the Daytona 24, never dropped out of people. Especially after the 11 a.m. went live. That was it. None of those people backed out. And honestly, like, I know there's other sims that do, like, endurance racing. iRacing special events are what make the subscription worth it. Even if you, like, suck at road racing, it's the closest thing to a sleepover as an adult that we have. You get a bunch of your friends together, you spend the whole week practicing, getting ready, talking setup bullshit, and then you sit in a Discord call with each other for 24 hours. It's like the most fun. It feels like a sleepover. Because at some point, someone just goes, hey, guess what? What? Peanut butter. Everyone gets a little fucking crazy at 4 in the morning. Like, it's the same vibes. No, Scarlett, I get that. Like, PCC Endurance should have a couple more splits. Brandon, I thought we were cool, man. You come in here fucking making me sad. Fuck you. Oh, there's a corner there. My race isn't going anywhere. I'll probably do one more stint, and then at 8 hours, I'll put the highlight marker down, and I'm going to take probably 30 minutes to eat. Maybe a little bit longer, maybe a little bit shorter. We'll see what happens. I'm just going to eat my dinner like normal. You are forgiven. Company. Even 1 hour is not that long. I think 2 is like as short of an endurance race as you can really have. To where it'll be worth like having 2 drivers. Yeah, the 24-hour races for sure. I think you should be limited to one entry, but the stuff that you could realistically do, a couple like the Portimao race and Fuji or Suzuka, whatever they're doing this season, that I don't know, but I don't know. There's definitely some things that can be done, or in theory on paper can be done. We also, another thing to remember is that this game is technically like 20 years old and surviving on spaghetti code. So I think a lot of things that me and you think are probably really easy to implement, you get someone go, oh, okay, I'll just fix that, no problem. Oh, fuck, what is this bullshit? Like, yeah, it's spaghetti code that was already spaghetti code because it was spaghetti code from 2 projects ago. Like when they found that bug in the UI that was disintegrating people's FPS and it took like 3 months for them to solve it. Yes! Because I don't even want to look at the source code for iRacing, brother. It's probably a nightmare. Thanks, Snatch.
Apparently,
and imagine what I can do to your Kuta.
My daddy.
Still the same. I really hate to say it. I was gonna say iRacing 2 or iRacing Evo. Start fresh. Again, like content-wise, there's not much like maintain, you know what I mean? Like if a new version of a car comes out, whatever. And I'm sure like if we sit here and really rack our brains, and we can think of like some cool shit they could add cars and tracks wise, but it'd be a big project. It'd have to be something they're already working on. If they announced it like tomorrow, you know, it's gonna be 5-6 years. But not the craziest idea. Just to like rewrite a lot of the code and implement these things like a new graphics engine and whatever. And I don't know. I'm not a game developer. I don't know if that's how things work, but good off the bat. I mean, it would be different. Like, I wouldn't be like a full-on sequel. I think it would just be like, hey, here's a new base code where we can actually fix things and add things and do stuff we couldn't do before. Granted, they're kind of already doing that, but it's just a process. Yeah, we're kind of in the process of getting an iRacing 2 right now, which is not a bad change. The new game, though. See, here's the thing. I think, I don't know if anyone's gonna yell at me for this. If there is indeed like a totally separate, like, it's all good. Welcome back. If there is like an iRacing 2, you carry the subscription over and then sunset iRacing 1. You do it the Overwatch way, which I don't know if it's people are gonna like that, but it's not like the content would change, right? It's just like everything on the back end is changing. But from what Kohai's saying is they're already doing that. My thumb's starting to hurt, guys. Incrementally, yeah. I don't know. I'm also, like, not the best person to talk about this, right? I play Gran Turismo 4 for a living. I wouldn't say I'm not in the sim racing community, but also, like, how often do you guys see me on iRacing anymore? Sim racing, period. I mean, I kind of get it from like a preservation of media perspective. It's like if you have fond memories of CS:GO, you could never go back now. If you have fond memories of Overwatch 1, you could never go back. Even if it, like, I know it's an online only game and whatever, but like even just to like shoot bots and kind of fart around the menus, like that's just not an option anymore. If free-to-play game, it's kind of harder to make the argument of, you're stealing things from me, but at the same time, I get it. Like, I understand. What are you feeling? It's definitely time to eat. Oh, so you need to, like, okay. How dare you? Have a good night, Corv.
If you're a fucking fair dinkum fucking full-grown Aussie, this is what you'd have for breakfast, you fucking dog cunt.
I think leagues are the way, T-Reds, to a degree, too. Like, leagues help solve a lot of problems in terms of, like, you run with the same people you can either trust or at least, like, learn how they drive. But it's also not perfect because leagues are run by individuals that make mistakes. Or you have 20 people sign up for your league and then 6 people show up on race day. I'm not mad. I'm a little mad. I'm not mad at anybody in particular. I'm just mad at the situation. Anna, you didn't hear that. I'll say I'm not upset with management. I'm upset with 20 people saying they would race and then only 10 people showing up on a regular basis. Oh, okay. So my bad. Cam, I didn't know that. Apologize. You know what's cool, PK, about this game now that I'm older is almost every single like endurance race and a lot of like non-endurance races like American Cup races or whatever, are all references to shit. Either it's like, duh, the 24 hours of Nürburgring is the 24 hours of Nürburgring, but somebody was saying earlier that like Miata 4-hour at Tsukuba is a real race. Tsukuba 9-hour, it says in the info, maybe not anymore, is a real race. The Formula GT series trying its best to be like Formula 1 race lengths and stuff. Like, that's so cool to me. I would have never picked up on that as a kid. I would have never put 2 and 2 together with that. You're too busy being bewildered by literally everything else in this game. We really don't know. I don't know if this is my favorite Gran Turismo. We're nearing the end game now. I really don't know if I could say 4 is my favorite. But I think the reasons it wouldn't be are all nostalgia reasons and like personal stuff. Like, I don't think it's like objectively better or worse or whatever. Like, I love 3 to death. That will always be one of my favorite games. Playing through it, I now understand why people don't like it. The end game is atrocious. It's like the same fucking 6 tracks and the same cars. It's very boring at the end of the game. 1 and 2 have like their limitations and don't drive particularly well compared to the later games in terms of realism and like groundedness. And this game's not perfect either. The AI are laughably bad. And if you want to have close races with the AI, you either already need to know what you're signing up for, right? And compensate for it, or just guess. Like, I've been trying to get close races in this game like I would do in Forza Motorsport, and it's almost impossible. I picked a car that shows up at this track in this race, and look how far ahead we are. Like, I don't mean, like, the AI, like, we're bumper to bumper. I realize the AI in this game is not good at head-to-head racing. But either some tracks, the cars are upgraded, and as the player, you'd have no idea, unless you're on a forum or you just have this knowledge, which 90% of people don't. How many times in this playthrough have I, like, gone to preview a race, seen what cars show up, built a car that should be in the middle of that field of performance, and we dog walk everybody. But then on another track, we're 4th place. Like, it's very hard to make the races, like, winnable but competitive. And it's stupidly easy to do that on Forza, especially with PI. But the AI never upgraded their cars until Forza Motorsport 5. So if you saw someone driving a Skyline R34, it was a bone stock Skyline R34. Yeah, it's 2004 tech, but like it's still, it hurts the game because it feels like a checklist sometimes. Like these one-make races, there's no racing. It's just doing a thing. PK, I know, but like, how is an average player supposed to know that without going out and seeking all this extra information? Like, if I see a race full of Miatas, I should be able to show up in a Miata, and we should be close, right? And sometimes it is, sometimes it isn't. You have to have this knowledge or seek this knowledge out, is my point. And that's not good. This game is really good, don't get me wrong. The amount of variety and things to do and like things they packed into this disc is crazy. But as a racing experience, yeah, how, unless you went on GT Planet, how the fuck are you supposed to know that all the Opel Speedsters have broken down. Well, it says it's broken, but still, there's some races where like cars are on slicks and you'd have no idea. Or like, hey, by the way, they have power upgrades in this one. That's why I liked Xbox era Forza Motorsport games. You could either upgrade your car to be similar to what the top of the class is running, or just buy one of the same fucking cars they're using and you will have a close race. Oh, okay, yeah, you're just... Gotcha, understood. However, I get it now. Does that make sense? Like, this game is probably like a high 7, low 8 for me. Out of 10. I don't know if it's my favorite, but the reasons I would prefer 2 or 3 or 1 to this game are all like nostalgia classes. Like the aesthetic in 1 is undefeated, 2 is the best version of that formula, 3 is the game that I fell in love with. Didn't play much of 4. So I don't know if this is... I haven't really played 5 and 6 either, so I don't count those. 7's fun, but it's not the same as the first 4. 7's so different. They market it as like, oh, it's a Gran Turismo style career again, but really it's not. Like, it's a very linear career. You kind of can't do things out of order, or like there's no replayability to 7. Like, I enjoyed my time with 7. I will enjoy going back and finishing off what I have left to do. I don't think there will be people in 10, 15 years that are going back to play Gran Turismo 7 single player and going, wow, this is awesome. I don't think so. Especially the way that people play this game, where there's like mods and QOL features and shit. Like, Power Pack seems great, but that's not the whole game. It's cool. It's stuff they should have included in the base game from day one. Like actual long races and like races that reference real life events. Like, that's what a career should be in Gran Turismo. And again, being able to do it really, as long as you get the proper licenses, doing it in any order. Like Gran Turismo 4, I see how there's like content creators and YouTube channels that just play this game, and that's the funny lap, by the way. I don't know if anyone's noticed. But like, I could see how people will just play GT4 and like learn everything there is to learn about the game, and try to do challenge runs and like beat certain races with certain like self-imposed little limits. Like, I could see how you'd put like 5,000 hours into this game. I don't think I could do that with GT7. I like GT7. I think it's overhated. I don't think there was ever a bad Gran Turismo game. But Nuzlocke? I'm sure. I think there was a way to like actually play it like that in an emulator, where like you wouldn't have to self-impose rules. GT3 sucks it towards the end. The lack of content really isn't that big of a deal until you get towards the end of the career. You start to notice some tracks that are like coming up. Wait, like, we shouldn't. I get the joke of having the Vitz Cup at test course. It's not that funny, actually. See you later, Saturn, Scarlet. I'm tired. And like the end game too, all the championships feel like they all use the same tracks, and the race lengths are always getting longer and longer and longer. Everything feels exactly the fucking same at the end of the game. Yeah, then you have to sit there for another 14 minutes. Custom races, yeah. If you're good at making your own fun, GT7 is still like there's nothing wrong with it. Even single player. Like Mitch used to do that all the time. Like he'd set up like a Miglia Miglia and like try to recreate it as best as possible, and then would do that. That's all he does, or did, or whatever. I don't know. But you get my point. Like I don't know. But yeah, no, my rambling done. I understand why people hero worship this game now. Is it going to be that game for me? I don't know. I think I'll really know when I'm not playing it and if I'm thinking about it. You know what I mean? Like, once I have the game done and I put it down, if I'm still thinking about it like a month after, then maybe. But I understand why and how it's that game to people now. I was like, I don't know how the fuck you only played Gran Turismo 4, guys. I know, like, old games are better, but that's it? That's all we're doing? I get it now. This game is so deep. There's so much. In, like, a very, for what, more or less, like, refined, polished package. Yeah, I've thought about that. I'm like, oh, I can go back and, like, win that race with the Calibra straight up. Without having to, like, switch cars or, like, re-roll until we get a favorable, you know what I mean? 360? Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I had a PS3 and then started using a 360. All right, one more lap, and then it's dinner time. Haven't seen OBS hit 10 hours in a long time. Yeah, I've heard, like, mixed opinions of 5 and 6. I still don't, like, I still will stand on business as I don't think there was ever a bad Gran Turismo game. There's definitely some that are better than others. Like, people are saying 7 is shit. It's like, you haven't played it. No, Snatch, I factory reset a PS3 that I found in the garbage, because I sold it. It still works. Someone was just getting rid of it, and they didn't want to deal with it, I guess. It took 8 hours to factory reset. There wasn't anything on it, really. I mean, there was a bunch of gamer profiles and stuff, but 8 hours? Yeah, 8. I like was going to sell it the next day or like the day after, and I was like, oh, I'll like make sure it's all factory reset tonight, and then I'll like do a little refurbish, like clean it, like try to blow the dust out. No, 8 hours. Yeah, I think they rewrote the code with like stone and granite. Yeah, horrible. It was over Wi-Fi too, obviously, but like, oh my god. I vividly remember one time I was like, you know what? I haven't played Gran Turismo. I don't know if it was 5 or 6, but I was like, I haven't played Gran Turismo on a PS3 in a hot minute. I'll throw it in. I haven't played it in a while. Fuck it. Game needs to update. Oh, okay, well, I'll update it. Update pending, and it's like an hour. And you're like, oh, okay, I'll wait an hour. That's annoying, but it's the PS3. I get it. And then that's just to download the update, and then it has to install the update. And then when that's done, it starts the next update. So what I thought was going to be like an hour, maybe 2, was tomorrow. And never mind. Like, I think when I went to play Gran Turismo 6, that is exactly what happened for the first time. So I bought it, and then it just sat. Like, I didn't play it the day it came out. So, like, a year later, I was like, you know what? I should finally play this. I've had this game. I'm going to play it. Fuck it. And it spent all night updating, and by the time it finished updating, I was like, yeah, I don't really feel like playing it anymore. Secondhand consoles. I've had like some games and stuff. Like I think the PS3 I'm using now has an old profile on it with a bunch of games. The PS3 that I got rid of had a bunch of extra games on it. There was also a bunch of music. Like Spanish music. I gotta bring Cisco his Xbox. I sold my my old 360 to Cisco, which is for the people who were there when that happened live, very funny because I was joking. Which is cool. Dude, I still can't believe I found a full working PS3 in the trash. Like, it was covered in goop, and it needed to be cleaned. But in the actual garbage. Like, it was sitting on top of garbage bags. It was stupid. I was like, okay, clearly this doesn't work. And I put it in a bin and forgot about it. No, it worked totally fine. That's the one I just sold. And I was honest with the kid when I sold it to him. I was like, hey, just so you know, like, I found this in the trash. But it works fine and everything works great. Like, I just... Stinky. He's like, okay. Does it work? I'm like, yeah, it works. He's like, oh, whatever. Yeah, I paid $100 for mine, Snatch. The last PS2 I bought, I paid 70, 80, I think 80. And the one I bought before that was $20. Usually, like, whatever the last generation is, the generation before that is, like, fairly inexpensive. $130? Yeah, I'm not surprised. Not sure if it works. That's awesome. That's somebody just not wanting to deal with it. We're a third of the way through the race. All slims. Yeah, the slims are the more expensive ones too. Well, the fats are harder to repair, actually. That's why there's more slims. If the laser goes in one of the fat ones, apparently it's like a 50-50 shot of it actually working when you get a replacement. The slims are a lot easier to repair. And cheaper. The parts are cheaper. I'm gonna box this fucking fly, I swear to God. I have a slim. It's in a bag in one of my bins. The lid doesn't stay closed. I need to get it, like, totally looked at. It'd be nice to have a backup PS2, considering what I do. Oh my God, I can't even get the power on. I got 2 E's. Boobs! I get it. It's pretty fucking slim, isn't it? I think I have 4 360s total. I've got the one I'm selling Cisco, the one... Yeah, I do. I got the one I'm selling Cisco, the one that I drilled holes in, my childhood one that's... The disk drive is dying, so I don't use it anymore. So I know there's going to be a day where I put a disk in it, and that's the last time it opens. And then, the S that I just bought. I don't know when, but I'm gonna go. I can't wait to go through all my, like, bins of random electronics and just get rid of shit. I'm so excited. It's gonna be so much work, but I'm looking forward to it. I don't need 20 different Ethernet cables, shockingly enough. Maybe like 2 or 3 will do. I have like old keyboards I'll never use again, like. What's up, BH? About to take a dinner break. I'll probably be upstairs for like 5-10 minutes, and then I'm gonna come down and like eat at my desk, and then we'll get back to it. Yeah, like, I definitely want spares of everything, don't get me wrong, but I don't need, like... Having a couple HDMI cords lying around is not a bad idea. Having 20 4-foot ones that you get for free with shit, we could probably get rid of those. We could probably get rid of most of those. Oh, he put the fuel in the back. All right. Put the highlight down. There's 8 hours.